My name is Revolution McKinnis. I am the host of The Big Interview on Happs News. We're at 10 p.m. Eastern. We are at 7 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Central, 5 a.m. GMT. Hello, badges. Welcome. The thing that sorry, the 7-year-old gamers here. Hello, Tucson. Happy Thursday. I thought it was Friday, so I missed a meeting. Oh, children's. So anyway, this is, have you broadcast on Happs yet? Join me and do it. Obviously, if you have, join me and do it. If you haven't, join me and do it. But this is just a bit of a, hopefully a community gathering. Coffee is happening. All will be well soon. That is a Mexican mocha. Scratch made. Good stuff. Bad to the bone. Bad. Bad. Bad to the bone. Oh, but it's all right. Yeah, definitely join in it and do it with me. There's no innuendo on this program, but join us after dark. After 11 p.m. Eastern, things get wild. Actually, we had a fantastic interview last night with Brian Dunning, host of Skeptoid, science communicator. Wow. Follow him at Brian Dunning. Watch the episode. It was good. Night before, that was a great one too, with Callie LeGrand. I haven't gone live on my channel yet. However, I've clocked some major hours on others. Oh, I gotcha. Do they count those hours? Now, I guess you only get views on your own channel, right? But I wonder cumulatively. That's interesting. I wonder if we should count them in some way. Nope, don't think so. Well, if we can find a good reason to, Happs might do it, but I'm not sure there's a good reason to. Okay, they should. Okay, well, draft a proposal, an idea, a concept, and I'll put my name on it with you, and we could see who else will. Bring it up in Q&A. Hey, is today the best of stuff? Or is that tomorrow, the programs or the clips of the week or whatever they call it? Everybody loves somebody sometime. Wow, I have. See, the reason I have the headphones. Obviously, I want to hear you all, but having done voiceover work and stuff over the years, you need to hear yourself, and I can't put my mouth in front of these microphones without being able to hear myself. I think it's best of his Thursdays. Yes. Well, if anybody wants to nominate last night's show or the night before, especially when my daughter shows up at the end of the episode to celebrate the end of her 18th birthday, I'm second guessing now. Anyway, I can hear myself. I had been listening to my own voice through the digital audio converter, which worked well wired in, but this Bluetooth setup, I couldn't hear myself. So I just plugged directly into the mixer. Problem with that is it's slightly delayed, so it's a little disconcerting, but it's so much louder that I'm going to have to find a way to get it to work with the Focusrite. But maybe I need to, you know what? Maybe I need to take the gain out of the mixer. Let's try this. Take a little gain out. Give a little bit in. Give a little bit in on my love. All right, now. Let's get to the clipping point. Oh, we're starting to clip right there, and no clippage. Clip, 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 clip. All right. So I took a little gain. Now the DAC is adding the gain, and no, I can't hear myself. Wait, hello, am I hearing myself? You know what? I think I am. Hang on a second. Am I hearing myself? Nope. Wait. Yeah. No. Yeah. Oh, bam! It's hard to tell, but I'm hearing myself in my own head, and maybe that'll work. Maybe I'll get used to it. Origami Kitty is now following you. At least there's no delay here. And I'll be able to hear you. Is it loud enough? Is it too soft, too loud? What's going on? Anybody? If you're on a mobile device, do you have to turn it all the way up, or can you do it at 3/4? If you're on a mobile device, I should be loud enough at 3/4 of volume if somebody wants to help me out with that. Hello from Kuala Lumpur. What time is it in Kuala Lumpur, Hasnain? Hey, Google, what time is it in Kuala Lumpur? 12:24 a.m. Voice is okay. Hitting the red line here on a few peaks. Thank you. See, I like that when somebody knows what's going on. I could soften it, but I get loud. So let me back it down a notch. And honestly, Badges, I don't know if it's better to boost the gain from the digital audio converter or from the mixer. See, the mixer goes into the converter. That would be a cleaner signal, right? It's 2:24 a.m. in Kuala Lumpur. It's like Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. That's like the official name, I think. Sunday. Big monster truck rally at the Coliseum in Oklahoma City. Sunday. You guys remember those 4-wheel drive things? Monster trucks. I make it sound like there's no culture in Oklahoma City. I'm sure there is. Hey, tip your waiters and waitresses, tip your supporters, tip your creators. This is not, people don't do this, people do this out of the goodness of their heart. But we had a show about this last night. You know what? I'm putting in a lot of hours. Oh, and I got good. Ooh, I have interesting news. Hang on a second. And even the balance is better than Mick maxing out one. I would think honestly, the gain is like not up. I mean, I'm not even hitting anywhere close. I'm at minus 30 on the board. And what should I be at? Like minus 12? But if I boost it up to minus 12 on the board, I'll be clipping on the DAC, I think. Hold on a second. Because this is gonna blow the doors off. Yeah, and it is clipping on the digital audio converters. So what does that mean? That must be really loud for you. Blowing the doors off your color television. Wait, your color television doesn't have any doors. All right, how is that? Yeah, I mean, but I get loud, so maybe I need to put the compressor on. Yeah, right. Yikes. I need some help with the compressor, and I need some help with the noise gate. If there are any audio engineers out there. Uh-oh, big trouble in Little China. Hang on a second. Maybe not. Hey, I'll point out that I'm not wearing a jacket. It must be warm in Chicago. Hey, Google, what's the temperature? Oh, somebody just got their ass kicked on a game. I think they're not happy. Operator, won't you help me place this call? How are we doing now, Badges? You want to come up here, Badges? Come on up, Badges. Bank some more hours with me. And if you want to, we'll flip it. I'll come on yours. I don't have that many followers, but you know. Give me a minute and you can. Excellent, Badges. Let me give you an invite. If you're all watching, I'll be right back. I got to grab grab some lunch. Yep, you just shot you one. Be right back. Oh, that sucks, man. I'm sorry. Am I on mute? I better be on mute.
Good morning. Hold on, I can't hear you. Are you muted? You are muted. There. Now you're not muted.
Might be me. Let me refresh my browser.
No, you're fine. I can hear you now.
Apps. It's in beta. Deal with
You were
it.
muted in Happs, and I actually clicked your button. Whatever. Good morning, everyone in TV land.
You there?
Yes. Hello. Good morning.
Crop.
Good day, sir.
Crop. I still can't hear you.
Good day, sir.
Wait, talk for.
I am talking.
Yeah, you're moving the meter. Hang on.
Yes. You broke the internet.
Oh, I think my Bluetooth died. Hang on.
Oh. Plug her in. I can't do it, Captain. I ain't got enough power. That's funny. Oh my lord. Happs kills your battery on your phone so quickly. Plug it in, plug it in.
What the heck? Now can I hear you? Hopefully.
Can you? Can you hear me?
Oh, damn it! I can't.
Dang.
Hang on. Let me see if I can get audio.
I'm gonna bet a nickel that the fact that his delay in his headphones
Nope, it's
was
in my
because
system. Hang on.
the battery was dying. It's possible. Can you hear me now? But now I can't hear you. You muted your mic. I'm giving her all I've got, Captain. I can't hear you now at all. There's nothing. You can hear me? Oh my god. Let me refresh and see if that helps. Just because it's beta. That's the only reason I have to say hit refresh. Okay, no, I can't hear you. This is wild. I've never seen anybody have that much issues with getting the audio to work. Oh, I am not quite 100% awake yet today. Hello, and everyone. Welcome.
Check.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me, though?
Good Lord, I can.
Hallelujah. Thank you, baby Jesus. Okay.
Hey, Jeebus. Sweet baby Jeebus.
Sweet baby Jeebus. We're cooking with gas.
Cooking with gas. So I was on the Clubhouse this morning.
Were you?
It was really cool because there was a conversation about, hold on, let's see what it was called. Because you know what happens in Clubhouse stays in Clubhouse unless somebody's secretly recording it.
Yeah. Well, you could apply that to pretty much any platform.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Everywhere.
Exactly. And exactly.
It's just that Clubhouse, to my knowledge, Clubhouse is the only platform that has made any action to be like, if you record this, you're going to get in trouble, little ones.
Yeah, you can say you're going to record it in the title, which is cool, but I think, for some things that might discourage people, but but no, but I think important discussions should be recorded. That's one of the things. It's kind of a catch-22 because I think it not being recorded, even though it could be recorded, tends to let people open up a little more. And though you can stay, and you can stay stupid shit and it still get you canceled. And
I'm sorry, but if it's public, even if it says it's private and it's on the internet, and you feel confident, if you don't feel like saying it in front of your mother in the middle of a packed stadium, don't say it on the internet.
True.
I mean, really, you have to kind of think of it that way.
My problem is, Lindsay, that I probably would still say it.
I wouldn't. Would too. I mean, it depends on what it is, but I probably would too. I'm right in that boat. I just don't know how to control my mouth sometimes. But
I've gotten much better.
There's some people that are just like, oh, well, this is a private space, so I can share everything. And I'm like, no, even your DMs are not safe, people.
Slide into my DMs.
It's called the screenshot.
Oh, wait. Oh, I'm clipping on this one. Hang on. What's going on?
I know. I was watching your little red rings go crazy over there, and you were just talking normally.
Yeah, I'm not an audio engineer, and I need, if we didn't have the Rona, I would have somebody come over and help me play with this. Yeah, but it's hard to have somebody engineer it, over the internet for you. You know what I mean? So, but I just need somebody to walk me through the noise gate, walk me through the compression, which I don't think I need, because you need compression when you have people that kind of do this, so it keeps it even. But me and my microphone we're close.
I used to make a habit of hanging out with super nerdy people over on Blab back in the day. And so they were the broadcasters that had all the fancy things that required racks to contain all of their nerdiness and all that stuff. So I actually did pick up on some of the process. I would not ever label myself even close to a ballpark of an audio engineer, but I at least know what a clipping is. And then that I just, you pick up the terminology as you kind of go along, and it's interesting how that whole world works, and it's very complicated.
Can I tell you how strangely in love? Oh, I guess people can't see it. Hang on a second. I can't. The cables won't let me move it any closer.
Oh.
But hang on. Let me.
Here, turn my screen off, and you can go full screen.
Yeah. Can I tell you how much in love I am with my cloud lifter?
The cloud lifter, yeah.
Because it works, which is great. But it is it's clearly made in America. It looks like it comes from like more like a machine shop. You know what I mean? Like it's probably a
Yeah,
small
the
operation.
casing is, like,
Yeah, the
good,
casing is
legit.
heavy duty. The paint is like the paint they would use on a car. You know, the not a decal. I think it's applied on there with paint or something.
Oh,
But it's just
nice.
it's heavy. I thought I was going to get some kind of cheap plastic or cheap metal thing.
Right.
This thing, like you could knock somebody unconscious with this thing. You know what I mean? It
That's
not
awesome.
that you would want to, but
Right.
it's just it's like I feel like I don't know. I spent $150. Hey Google, stop. I spent $150 on that thing plus $400 on the microphone, and it's like so snooty that the microphone has
Ooh,
to have a
you
separate
have you're a
device to power
posh
it.
you're a posh broadcaster now.
Exactly, and it has to have a separate device to even work. Well, what's the point of buying the microphone if it doesn't work without a separate device, right? But
Hey, Helen.
hey, there's Helen. Welcome, Helen. Wow, wait, did you get any sleep, Helen? The because I feels like I was just
You were.
going to bed. It wasn't that long ago. I was up till 3, I think. Um,
Yay,
but
badges. Yeah, I was just talking to her last night. I was like, I am religiously in at least a bare minimum of one of your lives a day. But I know you always are so kind about dishing out the invitations to all the people that, want to come up. But I told her, I was like, I think I've only honestly been live with Rev like once or twice. And
oh
most
my
of the
goodness,
time I'm over in the chat talking with you because I'm normally not conscious enough to have a conversation whenever you're
you too,
alive in the
Nick.
mornings. I'm trying to caffeinate my life because usually we stay
Right.
up till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and so mornings are
Doggone.
rough.
Yeah, my it's literature, maybe 15 minutes or something. It's not very long. Then you technically have lunch.
Woohoo!
Um, yeah, my mornings are. Oh wait, do I have? Hold on. It's Thursday. I keep forgetting
It
that. I
is
think it's Friday.
Thursday.
Hold
Happy
on. Let me make
Thursday.
sure. All right. No. Okay. No. Oh, undo that. No meetings. Everybody, I'm not being rude. I tell everybody in the mornings and in the afternoons when I'm broadcasting, I am
Always good to
technically
see.
working,
Thanks, doll.
and so I have to look down at my little thing once in a while. Oh, that didn't sound right. Okay.
You have to keep all your ducks in a row. I totally get that.
Yeah, I definitely have to. It is good to see you up there. Let's see. I got to get better at math. It's about 4:45 in Edinburgh right now.
In the afternoon?
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bring me.
because her alarm is normally going off when she's streaming with me. So and that means she hasn't slept yet because she's
Right,
crazy.
right.
I don't know how you function, Helen. You are a goddess.
Well, can I
Um
say something that that is, I don't want anybody to get concerned about it, but yesterday I had my interview with Brian Dunning, and I mean Brian Dunning is like a personal hero. I'm working with him on Clubhouse now. 3 weeks ago he didn't know me from Adam, and I've been listening to him for 10 years, and it's directly because of Happs, and it's just the coolest thing. And like I was tearing up almost last night because you
Aw.
know who can who, can you I couldn't believe that you know I'm having conversations with
He was
just
taking the
amazing
time
people.
to
Yeah, and he was giving
yeah.
me his time and everything, and so it like, okay, go grab it, and I'll help you with it. Like, are your legs broken or something? So anyway, I then decided to host, that I tried to do that little community forum last night, like
Yeah,
they
that
do on
was super
Clubhouse.
sweet.
Yeah, and I want to keep doing those. I hope other people do those, and that's why I'm doing this today. And then but when Brian Dunning was coming on, and I'm like, you want this one again? All right, I was exhausted, and I take ADD medicine. Uh, um, it's Vyvanse, and it's very clean. It doesn't it doesn't goof me up like speed does,
Yeah.
and it works really well. Like seriously, don't tell my doctor. But I was so freaking tired that I went into the medicine cabinet and I popped an Adderall
Oh,
just
yeah.
because that works like speed for me.
Yeah,
So
my
I was like
I remember that night
wide
when you
awake.
did that. You were like,
Exactly. I've done it twice now, but the good news is I only have one left, so I can't abuse it because
ah.
they won't give me another prescription for it.
No, they're very strict on that. My husband used to be on Adderall.
What? How do you what? Okay. Give. I'll be. You know what? It's yours. You've got the helm. I'll be
Oh,
back in 2 minutes.
well, all right. I'm not the greatest at solo
She's like,
flying.
yeah. Damn it! What'd you do that for? Hi, Mini
Damn it,
Rev. Yeah, I'll be
Jim.
right back. I can hear you though. I've got the wireless. So if the ship starts to go down,
Damn it, Jim. I'm a
forget that.
doctor. I'm not a captain.
Yeah. Oh, damn it, Jim. I'm a doctor, not an escalator. I don't even know if that's a real Star Trek line. I've heard that so many times, but I don't even know. Anyway, I'll be right back. You're listening
Okay.
to The Morning Zoo with Lindsay and Revolution on
Hello,
K-Power.
everyone. Hello. Boy, I don't have nearly the energy that Rev does, so I'm definitely a chill person. I'm great at flying solo. What you talking about? What am I talking about? I'm talking about that I don't know what I'm going to talk about. That's really what it is. That's really what it comes down to. Because when you're up here and you're solo and you don't really necessarily have a agenda necessarily, you really don't have like you get to like this anxiety point, especially if you're not used to streaming constantly on your own. You kind of have like this little moment of anxiety because you feel like you're required to fill the dead space.
Breathe through it.
It's just kind of like a new it's just like a new broadcaster thing. And I mean, I've been doing live streams and stuff for years, but I
Lindsay?
still don't like doing the solo stuff. What?
Lindsay?
What?
I love bringing up people here, and I legitimately need to help my son. But sometimes when I bring somebody up, I'm like, I just need to pee, and I just make them come up and make them host because then, you can get used to it. But in your case, I
Yeah.
need to help him. But have fun. I'll be right back.
Please go help your son. I don't want to make you feel like you have to come and hold my hand. It'll be all right. I'm not going to die or anything. What's on my agenda for the day? My agenda for the day is I don't really have much of a day planned, with the exception of picking up the kids later from school and going to martial arts, which is what we do all the time. But during the day, I'm pretty much free to do whatever I want. I might color or draw or maybe organize this hot mess behind me. That's probably something I need to do. I have a craft room, and with any craft room, you have two hobbies. Crafters have two hobbies. They have crafting, and then they have collecting craft supplies. It is two separate hobbies. Do not let it be confusing. So I do enjoy crafting as a hobby, but I also have a lovely pile of stuff over there that needs to find a home. And I have a whole shelf of stuff along this way that's just piled up there, and it really needs some organization. Yeah. Hello, Chris. There are so many bullies in Happs. Danny, please explain to me the bullies that are on Happs. Yeah. So, anything interesting happening in y'all's days? Usually my daytimes are kind of chill. Most of the fun stuff happens late at night when all the friends are around to hang out. And I keep myself busy in the evenings and afternoons with the family business. So I like to keep my days pretty chill. Maybe catch up on a show or watch a movie. I legitimately have just been catching up on some old childhood favorites of the Muppet Show that's been streaming. on I feel you, Helen. I feel you. I'm 2 cups of coffee in, and I've just cracked open a Dr. Pepper over here. So caffeine is life, right? First plan is coffee. Yes. Kids are home from school due to snow. Oh, Chris, I will say a prayer for you. Dear Lord, baby Jesus, please keep Chris's sanity intact and may all the snow melt. Amen. Okay, so yeah, we did that here last week. That was lovely. It's a broadcaster who thrives on bullying. It's affecting about 20 people from coming to Happs. Well, I would say those 20 people need to come to Happs. And if there is bullying occurring, you need to report them, and that the Happs team will, in short order, straighten that right out, because they don't put up with that shenanigans here. And there's a pretty freaking awesome community here that will work that right on out. If it really, really is bullying, it should be reported. It should be a burn at the stake sort of situation. Nip that in the bud ASAP, because that's the only way it stays under control. But are they actually bullying on the platform, or are they bullying off the platform? Because they don't have control off of the platform. Just like right now, you're commenting from Twitter, which is totally fine, but it's being pushed out from Happs. Happs can only control the commenters and the accounts here on the actual platform. Yeah, and you can block them too, personally. That also keeps it under control. For sure. Let's see. Oh, has anybody been watching WandaVision? That's another Disney show that's been really, really popular lately. I am on a podcast and we review the show. We break it down, get dang nerdy about all the theories. The fan theories are way crazy about that show. If you guys like comic book stuff, superhero shows and movies, that's also a thing I like to do. About every 2 weeks or so, we have about an hour-long episode where we just break down the episodes and dissect them and put them back together, and it's a lot of good times. We've also been doing some we added a new segment to our podcast that's called the Retro Rewind, which is about going back and watching some of the most popular movies from the 80s era, is the decade we're starting with. And we just did our first week and we did watch Big Trouble in Little China. Ugh, that movie is a mess, but nonetheless, cult favorite still. I've not seen that. Is it worth checking out? If you like nerdy things, I think you'll really enjoy it. If you're into the comic book sort of thing, a lot of people don't dig that, but if you like the MCU movies and you like following that storyline, I would say that you would really enjoy it. I think it's really clever. However, a lot of people complain about how slow the storyline moves. And I think that it's just you're trying to set up like a foundation for a character, and it always does start out a little bit slower. I can only think of one broadcaster that fits that bill. Oh, yeah, for the bullying situation. I wonder if it is who I'm thinking it is. But yeah. So as soon as WandaVision's about to Do what? Oh, he's talking to him. WandaVision's about to wrap up. It's got only like, is it 2 more episodes left, I believe? There's only 9 episodes. And then after that wraps up, then they're going to go right into the Captain America Winter Soldier series, which is another one that I'm excited about. And after that, this summer, there's a Loki series too. What sounded just like you? Helen, we've been hanging out way too much and I'm starting to pick up some Scottish shenanigans. Mm. Yeah. The way you read the comment. Yes. That happens. I've kind of made it a habit. I don't even, you'll get it sorted and just have a cuppa. I've made it a habit of reading everyone's comments out loud. One, because if you're watching back the replay, the people watching the replay, if they so choose, would have no idea, only hearing one half of a conversation, what was actually going on. And 2, since we are multicasting, oh, you're very welcome, Chris. If you're multicasting, the people on the other platforms don't know either. So it's just kind of like a courtesy thing to read it out. Otherwise, I sound like a schizophrenic person talking to my voices in my head.
I hate just being up here by myself and doing a monologue. Like, I got to interact with people. Yeah, I got to interact. If you're not interacting with me in the chat, at least, like I'm just going to shut the thing down unless it's an interview or something.
How long would you go live without anybody interacting with you?
Less and less than I used to, probably, because you only have so much time in the day, and I'm willing to stay longer a lot. But yeah, if 5 minutes go by, 10 minutes go by and nobody's responding, I think I kind of need to train the audience that I'm going to go away.
All right, I'll get the hint. I get the hint.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
And yeah, so.
Well, I've noticed, because I've been here a whole magical 40 days almost. I think tomorrow is my 40th day. And so I've started to kind of pick up the TV guide schedule. I've started to figure this out. So the morning always starts with Piano Man and his crossword puzzles, which is super fun, and Frameable Faces, rocking out, getting ready for the day, and then here comes Rev to wrap up my morning and stroll me right on into lunch. Nice. So a lot of the, depending on when Piano Man goes live and the Frameable Faces, they usually kind of overlap each other a little bit. So I always try to at least go in and say hello, and then I'll pop over and check out the crossword puzzle, because that's usually only 10 minutes. And then I'll bounce around a little bit. But yeah, I'm starting to get a schedule and a routine based on Happs's broadcasts, which I think is kind of entertaining to myself.
Yeah, I it's funny that I'm
give it about 5 minutes and end it. Yeah, that's kind of what I would do too. If I was just sitting there, I think I could only honestly bear sitting there for 5 minutes by myself without any really real interactions, Which I guess would be kind of boring, because I honestly would probably just sit there in silence unless I really had something planned and laid out for like reproduction later in life or something, But just to come on here and hang out, if I was just sitting here, it would just literally be like 5 minutes of dead air until somebody came in and said hello.
Yeah, I mean, I think the exception to that for me is when definitely, if it's like a help session or whatever, then I'll just
Oh,
work. And if
yeah.
somebody comes in, but yeah, I'm definitely getting to the point where like there's no reason to, there are plenty of people that just, can be up here and talk for 3 hours and not care if anybody's listening. And that's fine. That's like what Rush Limbaugh does, right? He did. Oh, he's dead. Isn't that beautiful? Um, but,
There was a little bit
the,
of a, "Oh, ding dong, the witch is dead," sort of feeling, when that news broke in my household, but, other people liked him, so I wanna be respectful for that.
Yeah, I know. There's this bit of controversy, on Twitter when the right wing is like, "Oh, you guys, you're celebrating his death." Well, he was an evil motherfucker that transformed the
He had
landscape of politics.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
there was a whole lot
so
of not positive things that I could find to say about that.
And
Um,
I'm also at least an agnostic, so it's not like, um, I mean, he's dead. That's all. He doesn't exist anymore, and he was an evil jerk. And I'm certainly not going to celebrate him. But I didn't get out there and tweet like mad. The bastard is dead. I mean,
right?
he still had people that loved him. I'm not sure why, but he still had people that loved him. So
Well, there's a
I
lot
think that's
of,
good that you're respectful.
there is a lot of people out there that I question why they love the people that they love. So, I just have to,
What is love?
bite the tongue per se whenever people say things that are wild and crazy, and you just wanna be like, "Okay, that's what you think." Mhm.
Right. Right. Man, it seems like I had something to do at 11. God
At 11,
damn
did
it.
you have a meeting? You are
Yeah,
such
I'm
a busy
checking, but
man these days.
I know. And uh, I really just need like an extra 5,000 a month so I can pay somebody to run my life. That would be awesome. Just wake me up in the morning, just coddle me, tell me I'm
Oh
awesome,
my
and then tell
goodness.
me what to do, you know? What is love anyway? Does anybody love anybody anyway? Right. I mean, well, romantic love is total bull by a bunch of monks who are trying to sell their books, and then and their and their religion. But the love that we feel that is some innate emotional thing, that's super valid and super awesome, but like this construct of love that we have that, you have to fall in love and get married and wear a ring, which represents the ring on the bull's nose that you pull around the freaking farm. That to me is just not, that's just silly. There are millions and millions of people that get married every year around the world that don't love each other. But they get married for, reasons of business and, all kinds of things. But a lot of them,
Business,
at least a
citizenship,
fair amount of them, yeah, they grow to love
benefits
each
of,
other. You know what I mean?
benefits of childcare, if there is any. Um,
Right.
there's a lot of different legal reasons, suppose, to become married, but, I honestly don't think the benefits outweigh the effort to, keep things together. You really have to have a more solid reason other than just to reap the benefits of what the institution provides.
Exactly. So Helen, the reason I didn't sing it is I can't quite get the melody in my
I'm not
head. So
familiar with
hang
the
on a
lyric,
minute.
or I would have totally busted it out.
No, I'm familiar with it, but it's kind of like, my gray matter is graying more and more. So it's kind of in there, but I'm going to pull it up on Spotify. What's the name of the song? And then I'll, because I don't have the head. Um,
She's a Howard Jones. I don't know the name.
or just to have a wedding in a Scottish castle. I've heard that reference too. I don't know what you guys are talking about there, but
That's a
oh, I do too. It's a Sid Snow thing.
It is.
Um,
It is.
yeah, man, Sid Snow. What a character. Whoa, that
Isn't
guy's
he fun?
packed full of. He is packed full of knowledge. Like, and I
He's a
love the way
smart kid.
he is, and I love the
He's
way
a
he
little bit
does that.
socially awkward, but he's a smart
A
guy.
little bit. Sorry, Sid, but
We love you,
but
Sid.
no, yeah, I love Sid too, and I love Sid's snark, like Helen's snark, and I love when the two of them go at it, like
Oh yeah,
at each other.
I call it mom and dad fighting.
Mom and dad fighting. Oh,
Yeah.
wait a minute. Let me ask you though. Like I've tuned in some. You guys are all friends from like Blab or Gab or
Yeah,
Lab or something,
there's a
right?
group of us that have known each other for a little 5-6 years or so. There was a platform that was called blab.im, and that's where we all met each other and kind of created a community similar to what is blossoming here on
Right.
Happs, which I find thrilling. And I really don't want to get
Me
my
too.
hopes up and have it be crushed again because, God, I almost needed
Right.
therapy when Blab died because it was so abrupt. Literally, the CEO
Well,
shut the site down, no warning.
you
And
know,
he posted like an article on Medium that said, "Let's rip the Band-Aid off. Screw you guys. We're going home." It was really a horrible, horrible ending to such a beautiful thing. And so that kind of scarred a lot of people from live streaming in general. And so our community has kind of been scattered over the years. The
right.
marketers went off and did their marketing thing, and some of the cooler people that I used to hang out with a lot don't even touch social media anymore. It's just kind of, they've all kind of gone their separate ways, and there's just small little pockets that have stuck together. And so this platform has kind of brought a few of us back, and we've kind of
Well,
started
that is good.
filling in the tribe. Yeah, it's very exciting
That
for
is good
me.
because like I would have never met you or Sid Snow or any of these people. And what I love what Sid does is the way that he puts the pictures in the chat. It is
Yeah.
like that's his thing. It's
Yeah. Oh, he's so
beautiful. Like
fast with the
I
Google
really
images.
love it.
Helen, I'm so sorry
Oh
you feel
yeah.
like the outsider. I was really hoping that you could acclimate and become part of the group and not feel singled out. But that's not working. So I apologize for the angst. However, I still love you. My
Huh?
feelings have not changed for you. Anyway,
Hang
so
on. What?
I know how much of a pain in the ass Sydney is, so
We'll work on it today. Just chill. Oh, Aiden's got to drop some kids off at the pool. Go ahead.
Aw, thank you, doll. Oh, well, thank you for that announcement.
Hi.
Splish Splash. Hi.
You got to be on camera.
Hi.
Aw.
Okay, he's leaving.
He's like, no. Oh my
You
gosh.
got to do. Yeah.
You do you, boo.
We'll take a shower after then. Go ahead. You don't need to apologize. You're lovely. She is lovely.
Yeah.
And so like
Please stand by while Happs gets its crap together.
no, I think that's me actually.
Oh, is it you?
I haven't figured it out because I have 1 gigabyte, 1,000 megabyte connection
Yeah.
on this thing.
And you look pretty good.
But I'm stuck in the well, thanks. I'm stuck in the other side of the apartment. That's the beauty filter. I'm stuck in the other side of the apartment, and so I'm using one of those what they call it, Eros or something like that to bring the signal back here.
Mm-hmm.
But the stupid thing about those things like Eros that I think what
The
people
Wi-Fi
assume they
extenders?
do. Yeah, I think what people assume they do is that it takes the
feed.
it does so what it actually what it doesn't actually bring you so it doesn't connect you to a node that basically emulates the actual node that's transmitting. It can't relay from point to point. So if I'm on the node that's in my bathroom that's next to the office here, then I'm hooked up to that. If I walk to the one that's in the hallway, it doesn't automatically connect to that.
You have to
It
drop
still
and
keeps me
reconnect.
connected to this one. You have to drop and reconnect. Well, what the hell am I paying for that for if I have to
That's
drop and
silly.
reconnect? Now you can do that by installing two. It can be done with wireless, but you lose about 50% of your transmission ability, and so And
Yeah.
it's a little complicated, and I'm going to do that because I'm just renting this, pretty cheaply through my provider, and I'm trying to figure out how to wire the house so that I'm paying for
So your
1,000 down and
your
I'm getting
uh
96.
your computer is Wi-Fi then, and it's not hardwired in?
No, because this is an old apartment. There's like the executive producer is no way in hell she's going to let me run Cat 5
Oh, I
cable through the
see.
house,
I
so
see.
what I should do is have the cable or the internet company come and install the internet connection down on this side of the house, but because there's already one here, they would charge me for that, and I'm like, "Oh, I ain't paying for that."
Correct.
So,
Well,
so
you know
yeah,
how I
so
solved that
I'm just
problem?
bitching.
You know how I solved that problem?
How's that?
I married the technician, so I don't have to pay somebody to install
Oh,
my
good
shit.
idea. Nice, nice. Yeah,
No,
well, I
my
mean,
husband works for
uh
AT&T, so he does this stuff all day long. He installs
oh, cool,
things and
cool.
connects people, and so whenever our internet goes to shit, I'm just like, "Can you please fix this? Thank you very much."
Very good. Yeah, I usually try to seduce the technicians, but they're usually like, "Dude, I'm not into you." I'm like, "Okay, whatever." Um, you know, "Could you do this for me, Johnny?" But,
Hey, baby.
exactly.
Why don't
The,
you plug that into
so
my
yeah, I'm just
router?
this is
Hey.
this is just first world problems. I mean, I've got
Yeah.
100 megabits almost. I've got 80 megabits down in, way out here in the hinterland in the office. So a lot of people can't even get that. So,
Yeah,
I
you
shouldn't
I mean,
complain. Yeah,
for
but there's
streaming
something
on
wrong.
for streaming a broadcast on Wi-Fi, that I mean, your connection's pretty impressive. It takes a lot. It's not the download speed that should be the concern, it's the upload speed, because that's really what
Exactly. What?
trips you up.
Hold on again. I'm being summoned. I'll be right back.
Of course. 7-year-olds do that, you know. I have one of those. Oh my goodness. So we had to always on Wi-Fi too. Yeah. Well, my desktop is hardwired in here, but my laptop doesn't have the MacBook doesn't I don't have the little adapter thing to hardwire it in. And I used to broadcast from that all the time, and it was like struggle bus city. I learned quickly that that was not really the good idea for me. um but yeah, I mean, some people don't have the option to do that. So, I mean, as long as you have a good strong signal and you have enough upload to not make it difficult to follow a conversation because you're breaking up every 3 seconds, then you're good to go. For sure. And technology changes so fast these days that what was a problem a couple years ago is not a problem at all now. Ugh. So I had to have my router's too far away to use Ethernet cable. Gotcha. The router's actually on the other side of the room, and we had to buy a giant cord to run along the wall. Tuck it back behind everything. So that was nice. But yeah, so this morning my son, I woke him up for school. He got dressed and everything, and I saw him bolt upstairs. This is the only room upstairs. It's not a bedroom. There's no bathrooms. It's just one big bonus room that's a craft room / office thing, and it has all my junk everywhere, and Josh's junk too. And I see my son run upstairs, and he runs back downstairs, and I see just a quick little glimpse of my little squishy peach. It looks like a booty. It's so funny. Anyways, I have this little squishy peach on my desk. And I'm like, what the heck is he doing? And so I stop him. I was like, hey, what are you doing? And you see him kind of slowly sneak into the door frame so that he can drop the peach without me seeing it. And I was like, go pick it up. And he was like, you could see on his face, he was like, dang it, she saw me. And so he grabs the peach and he brings it to me. And I'm like, what the heck are you doing? Why did you go upstairs? The only reason that he wanted to go upstairs is it's like he got out of bed, opened his eyes, and was like, I'm gonna steal a peach today. I'm trying to like get the brain process behind why the heck he wanted to bolt upstairs and steal this thing off my desk this morning. And so I stop him and I'm like, why did you take this? Why did you take this from my desk? Because I wanted it. I was like, oh my gosh. You can't just take things because you want it. I'm like, does it belong to you? No. Why did you want it? Because I really like it. He has expressed zero interest in this damn peach since I've owned it. But today was the day that it was something that he loved so much that he had to steal it from his mama. So we had to have a little chat about taking things that don't belong to us and all that. But I mean, it's just a dang peach. It's just a squishy peach thing. There's nothing fancy about it. And I was like, if you like it that much, if you wanted a peach that bad, you could save up your money and buy one. The kid has more money than I do stashed away in that dang piggy bank of his. It's the cutest thing, but I mean, it was just like, I'm trying to follow the logic. Who wakes up in the morning and says, I want a peach today? And it's not even edible, but I want a peach today. Anyways, 7-year-olds are fun. 7-year-olds are definitely fun. Don't mess with things that don't belong to you without permission. I don't mind if he plays with it, just as long as he doesn't tear it up, which he would. He'd probably put it in his mouth and chew on it like a dog toy or something.
See, look at me all like that. That just...
Yeah, it's a little jumpy. It's a little...
Yeah. That is probably my my 10-year-old computer, just like...
It's getting too hot. It's overheating. He had his eye on a squeezy peach. Maybe he dreamed about peaches last night. And so he woke up this morning and was like, I need a peach. I don't know how much of that story you heard, Rev, about the peaches. Did you hear all of it?
Yeah. It was just peachy.
It was peachy. So it was very
I was you're 100% right about upload speed. Like my I don't know what my uploads are. Oh, look at that.
Smells like peaches too.
Oh, cool.
I mean, whatever.
Is it where'd you get the peach?
It is actually how are you familiar with the Nintendo Switch game called Animal Crossing?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so this is one of the fruits that is available on the island. And it came in a little gotcha. I actually have a little calendar here also that has the characters from the game. I have several little odds and ends that came in a little box, a little collector's box, and that was just part of the goodies that was in there.
Nice.
Have you been reading James and the Giant Peach? No, he's not quite to that reading level, but in a year or two he will be. My daughter's read it. She really liked it. It's getting hot in here. Yes, I know. So, you know, me of all people could make a peach suggestive, right?
Well, I mean, it's culturally now, I think the peach has been transformed from a fruit to the, you know, yeah.
Yes, the emoji has
I mean, I can't, you know, I mean,
the fruit world.
I can't eat, you know, I can't even eat an eggplant anymore because it makes me feel so, you know, underrepresented.
Oh, Helen doesn't call them eggplants, by the way. I don't remember what it is that they call them over there.
She calls them like
I don't know.
Something.
That
Yeah.
eggplants and zucchinis, they just decided, no, we don't like those names. We're going to call them something else. Okay.
More than likely, they have been calling them something else, and we decided to call them something else. The rebels. The people that don't say aluminum and controversy. I love that.
Aluminium.
Aluminium. Yes. Oh, there's such a controversy going on. I must go to hospital and sort it out. Like, where's the? I must go to the hospital and sort it out. I'm going to hospital.
Aubergines.
Aubergines. And courgette. Oh, those are probably French.
They're too fancy for us Yanks.
Yeah.
That's why we have to name them something different. Because, zucchini is such an easier word to spell for most people.
Yeah, you have to be careful about improperly handling your zucchini or cucumber when you're at the grocery store.
This is true. I mean, you don't want to overhandle it.
Right. I just pop it in the bag right away. I don't want anybody to think, it's got any other purpose than as a salad.
Don't go fondling the cucumbers at the grocery store, people. That's the lesson.
Thank goodness
day,
you don't have to squeeze them or anything to check, ripeness. Whatever.
No, that's the melons.
American weirdos.
You fondle the melons.
We do. Yes, we do.
American weirdos.
Have you broadcast on Happs? Join me and do it. And now we're getting in. Yeah. So this conversation is.
I have joined you, and now we're doing
typical, it. Yeah, it's more typical late at night. But if you're here and you're watching this on replay, and you're like, well, they didn't say a damn thing about how to broadcast or anything. That wasn't the point today. If you want to know how to broadcast, just hit any one of us up. We'll happily.
See, this is why people like to keep me on the night shift. I turn everything so bad. Right? I'm
I wanted to go back to the point about concern for what we've all seen. I first got on the interweb in like about 93 or something, and the concern we've all seen for platforms going away, right, or being absorbed or whatever.
Oh my gosh, that's such a big stressor.
And so I've been on here for 8 or 9 weeks, and this is just totally transformed my life. I'm having just a blast, and I really love the platform, and of course I'm that it's going to last. So that's why I want to start doing some of these things that I'm learning from Clubhouse, because one of the things that Clubhouse does really well is so when I'm at an event with our nonprofit or something, we're doing a seminar or something. It's really hard to get other nonprofits to collaborate because, one, they're kind of stretched thin, and two, they're already collaborating in a lot of places, and it can feel kind of burdensome. But one of the magic things that Clubhouse does is it somehow kind of forces you to collaborate, because people teach people. They teach people to be moderators. They have welcome rooms. They have all these things that are totally organic. Now that I haven't been on it for very long, so they may have started. They may have seeded these things, but already there's complaints now that the days of the welcome room are waning, into the past. Like, those were the salad days. So there are people trying to keep it, trying to keep that going. But what I've learned, from them is, and I've already been poo-pooed by a couple of people, on this platform, but what I've learned from them is that that welcome room is a big deal. How somebody sees the network, sees the power of the platform the first time. If the first time they go into the broadcast studio and they've never done it before, and their first experience is they're frustrated, they won't stay.
If they've never live streamed before, and they've never been the man behind the curtains pushing all the buttons, then the studio is very much overwhelming. I'm kind of familiar with how.
You're shaking the thing.
It's okay. He I've been on the backside of a show in many different formats, and so I'm familiar with how things work, but for somebody that's just starting, this is a lot. At least on the desktop part, it's
Oh, yeah.
overwhelming. The phone is almost, I would say, impossible because it's so tiny. Everything is so tiny on there. You can't see very well. And so I know they're slowly inching along and making improvements as they go, but I'm like,
Mhm.
I don't
Yeah, no,
know.
I think one of the things, and if Brett is listening, Brett, I love you. Everything you've done on mobile
Yes,
since I've
they've
been
all
here
been
is great,
wonderful.
and I'm not complaining. I'm just giving feedback, and
Yeah.
I know people know that. But the thing about the mobile, one of the things I don't know if anybody else is having this trouble, and I need to screen record it, but when I get on the mobile, if I've already had the app open, it just it won't load any pages or anything if I go back to it. I have to close it out and bring it back, and then it'll function for me. But the thing about the mobile that is very frustrating for me is the fact that when you're in portrait mode, at least, which I tend to be when I'm watching it on mobile,
Mhm.
especially if I'm watching a rebroadcast, the little search area bar or whatever, it's so tiny that I can't even move it well, you know what I mean? Like, it needs, like, that thing that Apple has where you move it and you pull down and can adjust the speed or
Yeah.
something, but because it sits at the bottom, that can't be done, so that's one of the things that's frustrating for me. No,
Mhm.
don't subscribe to my own channel, now he's watching this show on YouTube. Oh, he's watching an old one. What?
Oh, he's watching the old
I need
broadcast?
Oh, you're watching Brian
Uh,
Dunning from last night. I need to get dressed. Oh, I want to urge everybody to watch last night's episode with Brian Dunning. He's awesome, and watch the episode from the night before too. What?
yeah. He's had a lot of good guests on. Um, yeah, desktop is more intuitive than the mobile. And there it's frustrating. I don't know how to offer up a solution or an alternative that would be better to make it work for the mobile streamer. Because I mean, that was like the whole big shtick with the Periscope from the beginning was being able to broadcast from your phone. So that's kind of, hey, good morning, CS. So I don't want necessarily that to be limiting, but the controls and the switching and the whole thing, it's almost impossible to include all of those tools without making it extremely cumbersome on such a small device, I feel.
Yeah, no, I don't. I certainly don't have any solutions either.
I wish I could. I would love to offer that up, but I'm not well versed enough in the mobile aspect of broadcasting to offer up that. I'm more, my wheelhouse would be more desktop driven and offering the tools that are available there and how to simplify the layout and stuff. Like I feel like the columns in the studio
Mhm.
on the desktop version could be squished, narrowed, and make that preview window a
Unplug it.
lot bigger, because the more people you get on this screen and the tinier the heads get, it's really hard to even see a person's face when you have like 8 people in here.
Yeah, it is. And one of the things and I know they're going to work on all these things because I'm sure they know about them. But one of the things I find extremely frustrating is if I have multiple people in here and I want to take you and me and 3 other people out, I need to be able to take them all out at the same time. I need to be able to do a checkbox or
It
something,
needs to be
hit one of
a
them, and
click
they all
and
slide
drag.
out.
It needs to be like a click and drag sort of thing.
Well, yeah, but for me, like I want to be able to take everybody out of the room at once and have like focus on you.
Yeah, like a clear.
And if I click on you, the next one jumps up, and then I didn't want to click on that one, and it just
Yeah,
that's why I
it's a
have
little bit
Eleanor be the
clunky.
technical director
Mhm.
during the interviews. But I
Yeah,
um yeah, but I mean,
I haven't even fully perfected the transitions and cuts in
right,
the studio
right.
yet.
Right. I'd like to push, I'd like to pull, I'd like to fade, I'd like to wipe, those kind of things, I
Yes,
have no
yes.
control over. I'd like to control where everybody goes into which position. Oh, CS, go ahead, read what he said.
I really wish they'd fix the phasing that happens with the high quality audio. I'm sure it will happen in time. Their bitrate for both video and audio needs to be upped. I agree. I know that that's a struggle a lot of musicians have had. Anybody that plays music, whether it's them playing music, singing, or just playing Spotify in the background, which I don't recommend unless you have rights. But it's like it turns on a dampener and it pushes the volume way back. It's like you're super great for like 3 to 5 seconds, and then you can automatically hear that volume getting dampened down way low. And it's like, what the heck is going on? It's I know why it does it. I don't know why they can't have a feature to turn it off, because whenever you're having two people or multiple people talking, it's just kind of built in there, a sound dampener to kind of balance out the people's voices so that you can have a better broadcast with voice, but that doesn't work well with music at all.
Yeah, well,
You
the CS, you can control where everyone is positioned. Pablo did a tutorial on how. Good to know.
Mhm.
And if you wanna come up and tell us at some point, you don't have to now. It's controlled by the
Right.
sequence. You click their boxes. Okay.
Yeah, if you I know if you, like, click the number 1 in your, like, for
Yeah, it'll
example, your
swap
square,
positions.
if you click number 1 and then you hit whatever, then it'll switch you to the number 1 spot. And then
Right.
subsequent, you would just have to click the people in order of how your layout is. Yeah.
Yeah,
But if you
the
wanna
other thing,
shift
does
people.
anybody
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. Yeah. Does anybody else experience this where, let's say I invite you in and, you slide right into the program when you come in, you don't,
I wanna say that that
you
was a mobile thing
oh, it doesn't on
because I
here for me, like
doesn't.
or maybe they're coming from mobile, maybe, I don't
Yeah, I
know,
was
but
thinking
it
that
drives me crazy.
they were calling in on mobile on somebody's
Maybe.
broadcast and they just slid right in. I've seen people do that, but I haven't experienced that for me going into other people's, but I always come in on the desktop though.
Well, that, Helen, should be recorded.
I think
I'll
it's
have
in
to
the
try and find
tutorials.
that. Oh,
He
actually in
usually
the tutorials? Yeah.
the tutorials that he does every week, he usually adds that to
Uh-huh.
the
Oh, you know what?
tutorials on the
I want
website.
CS, I wanna go to your question real quick, but back to your question, but what the other thing, oh, damn it, I forgot. It'll come back. I really wish they'd fix the phasing that happens in the high quality audio. So, explain to the folks out there, CS, and you're welcome to come up here if you want, what you mean by phasing and, or maybe, Lindsay can, 'cause I'm not 100%
I think what I
understanding what you're meaning by phasing.
I think what I just explained was what he was talking about, but please tell me if that wasn't what you were talking about at all, because I may be thinking of something else. Where it starts out really loud, like it starts out like normal volume. Like for example, when he has his guitar going and he
Mhm.
has his mic going and he has it all good and balanced and he's like, "Okay, here we go. I'm going to start playing." And then you can count like to 5 of him playing and then automatically the platform drops his volume. Not him,
Ah.
the platform
Okay,
drops
good.
his
Uh-huh.
volume. So I'm thinking that's what he's referring to, but if it's something different than that, please correct me.
People always come into the green room first on mine. Yeah, it happens once in a while, and now that I'm gonna have to pay attention to it, but it may be because they're on mobile.
I think it may be like a
Young
mobile
man,
glitch sort of thing.
you have about 8 minutes before class, and that's math class, and I don't know if you have a test, so you better be ready. It sounds really good at
Um,
first, but then it sounds like it's going through a 56K
yeah.
connection.
Okay.
Exactly that, Lindsay. And
Yeah.
it's pulling down the volume, overall volume is what you're saying?
Yeah, it sounds like they're taking he has everything balanced out and really good, sounding great. But then it sounds like Happs has taken control of the main mix and turned that volume knob down about half.
So CS, when where there's an instant that that happened, download that video and see if it happens on the downloaded video, because
Oh,
I've
that's
noticed that when I download a show, the quality is amazing. The little pops and snaps and stuff I hear, that are coming across the internet noise, it's in the it won't be on, or at least it's greatly reduced on the downloaded version. I'm assuming that there is a
yeah,
degraded feed that we get to see live, because it's it takes up so much bandwidth.
that's true.
It's got to cost them a lot of money to do this.
Let's see. When you switch to high quality audio, your video drops out until the process completes. Yeah, that happens not just on high quality audio, it happens in standard audio too. Yeah, I've noticed that on yours, Helen, whenever you share music, that it does a similar thing with the volume up and down sort of deal.
There are 27 red balls. There are 8 yellow balls. How many balls are there in all?
I hear it all over the replay. Yeah, I assume that was probably how it worked. I play music in the background through the desk, and it goes all over but I have never tried high quality audio. I mean, you can give it a shot, Helen, but I think it's really just the platform is battling itself
Write that down.
with trying to balance out a conversation because it's of the noise dampening features that are built in, just kind of probably automatically. Because it's not just a common, it's a common problem in broadcasting across the board. It's not just Happs that struggles with this. We had this problem way back when Blab was around too.
Yes. Not the replay that you're doing online, but the actual download the copy that they give you. The file is really clean. You can use it for editing stuff. It's really high quality. So again, my assumption, not knowing much about the technical sides of this, is that what we're seeing live is a low a low bandwidth version of the high bandwidth copy that they are creating. And I'm assuming they're doing that because of cost.
Oh, so you think the high quality is only on mobile devices? I would think the opposite. But if it wasn't across the board, I would think that they would implement it on desktop first.
Well, hold on. Let's do you can go into your mic cam down there at the bottom, and I'm going to pop mine over.
Whoa. What's going on? Don't mind Groot over here. My phone is going off every time somebody goes live.
27 plus 8.
Don't mind my mobile.
It's 27 plus 10.
It is sassy.
37 and minus 2.
Oh, CS, while you're in here, I wanted to share a thought with you. Kind of referring back to the conversations we were having yesterday about sponsorships and tipping and whatnot. I noticed on a lot of your graphics, you say subscribe, but maybe you should also include a tip motion in your graphics, and maybe suggesting that might jar some people to encourage to, toss a coin to the Witcher while you're doing your thing.
Are you talking to CS?
Yeah, I was. Because I love his graphics and I love his work, and I feel like he's highly overlooked monetarily.
Okay, well, that's exactly what we were doing last night, CS, as well, and that's awesome advice, Lindsay.
Because he probably gets followers all the time as they come through, right, because he has his socials, branded down at the bottom. Right. And anytime he takes a break, he has this wonderful graphic he puts up that says subscribe here, blah, blah, blah. Maybe toss a line in there that says, if you like what you see, drop some money here, or however you want to word it to where it's appropriate for you.
Subscribe, tip, or sponsor. But here's the thing that you're going to have to perpetually do. here's the thing you're going to need to perpetually do if you're on this platform. It will never change. You're going to have to train the new viewers into the system. You know, a new viewer could be watching for 3 months and they didn't ever go to your profile and they don't know if you don't tell them that they
This is true.
can be a sponsor. They
That's
may
true.
not know what the awards are. They may have never used their coins. You
Yeah.
know, I mean, people don't just intuitively, once people can intuitively, if they can get people to intuitively pick it up, then fine. But, Helen and I, we had this great discussion last night about how it can be different in different cultures. I know it's
Mhm.
different in African
That's
culture
true.
as well. They're very much afraid to. Well, Africa's not a monolith. In some African cultures, the tipping system is a little different. But so we have to teach everybody as they come in. You know, when you do your room and you say, hey, last
Yeah,
thing I want to let you know, last thing I want to let you know is, you know, um, you can tip people right in the room. And the
right.
reason that you want to tip them is you like what they just said, you like what they're talking about, or you like overall what they're doing, and you want to give them a award. The money thing doesn't really matter. I mean, if you want to drop me a
It's just
hamster, you're intentionally giving
it's
me
a
40 bucks. But if
it's a
you're
symbol
doing
of
a 15
appreciation.
cent Exactly. If you're doing a 15-cent high five, that is just you're saying I like what you're doing. And
Yeah.
then what you're doing with that 15 cents is you're keeping there's an economic stream in here. You're
Mhm.
helping. You got to remember that
Yeah.
they feed coins into the system too, right? So
Right.
they control the currency. It's its own currency and it has value, and that value could start to ebb and
Yeah.
flow. So if everybody's buying coins, and I've, like I said last night, out of the couple $100 I earned last month, I put 100 back into the system in coins
Mhm.
because I'm trying to keep the system going,
Well,
and you as creators we literally need to go when we can afford it sponsor some of our fellow creators because
definitely.
the viewers don't know about it and they don't know how it works. So I'm just not going to have a problem, at different points in my broadcast to be saying, hey, especially if you're new here, did you know you could tip me? Do you know
Yeah.
what that's for? Those
Well,
awards over
and keep
there?
in mind
Did,
too,
you know,
I would assume that especially the creators that are doing a creative program are
Time to log
taking
in.
advantage of the free multicasting tools, and so their feed is being viewed on
Yes.
other platforms, and that's going to be like, "Hey, if you like
Do
what
you
you're seeing, come over here and support me and do the thing,"
right? Do you know what
so
that
that
would
I can keep
cost on
going.
Restream? I'm
Oh
streaming
my
to
gosh.
5 platforms
Isn't
on
Restream like
Restream IO.
isn't like 50
One
bucks a month or
platform would
something?
One platform would cost me 19 with very limited features. If I want
Uh-huh.
to do any more than that, it's probably 50, $70 a month. They are
StreamYard is the
literally
same way. StreamYard is a
right.
subscription service that provides basically the same thing without a community at all. It's just a
No, right.
tool.
No community, no coins. I mean, and I think these guys should be marketing this as a value add, that's better than StreamYard, that's better than Restream.io and all those other restreamers because I am getting great benefit. I'm streaming to Twitch. I don't have
I get
anybody that
that.
watches me on Twitch, but hopefully somebody might, I'm going to start doing some marketing, start making my
Yeah.
Twitch page look good.
Um,
And I'm going to start paying attention to my YouTube page now. So, because like I
I
said,
l I like what
um,
CS says down here. I need to up my marketing part for sure, but I don't wanna do it in a way that scares away people when I talk about it. And I think that's the case for most people, especially creators. They're very much like, "I don't wanna put myself out there," because 'cause I'm totally the same way. I feel like as a community, we can come together and talk about what works for some, maybe what
right.
stuff didn't work for others, what makes it sound too sales pitchy, and then kind of apply the bits and pieces to kind of make it your own thing. Yeah, so it
Most
doesn't
people
make you come
do.
across and sound like you're, "Please, sir, alms for the poor."
Right.
You don't wanna come across that way, but
Aiden,
also
log in.
be like, "Hey, if you dig what's happening and if you feel up to it."
Exactly. Drop me a hamster. So what I do, CS, what I've been doing is I'll probably do a stream tonight after my radio show. If you want to come in for a chat and talk about it, great, CS. So that's
Oh,
great. And
that'd
what
be
I'm going to so what
fantastic.
So and CS needs to be on my show too. We got to get you scheduled, buddy. So what needs to happen is, what I do is I'm like, all right, folks, go in, leave my show for a minute. I mean, that's a terrible thing to do. You just say if you're trying to get views, but leave my
Yeah.
show for a minute. I see that CS is on. If you like CS, pop into his room, give him a tip. You can pop
Yeah.
back out if you want. If you really like CS, I see his room's open. Go to his profile, give him
Yeah.
a sponsorship, because most people on here that you sponsor, they're going to be unbelievably grateful.
Mhm.
Everybody that you sponsor is going to be unbelievably. Will guarantee you some of the folks that you sponsor, and let's be real, they're people like they're people like Badges that well, you don't even. Are you a VIP? You haven't broadcast enough, right?
No, I have to
So
have hours clocked to be a VIP, but,
right, right,
yeah,
right.
I'm usually
But
in the co-host seat.
right, and VIP is not, it's not like it's not going to make you famous. But the thing
No.
is that there's two systems here. There's a thank you system, and there's a I want to support you system. But the
Mhm.
people that I have a Patreon, it pulls in like $50 a month. I don't have any intention of asking them to come over here, because to be honest, the Patreon terms are better. But I understand
Yeah.
why I support Happs in taking the amount out that they take. I'm fine with it.
Mhm.
That they're going to take 30% off of a subscription. That's fine. We got to make this thing work. We got to bring money and feed money into the system. But yeah, in conversation is fine too. But
Mhm.
what I'm going to do is I'm going to encourage people to tip other people, and then I'm going to say, and when you come back into my room, you want to sponsor me, you want to tip me. That's how the system works. You can make it conversational. Some people can be like, hey, give me 19.99 and I'll whatever. I want Patreon, like two things I want for the sponsorship. I want to be able to directly email the people that have sponsored me and thank them instead of hunting them down on Twitter like
Yes,
Patreon
that's
does.
so sweet.
And then I want to be able to give them a reward, whether it's, and this thing, ooh, I got to be careful. There are some things that are coming. There are some things that are coming that are going to make all of this easier. But I can't talk about those,
Oh,
because it's not my
he
place to be
signed
able
the
to talk about
NDAs. He's
actually, but yeah, right. I could burn the whole
he
system
signed the
down, but yeah.
NDAs. Oh
But
my goodness.
but
But
there's a lot of good stuff coming, and I think Helen is so valid with her points about realistic expectations about what this is or isn't
definitely.
for people. And thank you, Harry, for the high award. And like I said last night, if you want to be the next, I don't know, Jen from the block, or tell me some other influencer who's a big influencer right now. Logan Paul, that guy's messed up, isn't he? If you want to be the next Logan Paul, or whoever. I need a woman, a big influencer woman. But if you want to be this big influencer, I'm going to support you 100%. I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you
Yeah.
learn this system, and I'm going to cheerlead you on. But I just don't want anybody to think that they're going to solve their economic problems by coming on here. But if you've got talent,
No.
oh hell yeah, you can
I
make a
mean,
living
it
on
could
here. Somebody like
in
Serena could easily have $5,000 worth of sponsors every month.
oh,
Let
she
me shut up,
certainly
Lindsay. You want to
could.
talk?
Well, and I
Yeah.
have said this before about the coin system is, I've always viewed it as a tip jar, not a paycheck concept. But if you start getting those sponsorships and you start having a frequent flow of rewards, then yeah, I guess you could at some point get to a level where it could become a supplement of your income of sorts. I don't think that it would be
There's a
consistent.
couple people on this platform that they make enough money for their income.
I believe it. I believe that
I
because
don't know
there
what
is a
they make.
huge
I don't know
amount.
what the numbers are, but there are an awesome, more power to them. I support them.
Oh
It's
yeah, I think it's
fantastic. I tip
amazing.
them. I do too. I mean, like, you know what? Honestly, if the only reason I was supporting them was to tell people that it can be done, and I don't, because I genuinely like what they're doing, and I'm not going to come into your room and say you're doing a good job and bullshit you.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I will, because I'm a little bit of a bullshitter, but because I want to perk you up. But I'm not
Yeah,
gonna.
you're
I'm
an
not gonna.
uplifter.
I'm not gonna go into CS's. Right. I'm gonna go into CS's room and be like, dude, this is really groovy. But if CS is doing something I don't like, and he asks me, I'm like, dude, ooh, I
It's
didn't
like,
like that. It's never happened, But I want everybody to be honest with me too. Yeah, but the egos are unbearable.
yeah,
LOL. Yeah, but you know what I mean. Like the fact of the matter is, Helen, that anybody like me that gets on here multiple times a day, which I swore I wasn't going to do. I was only going to be on at night. Um, Anybody that gets on like me, I got a fucking ego. I got narcissism in me. And I like listening to myself talk clearly.
well, it's a
But
nice sound. It's a nice sound. I will say that
well,
I
thank you.
I actually mentioned to Helen last night. I was like, Rev's voice, I could just turn it on and let him just lull me to sleep because you have such a
Oh,
great resonating bass that flows out of that beautiful throat of yours that it could just like
oh,
rock somebody to sleep
ooh,
while you're talking about whatever it is that you're talking about. It doesn't even
right.
matter. You could be reading
Well,
Dr. Seuss.
right. Isn't that what like AMSR is? Right. I should
It
I
kind
should
of
join
is.
that.
You have
I should
that
join that app where I
you have like
read
that
stories to
perfect
people.
the perfect frequency that you could probably read everybody on the internet a bedtime story and you would solve
Yeah,
insomnia.
let's see how we do. Hold on a second. This is fun.
Rev and
And
Col
what we could do
Oh,
what we could do later at night, we could do like we could read from like what are those pulp those like everything is about sex for me. Those pulp those romance stories, right?
can you just read us 50 Shades of Grey? And then we'll have really good dreams.
Oh,
Um,
yeah. Oh, I got to do that. I guess you
Rev
couldn't do that for copyright,
yeah,
right?
Rev and
Um
Colin give me chilly bumps. You're not kidding.
I love Colin's voice.
Colin goes way back. He's a blabster as well. He comes from the Blab fam. He is my favorite knockoff version of James Bond.
Oh my God, Colin! I am in love with Colin's voice.
I
If
adore
I
him.
sounded like
You wanna know
Colin,
something really cool? He actually did a voiceover for one of our outros for our podcast years ago, and we still
nice.
use it every once in a while. We have it, like, in rotation, so it's I get to hear his voice every once in a while.
Well, I certainly hope that because like I'm only ranking people because I'm trying to point something out because everybody's a 10 in one way or another. But I mean, seriously, I say this all the time. Like, if you're English and you're a 5, your accent automatically knocks you up to a 7. You know what I mean? Like, it's just so
Yeah.
sexy. And I hope that all the lasses in the UK and around the world find my American accent sexy. But
I
it
mean,
can't be anything like the British accent is. It's
if you
just so
wanna talk
charming
about
and
female sexy voices, Helen's got
oh yeah,
an
Helen does it.
amazing bedroom voice that, you could just she could also talk you into a good bedtime story.
Right. Well, I
I'm
guess
telling
what
you.
people could do is they could feed me comments, on my AMSR things. So it'd be like, yeah, but I'm used to be around genuinely famous people with lifelong careers, and they have lesser egos than the non-entities I'm referring to. Yeah, whatever. Ooh, I got that little tingle in the back of my neck. Oh my goodness.
Wow,
Oh, let's calm
he's
down.
giving himself goosies over here. Goodness
I'm giving
gracious.
myself AMSR. Whoa. That's great. Oh, I don't even need you people anymore. Hello, Revolution. Well,
There
how
are
are
some
you? I'm
horrendous English
fine.
accents. I will tell you, not all English accents are the same. That is for sure. Dude, Helen makes my brain butter up. Ooh, yes.
Ooh, hello.
Brain
I think
butter.
Helen and I should do like sexy bedtime stories after 11.
Sign me up. Is that
Biff.
scheduled yet? Because I want to show up. I'll bring my blanket and my pillow.
Biff unleashed his hard tool to work on the kitchen sink.
Oh, kitchen sink. I was like, what are we working on?
Yeah.
Hold on. It's not lunchtime yet.
He's fixing her faucet.
Let the sun go down first. Goodness.
Right?
Oof. See,
oh, where
CS
do I
is
sign
on
up?
this too.
See? CS is good. Well, the only way Helen and I are doing sexy bedtime stories is You have to have a $5 sponsorship to come into the room. You have to. It
Hey,
has to
that's
say.
the
It has to
VIP of
say. Oh,
VIPs.
I like this. It has to say sponsor, or I bounce you. But
Oh, snaps.
there are some things coming. Wait, we're talking about wrenches, right?
Yes.
Well, that's for me to know and you to find out.
The
CS.
crescent wrenches.
He's fixing the plumbing. Oh yeah, he's laying pipe. Oof,
Oh,
oof,
my
oof,
goodness.
oof,
I hope
oof.
you're writing this down in the idea book so you don't forget.
Yeah. Oh, I ain't forgetting this. I'm feeling it everywhere.
Oh, dear.
If our spouses only knew what we were doing right now. But they're at work. That's another thing I think would be great. Sponsorship only broadcasts. Yes, Murphy. I
I
Yep.
bet you that's on
I'm
the
just
roadmap.
I don't know, but I would think it's probably happening.
I'm sure it's on the
But
roadmap.
I couldn't
Who
say
is
one way
sick?
or the other.
Raise your hand if your favorite word is roadmap.
Roadmap?
Yeah. It's a lovely
Inside
term
joke.
that I always hear from developing live streaming platforms when they are talking about
Oh,
features.
it's on our roadmap.
It's on our roadmap. I'm like, how long is this road trip? Because I want
You know
off.
what?
Can we please get
Right.
along?
You know what I've heard Mark say though, which I think great is Mark's like, Revolution, that is a really good idea. It's not on our radar right now, but
Yeah.
we've got that, we're writing that down.
It's
And I really
definitely
believe
overused.
him. But I mean, right now, the most important thing is to get this network stable.
Oh, yeah. I know
and
there's always going to be priorities, but it just cracks me up. It's like part of community management 101 is to learn how to say it's on our roadmap. It's like every
right.
platform slogan is it's on our roadmap.
But here's the thing too that I want to, like if anybody's watching this live besides, CS, Helen, and Badges here, where we're just trying to
Yes,
avoid
the secret lurkers in the back corners.
Yeah, right, exactly. Those that are in the background that I was turning you on a bit. Go to my profile page, $5 a month. What?
Yes, make sure you click through to the full profile so that you can access the link for sponsorship.
I will in a minute. But one of the things I did this morning, I got really lucky. I hopped onto Clubhouse and I got into a dialogue. I was able to. So you want to get pulled on stage because it's something you really want to talk about. Find the moderator and tweet at them your question. If they like your question, they'll pull you up. Which
That's
they
a good
did.
idea.
And which they did, and the conversation was about journalism, local journalism, hyperlocal journalism. It was about Australia passing a law that Google has to support local journalism. It was the perfect conversation to weave Happs into it. I didn't. My first two times I spoke, I mentioned nothing about what I do. I did everything in context of the conversation. For my third conversation, though, as I was able to bring in what I'm doing specifically, on the network. I didn't drop the name. I wasn't pitching. It wasn't a pitch room, but people have already followed me. I asked people directly. I'd like them to come on my program, and I've gotten some yeses. So my point is, always be closing, always be promoting.
My goodness, you have been on
Happs.
Clubhouse
Always
too long.
be right. Always be promoting Happs,
Always
though.
be closing. You sound like one of the assimilated market people.
I hate that. I hate all the marketing on there. It drives
makes me
crazy.
cringy.
Yeah, it does.
Yes. Comment delays drive me bonkers, and I feel like it should be one of the top priorities on that.
Well, I will tell you this. The capabilities of virtual non-latency in these systems, it exists. You can have zero latency. You see it on CNN and those things all the time. It's milliseconds. It's expensive. I'm sure, to have that level of infrastructure in there. But there will be at some point, if this platform is going to survive, we will be at a very low latency, a
I mean, I can
zero.
handle a couple of seconds, but we're talking a
Yeah,
couple
we'll
of
get there.
minutes right now
Right, right. And that is
or
directly
longer.
because all of us came over from Periscope. That is directly because they did not have they weren't expecting this influx of people. I gotta believe that the people that were on this platform before Periscope probably weren't suffering from the 2-minute lag. That that's directly because they've got
There was
it
one night that
influenced.
I had clocked probably between 6 and 8 minutes between them seeing my comments.
Good Lord.
There was no point in me typing in the chat box with that much
Okay, so
delay.
So here's the thing: the way that my brain works, brown chicken, brown cow. Oh, Helen Wallace, it's a triple eggplant, or whatever you call it, a kerfuffle, or whatever you call it. The uh,
It's like
so,
a
so
fabric
here's the thing with the latency. So,
or something. Something French
like, I
sounding.
tend to read the comments not in real time.
Mhm.
So, does that make it worse or better for them out there?
Um, I feel like if you are engaging in your audience,
Right. Oh, I'm sorry. Say it again, Badges.
I feel like if you're engaging in your audience and if you're doing an interview, I feel like that's fair to go back
Right.
and just kind of retrospectively catch up on the chat. But if it's like a format like we're doing right now, we're including the people in the chat into the
Agreed.
conversation as part of a
Oh,
roundtable sort of thing. I feel like it's
right.
really important to make sure that latency is as low as possible. Otherwise, the relevance of the topic, they're constantly going to be behind. Or
Oh no, what I meant.
we are going to constantly be behind, I mean.
Right. What I meant was not like the psychological aspects of engagement, which is super important. But what I meant was it's hard for me to conceptualize the latency because I generally am watching other programs in the replay. Like, I don't have a lot of time to jump into other people's streams. So it
Uh-huh.
definitely drives me wacko
Yeah.
in there. It's hard for me to kind of conceptualize, like, okay, so Helen just said, aubergine, Jesus,
Aubergine, good
that the
lord.
aubergine, yes, topic could have changed 3 times, right?
Yeah,
The topic will
yeah.
change. And then I have no idea. Helen just said, Helen will make a comment that, is like, die, you bloody bastard, or something. And I'll be like, what is she talking
Yeah.
about? I don't, because it
You
was
just
three
said
thoughts ago.
yeah, exactly. That's
Yeah,
why it's so
you know,
important to kind of keep that as low as possible. 39 days in a
right.
row. Da,
So,
da, da.
so I try to keep it up. But yes, this topic could have changed 3 times. Helen, quickly,
So,
did you claim your coins and it told you how many days you've been
yes.
on, or is there another place to find out how many days you've been on?
It's just been claiming coins daily.
Okay.
I haven't missed a day. But I wish they would include a day counter on your profile. That would be super cool. Or at least a
Yeah,
date that
sure.
you started so you can calculate it yourself if they don't want to provide that.
I'd certainly like the start date on people's
I
profiles,
would love that.
because if I see somebody's profile that they've
How are you
only
gonna
got
how are you gonna know if they're an OG or not, right? You've got to have
exactly,
OGs at some point. A year from this point today, pray to God it's still alive and kicking.
it
Um,
will be.
I want to be pessimistic for just a
It's
moment just
okay.
because of
It's okay. But yeah,
the
I know.
platform industry track records may Happs live forever. But yeah, the
Well, I'm not
coins
going to
are
be
how I keep up.
unrealistic. Yeah, I'm not
But
going to be unrealistic and say that these guys wouldn't take $1 billion or a $500 million and sell it, because they're business people. But I really
mhm.
believe that the founders of this network intention is to change journalism on a local and hyper local level,
Oh yeah.
and that's their intent. So, getting rich, or I mean, I can't imagine that those guys don't have a lot of money already. So,
Mhm.
you know, the I just don't believe it. I mean, look, I don't want it to sound like boastful, because I know it does, but like, I don't know, like, I don't know how I do this without sounding like some stuck up prick, but um, I had a, I, I've had engagements with certain people here that, like it shocks me that they'll even talk to me, right? And
Yeah,
you know what I'm
like
talking about. And
I'm right
and
here with
long
you right now. I'm shocked.
right, exactly. It's shocking. But anyway, because they really want to know what you think. You
Yeah,
bring the founders and Peter and Pablo. You bring these guys real good ideas. They're going to want to they're going to want to talk to you,
they
and,
will
and
implement.
it's legit. And
I
yes, they will
love that
implement
part.
things that you've thought of. And all you got to do is obviously go to the Golden Squirrel Award and the Hamster Award. Both suggested. Jim suggested Golden Squirrel, which came from directly from Periscope and all of his stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that guy's name. He hangs out with
Are you talking about Bannerman?
Bannerman. Yeah, Bannerman came up
He
with the
does the
hamster, I
hamster
think.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, he dropped me a hamster. I was like, whoa,
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 Nelly.
drop me a hamster, baby.
But do you ever circling back around to the comments thing, do you ever
You're really good at
open
this, by the way.
I am? Well, thank
Yeah,
you.
you're a really good co-host.
Well, I appreciate that. Um do you ever have like the show that you're producing open on another tab or on a device to see how the latency is on your
Oh
comments?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I do. I do. For me, it's more making sure that the audio quality is flowing well, if I'm
Yeah.
seeing it drop out or anything like that. And I will tell you, like, I was shocked when I came on here and was the hamster hurt when Bannerman dropped it? Well, the hamster, if you ask Richard Gere, was placed somewhere else.
Oh, dear.
Anyway, if you're not old enough to know
I
what that
know where we're
reference
going
is,
with that one.
don't Google it. So
No,
anyway, the
just say no.
but
Yes.
but no,
Oh, please stand by while Rev's internet catches up.
fuck, excuse me. Yeah,
5
I
or
got to
6
figure
second
that out.
delay is not bad at all.
No, that would be acceptable. And
That is beautiful.
I promise you, Harry, that they'll have to do better than that if they want to keep real journalists on here.
You know what?
So
I'm
if
acceptable of that right now.
so am I.
It was dropped from 50 story. Oh Lord. Mark, the CEO, jumps into broadcast and it is such a warm being, opposite of ego. I've heard that. I have not had a conversation with him, but I have seen him in chat and I have seen him on other streams, and he really is a sweetheart. He cares about the
Yeah,
community.
and that was
He's very
exactly.
passionate about what he's doing, which you would expect. But yeah, he's a really down to earth guy, open to all
No, and
topics
that's
of
exactly what I
conversation.
was talking about. Like he will come into the room and say hi, support people. I've never seen that in anything, any corporate setting where
Mhm.
the CEO comes in and talks to us
Takes the
plebes.
time.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, that guy loves this. I will tell you that from that broadcast that I did with David Newman and Mark Goldman, that watch it. If you want to show somebody what Happs is
I think I
about,
caught that.
yeah,
That was a
share that.
fantastic show.
Yeah, share that episode with people, especially people that so again, this is just me talking. I'm not representing anybody other than I'm representing myself, who loves this thing. But if you want to bring quality people to the platform, show them that video, because we don't need the
Aw.
twerkers and all that stuff. He came into my very first broadcast. I had no idea who he was at the time. I later found out mine was the first live he had ever been in. Wow, that's cool.
That's really sweet.
That's
I
very
love that.
cool.
That's a good story. That's a wonderful story.
But I want to say that this is a for-profit, obviously, thing. And Aiden, please don't touch the table there. This is a
Don't
for-profit
touch it.
thing, and all, but um, the community here, this is, so it's theirs, right? But this is ours together platform. And this kind of dialogue and conversation we're having about the platform, This is the stuff that needs to happen. I had cracked a joke about someone taking a 2-ton shit, and he still wanted to come in and talk to me. So, hey, that's good enough for me. Yeah.
The Happs people are amazeballs. I can't believe the amount of nurturing these guys and gals do. You're not kidding. They are fantastic. I haven't even had any personal conversations with them other than in the chat box.
And I hope they can keep that dynamic going once they scale this thing out. It's going to be hard.
Will.
But if they have lots of community managers, then you'll maybe you won't get to see Peter very much, but you'll get to see, one of the community managers probably that they'll
speaking of
having,
community managers, I swore the other day, because I remembered the day I had mentioned something about you had the Happs team logo next to your name. I was like, what?
Oh yeah, that was hilarious.
Going on? That was wild. I had never even seen that.
Yeah.
And I was like,
so here's what happened.
Maybe they had nominated you as like a volunteer community manager of sorts, because you would perfectly fit the bill for such a role.
Right. Well, that's what I thought, because we'd actually talked about a little bit about that. But what I was hoping was that they had just made me, COO, and there was a paycheck I didn't know that was coming. But so what happened was, best I can figure out, I sent an email to Peter. But so I'll tell you how I know. I think I know what happened was. So I emailed Peter and I said, "Hey Peter, I'm not getting any of my referrals. Aren't showing up in my settings, for the contest." And and he's like, "Oh, okay, it'll take them a day. They're getting everybody's tags in and everything. It'll come up." And I'm like, "Cool, no problem." And then all of a sudden later, I'm on the Happs team. But that wasn't the only thing that happened. I also was. Wait a minute. Let's see if that's still happening, because I asked them to stop. Were you
like in God mode? Did they accidentally turn God mode on to your account?
Yeah, they put me in God mode. Yeah, they put me in God mode. So at one point, where your coins are? At one point, I jumped over there onto my profile, and it flashed magenta, which obviously that was their coin giving power, but it went away. But I'm like, so that was cool. So they gave me God power accidentally, and I will tell you that I hold on, let's look at my profile here.
Yeah, I was like flipping out for a second. I was like, he would have totally had it, and he would have gone live. He would have like talked about this.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Well,
why
Bobby
would he
Bicker
not have said anything if he didn't know. And so I was like,
Bobby Bicker asked me. Bobby Bicker asked me in her room. She's like, wait, I didn't know they hired you. Tell us what's going on. And I literally. This is not my personality, but I literally didn't say shit because I didn't know what was going on.
Like,
you know what I mean? I was like,
nobody talked to me.
Yeah, I've just made Lord High Commander of the realm.
I've just signed the NDA.
I got to be honest with you. I liked it because I felt like, wow, I do represent. Like I believe in Happs, and I would love to be like. I'd love if it said. You had God power and you didn't drop a few hamsters around.
I know,
it didn't let me. It didn't let. Oh, I would have dropped everybody a hamster. I didn't drop a double hamster. Did you also have
infinite ammo and health? Absolutely. You know that was true.
Oh yeah, I was. So here's the other thing that I asked Peter to fix. This is on mobile. Look at what I can do on mobile. Can you see that?
What? No. What is it that I'm looking at?
Buy me a coffee.
Oh, I thought that was already there.
According to Pablo, it's not. It's only on desktop.
Is that right? So now it's on mobile.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, it's not supposed to be on mobile. They've just set me into the God mode.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's not on mine.
But does it work? Click on it. Does it? Could you actually subscribe to me?
I don't know.
Try it. Look at my profile and see, because it may not work because you can't subscribe to yourself. So I don't know that it works.
Just a minute. Hold on.
No, it's not
to click the button.
They've just set.
Shh, calm down. Yeah, it says.
You're listening to. Yeah, see if you can buy me one. Wow, look at that.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's going to go away sometime today because it's not fair. Right, it's going to go away sometime today. So it's not fair to everybody else, but I need to call on my friends. Get your ass on mobile and give me some money.
They should turn that on for everybody. That's like a super cool thing to include on a profile, mobile or otherwise.
I'm sure there's just Right. I'm sure there's just, they haven't rolled it out yet. There's probably some technical stuff or whatever. But yeah, they gave away a secret right there,
Yep.
you know.
Crunk,
So
pull the lever.
you
Yes,
had
that's
God power and you did, what are you saying? Oh, hey, say hello to Nico, the Piss and Moan Club member there.
hello, Nico.
Nico, that's such a welcoming name you got there, brother. I love you, Nico. You know that. It's about time for what, buddy?
It's about
Laugh
time for
ass my
Nico.
off.
It's about time for Nico to walk over to the browser and type in happs.tv and sign up and then come join us over here in this chat room. That's what it's time for.
Yes. I think Nico does have an account. Nico has some issues with his setup. I think it working, but yeah,
Sort
I know
of.
she. But Helen, as far as I know, it's only on mine. And let's be real, I deserve it.
If they were going to give anyone God mode on the platform, I think that you were the best accident if they had to choose one.
Well, that's lovely. But I'm excited for everybody because it's coming, and I got to help somebody with math. Lindsay,
Yes.
if you need to go somewhere, don't feel like you need to host while I leave, but I want you to stay. I've been on here for 2 hours. It's Friday, so I've
Well, we can
determined
shut the stream
I have.
down
I have.
if you'd like. I
No, I don't
honestly
want to shut the
have
stream
to
down.
go anywhere.
I'm going. I'm going to break. I'm going to break Helen's record. No, I'm just kidding. But 24 hours on this.
Oh, snap.
Oh man,
gosh.
if I didn't have my show, if I didn't have my show where I have to, where it's specific and I want people to know I'm on, I'll do it. That'd be fun. We should all do a 12-hour broadcast.
I think 8 hours is the record that I've personally witnessed for a stream.
Right. I'll be right back.
Okay. Math. Not a fan. It is Thursday. Welcome. Anybody have any exciting Thursday plans? Or what is everyone going to have for lunch today? It is lunchtime here. I know some people, it is other parts of the day. I don't know what I'm going to make for lunch. Maybe I'll just make it simple and have like a can of SpaghettiOs or something. Maybe I'll just skip it. Just skip lunch. Probably
if I do a 12-hour broadcast, I'm going to wear my biking pants so my ass is padded,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And if you do a $15 a month subscription, I'll send you a picture of me in my biking pants. You'll you'll cancel immediately your sponsorship. But at least I'll get the $15. But
you know what? If it has to be a signed photo of bike pants.
Ooh, yes.
So we can frame it and put it up on the wall.
But here's another thing that I want to do, and I think there was a bad experience. There was a bad experience on the platform with a contest. Obviously, some of us have heard about this. But what I want to do is I want to do a contest, but we're going to do it through a third party so that the third party actually hosts the contest, so that there's no question about whether people's get their prize, and it's randomized and everything. So I'm looking into that, and if I can find a system that I like, then I will share it with everybody so people could start doing contests if they want, but feel like they're not going to get a bad rep or something.
Yes.
So I'm definitely looking into that. The check is in the mail. Very good. See, I have a fat ass, already enough padding. Yeah, I do too. It's a radio day, so I focus on
It is radio day. Helen's show goes live on Thursdays.
What time?
Her actual radio show. I don't remember what time it is.
What is in our world?
I think it's 2 our time. 2 to 4, I believe.
If you're awesome, if you're watching this, 2 to 4 our time. Oh, awesome! If you're watching this live, if you're watching this on the replay, and you are not on, if you're watching this on the replay on Periscope or YouTube or Twitch, come over to Happs.tv. and be a broadcaster yourself if you want to be. If you need help with this, follow me on Twitter at RevMacLive, DM me, and if I can't help you, I'll find somebody else. 9 p.m. GMT does not do a damn thing for me, Helen.
Ask Google what it is.
Subtract 6 from that.
Yep.
That'd be 3 p.m.
So 3 to 5.
Yeah. So good leverage. Yeah. Talk to you later too, Nico. Love you, dude. Thanks for dropping by. But if you need any help, we're here to help. That's the whole point of today's broadcast this morning.
Sure.
I'll definitely stop at some point today because I have to do a couple of things for work, but then I'll be back again because right now we've basically covered my morning and my afternoon broadcast. So hopefully anybody at work isn't watching this.
Sorry.
But yeah, but no, I want to encourage everybody to I would like to see a consistent maybe like a consistent title for, welcome room to Happs or something that we all use and share.
That would be amazing.
So anybody could do one of those welcome rooms. I'd recommend that you team up with a couple of people because that way you'll know all the questions probably that you can answer. And then we should do I'm definitely going to do different Q&As and stuff in different time zones as I can because there are people, from other time zones that could do it. Did you know that there are have you heard have you heard that what do they call them? I think they call them teams. Did you know there are teams on here?
Teams on Happs?
Yeah, hold on a second.
No.
Yeah. So I think this is like the journalism track. So just hit the letter, go into search.
I have seen that because the guy that does a lot of the reporting in the New York City area, he's on a team.
Right. There's Light Thief Productions, Quick Hits, New Bloom, Palabra, Sports Radio America. Most of them aren't super active. But my question is
in the search bar and it pulls up all the
just type the letter A and scroll down on your mobile device, and they're there.
I see.
And then the other thing is I want to know if we could have like an ambassador team that would people like us that are really into onboarding people could put a little network together. I think that would be really cool. But I don't know how those teams work. So
who is he saying is cute? Who is the she that's cute? Is that me? Or is that somebody else?
I would assume so.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm not used to being cute, so.
Nico, drop in on your. He's probably gone, but
that's okay.
Drop in on your Happs thing, and drop some coins, and I'll send them over to her. So there's a couple other things that I'm kind of. So, for example, I would like a system where. So I don't want anybody to come into my room and be able to drop coins on a guest and not me. But what I'd like to be able to do is have somebody come in and drop coins. And when I have a guest on here, like maybe we enable it or something, but I have a guest on here, it automatically splits it.
That would be fair.
I think that would be nice. I think you should have the option to turn it on or off. I think the host should have that option.
Sure.
But I'd like to be able to see a split thing because if somebody comes in and drops a hamster, right now you deserve the half of that hamster, you know what I mean? Just because I originated the show to me. And honestly, if you drop a hamster right now, I'll give it to her, I'll give her half. But the point is that I would love to have that option.
Yeah. I think that would
where
fit
we can
for
share
multiple streams. I mean, like even like Jim's show you were talking about, he has a variety show where he has multiple guests with tons of talent come on and it's on his account. But I feel
Right.
like a lot of the people are dropping these awards, the Got Talent Award and all the other
I
awards
think
that they, super hard or whatever. I feel like, you can put all that money in a little pot and then split it up to, kind of thank your guests for putting on
Yeah, I think like if you're
excellent
an official
quality
guest, you know
content.
what I mean? Like what would maybe the thing would be like, you know how you can list a guest in a scheduled program? Maybe
Yeah.
if they're actually listed as a guest, or you could add them in as a guest as
Yeah,
opposed to just popping on, add them in as
exactly.
an official guest, then official
Then they
guests,
split the
if there are
pot with
3
you.
official guests,
That
it
makes
gets
sense.
split 3 ways. Yeah, it gets
That
split
makes
3
sense.
ways. So,
There's
but
gotta be a that is definitely a roadmap item, I think, that should be explored.
and I wouldn't be surprised if they don't, if they don't already haven't already thought about that. But I don't want to put that out to Peter and all those guys right now. They got so much on their mind. We'll
Like,
remember it later. We're
"Guys,
not
we
going to
have
forget
another
it.
great idea," and he's like, "Ugh,
Exactly.
the
I
board
know.
is
I have to
full."
apologize. I have to apologize to all those guys. I'm sorry that it took me 15 emails to say
That's
all
why I
this.
was telling you, I was
I'll,
like, "Just write that in your journal as an idea, and then whenever they start asking for ideas again, you can throw out and you can be like, 'All right, look,' and you open the phone book up because it's gonna be as thick as an encyclopedia, and you just start listing off all the great ideas that you've had over the last month." It's so great. Oh,
so I'm being, so the other thing, that I love about Clubhouse is the back channel. So if you're moderating something with, it doesn't even matter if you're moderating with two moderators, you should always have a back channel where you can talk to each other, like on WhatsApp or on
oh, yeah.
Twitter
Or,
DMs or
like,
whatever.
Discord or whatever. Yeah.
Right, right, right. So you can say, hey, um, Badges, could you go down into the audience and look for some people to pull
Hi,
up? You know
Donald.
what I mean? And you can communicate because it really works. Now we have a back channel here. It's right down there. It's highlighted in magenta,
Mhm.
and we can talk
I
to each
love
other.
that
So
feature in the studio.
right,
I
so you
think
don't
that's
even have
brilliant.
to. This is a superior system that I don't think people necessarily think of it as a back
And
channel. And in fact, you can talk to your moderators.
it's something that all professional broadcasters have implemented in one way or another, and they've actually just implemented it, and it's beautiful. I when we're doing a podcast, we always have a Google Doc that goes off of the format of the show. It's just a show run through quick little split spreadsheet thing. And then we always have a Facebook Messenger group chat open so that if there's a connection issue or if there's a troll in the chat, we can be like, "Hey, let's take care of this," or whatever. Or maybe there was an audio glitch that went awry on YouTube. There's all sorts of live programming issues that you need to have that back channel open for. So I think it's incredibly amazing that they actually thought of that out the gate
Yeah,
for
right.
a broadcast.
And I don't think people are necessarily using it that way, but I like this. I like this structure
Well,
of helping each other out, and
I
maybe they
feel
are. But
like I feel like a lot of those formatted, more professionally laid out broadcasts aren't
true,
aren't here yet, and they will,
right,
because the community is so Periscope is not was not originally intended for those types of broadcast shows. And there was
right.
some there that people figured out how to do that and make it kind of work for them, but that was just not the overall style of broadcasting. Now that this tool has so many already built in features that can create that style, people that are knowledgeable enough or willing enough to learn a third party software similar to OBS, like CS uses and some others, you are going to start seeing people take on a higher quality of broadcast where you're implementing intro videos and music and that sort of thing, and it'll be a little bit different, but it's just kind of organically mutates as people get more interested in the industry of broadcast.
Agreed.
You'll start seeing people upgrade their cameras and their mics over time, their lighting. then people will start to get interested in the green screening and learning how to key out their backgrounds so that you don't
Now
see
wait,
piles of craft crap behind you, and
right?
that sort of
Can
thing.
we not green screen right now? Is there an issue with that? Could
You
you
no,
use OBS or
you would have to use a third-party system in order to do a green screen like OBS, yes. They don't
okay?
have the green screen feature built into the platform itself. The studio
I'm
here
sure
is
that's
so much
coming
easier
too,
to
but
use than OBS. Correct. OBS does have a learning curve. There are like a gajillion tutorial videos out on YouTube if you're wanting to learn that.
yeah, and that's
Um,
what I did. That's what I did.
yeah. But once you figure it out, it's really not that scary. And I
And it's
mean, if
got a
that's
whole ton of capabilities.
oh my
The
gosh,
problem with it, that would be nice is if I could integrate it into the broadcast studio
aw,
because um
Chris, you're so sweet. He dropped Helen a coffee.
oh, nice. Right? I know. Although I'll be honest with you, Helen, yeah, there's some people that might pay money to make you cry. Just saying.
Hey, baby.
Um yeah. God, I'm really a bad person. Let's see. I use XSplit
XSplit and
5
VCam, yeah,
for
for
my
chroma key.
chroma key.
XSplit's been around for a minute. Also, what was the other one? Cam Twist was another one that was popular for Mac platforms.
Well,
That's been around for a while too.
is XSplit and VCam, are those standalone programs that are only for chroma key?
They're
What do
not.
those run? What do those run on?
I believe they both run on Windows.
Oh, okay.
They're just third-party softwares that you could do. I mean, they may have a little bit more limitation, but they do essentially what OBS does. OBS is just a more robust.
Well, you know what? So, do you know DavChat from Periscope?
No, I do not.
So she's probably and I'm not kidding here, like professional or amateur. She's literally has the best political mind, bar
Mhm.
none, of anybody I've ever seen. And we're going to start doing a program on Thursday nights together.
Okay.
And DavCat needs she uses the green screen because her family can then walk behind it, and
Mhm.
not be on the show. And I know nothing about green screens, and she has a green
Oh,
screen. But if there's anybody out there, you included or
I'm
whoever,
familiar with
that
it,
could
the
that
concept
could
of it, and
walk her through how to use one of those other programs, because I don't want her to try to use OBS.
it's
That would
really
probably be
just
too much.
if it's really just, a filter that you're laying over the top of your camera before it goes out of your computer
So,
that
gotcha.
is telling the computer to replace a color, a specific color, and kick that out and replace it with an image. It's so that's why they use green, because green is like the most common color that is the easiest to key, but honestly, you can key out any color of the rainbow.
Well, right.
It's
I
just
wouldn't.
that
I could key out my background right
sure you
now,
could.
right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it
It
would
just might
also
not be as good. It might not be
here
as good as the
here's
green
why
screen.
we don't do that, because the shine on the top of your forehead and your
Would
beard
be,
would
yeah.
also get cut out with that background, and so you would have this weird, funky
Right.
thing going on with your face that would be kinda trippy. So,
Right.
yeah, that's why they typically use green or a blue screen. Now, if I used a blue screen, my shirt would be gone and I
Right.
would just be a floating head.
So
So,
one of the
yeah.
reasons. Oh, you know what? And I want to crowdsource this. I want to crowdsource a couple of things this morning. So hang on a second, because, well, I'll remember the other one. So one of the reasons that I haven't started using a green screen is I'm a little concerned about this
Oh,
area in
no.
the headphone.
I don't
No, it
think
would be
that
okay.
would be too bad. It just
Cool.
honestly, the most important thing about keying out, and Harry has a point too, multicolors in the background and keying is good. It depends on the lighting.
Right, you
Lighting
have to have good
is
lighting.
the
Yeah.
best
Yeah.
tool that makes the
Right.
keying work for
No, I
your
definitely want to. I want to get at least a key light. I want to get at least 2 lights, and it drives me crazy the rise of the ring light. I do not want to see the ring light in your glasses. I do not want to see
No.
the ring light in your eyeballs. That is so disturbing. Get yourself a regular a regular light for lighting. Get
Mhm,
yourself a side light for
mhm.
lighting. If you want to do it right, get yourself 3 lights set
Um,
up. They're no more
Pablo
expensive than the ring
yeah,
lights,
I think it was
and you know,
last week's tutorial, I think it was. It may have been the
uh-huh,
week before, but at this point, Pablo did an amazing, just very short, very simple explanation of how basic lighting during a broadcast can make such a big difference. And there's a million other tutorials out there too if you want to dive deep down that rabbit hole. But instead of having one light come beaming in at you, to have two side lights so that you
right,
have two different angles of lighting coming in. And during the daytime, it looks completely different in here than it does at night because I have a big
sure,
window that has all of this natural light, and then I have two lamps right here. But the most important thing that most people forget is a backlight of some sort, whether it's the lighting in your room, or if you actually have some sort of setup back behind you to kind of balance the white balance, because your camera gets all funky if you don't, and then
right.
it gets a
Oh,
little
yeah,
weird. So it's really, yeah, Google 3-point lighting. It's really basic, and it's not a super difficult concept to understand. And the thing is that you don't have to go out and buy super fancy LED lighting or box lights or whatever. You can use just standard, like go to Walmart or the dollar store and buy some cheap lamps, or those little clamp lights that they use at
flip
construction sites.
lamps,
You
yeah,
can go
right,
buy them at
right,
Home Depot, get you one of those, and then get like a filter of some kind, whether it's a piece of paper or some fabric or whatever, and lay it over it so it kind of softens that down. So, because you don't want a super harsh light. I actually have a piece of paper, it's printer paper, that I've stapled around the end of this lamp. And I actually have the lamp pointing away from me, and it bounces off of my wall and then comes back down so that it has a softer light instead of being more harsh. Now, here, I'm going to turn this around. This still has the filter on it. See how harsh that is? That looks horrible. And then I took the filter off. It's even more harsh. It's horrible. So, I mean, you just kind of have to learn those little tricks to make it work for your space. And that's one thing, you have to just play around with it until you get the good look or the lighting that looks best for your environment. Because
yeah, and
the color that's painted on your walls is going to affect how the light bounces off of it. Also, the
agreed,
space
that's
that you
great.
have. You have to be creative. Sometimes people don't have a lot of space to work with. Also, if you have a light in your background, it sometimes takes it literally takes the spotlight away from your face because it kind of whitewashes you out. You know, if there's like a light bulb right here and it's like glowing, it kind of takes away from your
All right,
focus. You got to be conscious of the framing, I guess would be the professional way of saying that. Yeah, bounce light off the See, Harry knows what's going on. He's down with the sickness of the lighting. Yes. Helen knows all about this lighting business too. She's a photographer. Lighting is your friend. Lighting is your friend.
oh, I'm sorry, like, I can't remember your name again. He's got the coolest name. His name, the
Who
band
tossed
there,
out?
the yeah. What's his name? He'll type it for me, hopefully. But anyway, I want to, yeah, so colors are not real. They're only perceptions of electrical waves. Listen, my
Yes.
friend, we're not real.
No, this
We're
room
not
isn't
even
real.
we're not even conscious.
We are literally living in
Consciousness
pixels.
consciousness is just a construct that was developed through
Yeah,
evolutionary
man.
forces to make us think we exist so we procreate. We're not even conscious. That's why they are having trouble understanding consciousness because it's not real. So there we go. That's my take.
Wow, that was far out.
Totally. We'll be talking about that this weekend with um,
We are in the
Manjeet,
matrix.
Manjeet K. Gill, who we're going to be talking about her nonprofit, but I think we're also going to talk about consciousness and the nature of reality, which I did with Kaylee two nights ago. All right, I got to pay a couple of bills. I got to pay attention to my
Yes,
stuff
sir.
here, so not trying to be rude.
I feel the rudeness. I feel the rudeness. Are tossed out still people not used to? Are they still telling people not to use Happs until they pay us as beta testers? Oh, I'm not sure about that.
What?
Helen was asking if Tossed Out was telling people or still telling people not to use Happs until they pay us as beta testers.
Well, if you're multi-streaming, we could for this many ability to do this many multi-streams, you can certainly I could start charging you $70 a month. You guys can pay me to multi-stream because that's the value they're giving you. So I certainly don't think they need to give us any money as beta
No,
testers.
I feel like the tools are definitely worth my time. Hello, Dottie. Well, Rev, I need to go to the little girl's room anyways. So either you and I are going to leave the screen at the same time and shortly
I'm not going
return,
anywhere.
or we can kill the stream. Either way, it's your ship.
No,
We're
I want to
just
keep
along for the ride.
I want to keep the stream going because I can do the work that I need to do as long as
I
I have,
gotcha.
somebody else in here. That's fine.
Cool. Well, I will return shortly then.
Awesome. They did a hello from Grants Pass. Oh, is that in Oregon? I am looking for, sorry guys, hang on a second. Look for something specific. Oh, you know what? I'll do a musical interlude for you. Before you accuse me, take a look at yourself. Before you accuse me, take a look at yourself. Let's see. What am I looking for? One is the loneliest number that you'll ever knew. Sometimes I mess up the lyrics. The loneliest number is the number one. 'Cause one is the loneliest number that you'll ever know. Yeah, it's for profit. It's for profit, but they also have a mission to, transform journalism, and they also have a revenue stream for you. They have two revenue streams. So, if you want to make $15,000 a year on here or $150,000 a year, create a quality product that people will support you on, and all you need to do is multiply five, divide five by 5,000 a month, and that'll tell you how many $5 subscriptions you need, and you're well on your way to making money. I've got 10 subscribers. I'm only now starting to ask people to subscribe, but I'd like to have 100 subscribers at $5 a month. Um, and you know, I'll be cooking with gas. I'd like 1,000 subscribers at $5 a month. I'd like 10,000 to be honest with you. But I got to give a quality product that people are willing to do that, and it takes time. Well, like, dude, if that's what you think, like, you don't have to be on the network, right? Super Hard Award. But just the multi-streaming, the free multi-streaming right there. Like I said, that the capabilities of multi-streaming here for free are worth probably up to $100 a month, at least $50 a month. Ellie, will you come up and talk to me? You're my, let's see, not my work wife or work girlfriend. Oh, you're my streaming lover. Was that inappropriate? What I love about Ellie is how smart she is, and she's got a really lovely voice. Are you talking to me, Dottie? I guess, or Dodie? Dottie? Dodie? I'm the only one talking, so you must be talking to me. Thank you. That's cool, man. That's cool. We can have a conversation. Helen's pretty direct. Dude, I love a dissenting voice. I'm just giving you back the you know, this network has great value to me. 8 weeks ago, I was on this platform, and I was doing this for fun. I'm still doing this for fun. Last night, I interviewed one of my heroes in skepticism, somebody that I've been listening to his podcast for 10 years, somebody that pioneered the micropayment system, someone that develops feature films to teach kids, the value and the importance of critical thinking, all because of Happs, 100% because of Happs. Brian Dunning I'm working with Brian Dunning. I'm not getting paid, but I'm working with Brian Dunning. I'm co-hosting with Brian Dunning a skeptical skeptical clubhouse regularly scheduled event weekly. 3 weeks ago, Brian Dunning didn't know me from Adam. I'd like to think that Brian and I are becoming friends, and all because of this platform. That's worth 40K to me right there. So, LOL, you said if I don't like it, don't come on. No, right. Exactly. If you don't like the fact that they're not paying you 40K a year to be on here, then don't be on here or be on here. I don't care. I want you to be on here if you're producing good quality stuff, or if your stuff isn't good, but your people are watching it, then amen. You know what I mean? Then amen. I got, dude, I want you on here. I liked you. I enjoyed when we talked, the other day. But I'm going to give you my opinion. You're going to give me mine, and your opinion is welcome here. I'm not kicking you off the platform. I'm just telling you, if you don't like the rules of the platform, then you don't have to be on the platform. That's all. I mean, dude, I'm so far to the left, I make Marx look like a right winger. So, I have been speaking up and speaking out since I was 8 years old. I'm a professional activist. It's what I do. I don't like the facts that more don't try to be different. Tell me how they need to be different.
Well, clearly I missed some fun while I was gone.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Good day.
Well, this is, I mean, this is good. I'm glad we're having this engagement with, is it Tossed Out? Because Tossed Out has an opinion.
I tossed
Tossed
up
Out
my
has an
hair.
opinion.
So
Oh, there you go. So did I a long time ago. And
I don't know. It may be going up into a bun if it keeps driving me crazy, but nonetheless, it's good. I got me some H2O.
Ooh, nice. I got some of that too.
Good
if
for
you
the
want
body.
it, here it is. Come and get it.
You miss nothing.
But you better hurry because it's going
Well,
fast. I was just saying that.
yes.
Anyway, oh, never mind. I forget it's not the nighttime show.
Yes, yes.
Good pee.
Indeed.
Oh, damn, it's not the nighttime show. I got to write this stuff down because I want to talk about some of these things. Well, doing boring scopes, showing nothing, but rich white folks begging just don't work well for me. Well, what channel is that on? Because do you want to see my bank account? Hang on, you can see my bank account. Hang on a second.
Am I rich? Nobody told me. I didn't get my membership card.
If you want it, here it is. Come and get it. Whoa. Where did that money come from?
Whoa,
Nelly.
Nelly.
Damn, that's for they call my checking Fifth Third momentum checking. Wow. Oh, I know what that money's for. Okay.
That sounds powerful.
Yeah, they had to cancel that check. I thought that was money I could actually spend. I thought that was actually money I can spend. So what I was going to show you is there's 94 cents in my Express banking. There's 9 cents in my Access 360 card. And prior to a few minutes ago, when we had to reverse a money order because they misspelled something and I have to pay that money order out, I had $18.42 in my bank account. I'm not a rich white guy. I'm not a rich white guy by any means.
He's
I'm
not
in
even a
debt.
McD's dollar menu guy.
Yeah, I'm in debt up to my arsehole, as Helen would say, and higher. So like, yeah. Anyway, nice to chat with you too. I 100%. I 100%.
Stopped you, Googles.
Ellie is here. Google, stop.
Oh, hello, Ellie.
Hey, Google, stop. Do you know Ellie?
Maybe in the chat boxes.
Ooh,
I don't
yeah,
think I've had a conversation.
You look familiar, but I'm not sure I've been properly introduced. Hello.
Well, introduce yourselves. I'll be right back.
I am Lindsay Badger, aka Badges. Either one is fine.
Hey, Lindsay. Nice to meet you. I'm Ellie.
Nice to meet you, dear. Nice to meet you.
What's been going on? What are you guys talking about?
Oh, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. It's been kind of a ebb and flow of topics, pretty much whatevs.
Nice.
As Helen would say. Do what?
I like those types of flows.
Those are the best type of conversations, right? You just kind of do what you want to do.
Never know what's going to come out of it. Yep.
That's right. So what's new for you today on this fine Thursday in the Februarys?
Getting a little late start. Had some crazy dreams last night. Just did not sleep well. So I'm on my second cup of coffee. Taking my morning booster vitamins.
Today was also a 2-cup coffee kind of day for me as well. I had a little bit of a struggle getting up and around this morning.
Yeah, it's that low energy coming up towards the weekend,
It is.
Day,
it is
pre-Friday.
Well, and my body is trying to readjust to my absurd habit of live streaming that I haven't done in years. I haven't done this.
What made you stop live streaming?
Well, the platform I use died, so it kind of was the rug was ripped out from underneath me, and I just never really followed through. It just kind of took a break. A sabbatical, if you will, from the world of live streaming. Kind of kept up with my podcast buddies still, but other than just hanging out and being part of a community, I just kind of was like, we just need to take a moment and reset.
Yeah. So how long was your break for?
Let's see. How long has Blab been gone now? Almost
Blab.
5.
Oh, I remember Blab.
5.
That is a long time ago.
That was gone about 5 years ago. That was like.
No wonder I recognize you.
Oh, are you from Blab too? Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
so
I was on Blab for a little bit.
that was my big addiction for the longest time. I like lived on that place. And then a few years later, there was this platform called Get Vocal that came out. It still exists. If you go to Get Vocal, it's still there. But it's not a super active place. It's really not. So that was kind of a letdown. And there was a couple of other platforms in between that I had tried out, and it just wasn't the same.
Yeah.
It didn't have the same.
Periscope?
As a viewer, yes, but I never did any periscoping.
Yeah.
Because I just didn't. I felt like I was talking out into a void. You know what I mean? I was like, I didn't feel the same connection that you do with like a setup like this, where you have two people on cam and you're actually getting to know the person.
Right.
You know,
as opposed to
really
those comments or the
exactly. I kind of missed that connecting with people that way.
Sure.
And because there was nothing there to hide behind. Everything was very raw and real. Right. And if you were to meet that same person in person the next day, it would be like picking up the conversation and carrying it on like you would on computer. Right. So I really loved that aspect of live streaming, and I fell in love with it. And so stumbling upon Happs, I happened upon this platform.
Yeah, it's a nice
and riddled with trolls.
Yeah, that's true.
That's no fun. But this has really kind of given me a nuance of sorts, a reminiscence of the days of old.
Yeah,
and
kind of going back but going forward.
It's really sparked a level of hopefulness in me. But I feel like it's almost a childish wish to make it go back the way it was. So I'm like very cautiously in love with this platform. I guess would be the best way to say this.
Cautious optimism, right?
Yes, I'm cautiously falling in love with Happs. And I've been here for a little over a month now. 40 days is tomorrow. Nice. In a row. So
wow, in a row.
In a row. I know it's bad. It's a bad love-hate relationship where I have no life anymore.
No, come on. It's hard times these days.
It is. Well, you know, I'm a stay-at-home mom, and I'm here in the house most of the time by myself and with nobody else to talk to except for my husband when he comes home from work. So this is my social circle. This is my human interaction, with the exception of my kickboxing classes twice a week. But usually I'm like cussing out my instructor because I'm in pain. That's not really a social event for me, but there is a camaraderie there nonetheless.
Hey, Steven.
I miss the days of Yahoo video chat. Hey, God, I remember that. I got a story about that. Go ahead. I wasn't quite old enough. I'm gonna make everybody feel old in here now. I was not quite old enough to partake in the community, but my father enjoyed the Yahoo video chats.
The British Secret Service MI6.
Yes, I understand.
5 years recorded every Yahoo video chat that was ever transpired.
Really?
They probably have the largest collection of men masturbating on video in the history of history.
You know what's really sad is that video cameras back in that day were not that great.
Thank goodness.
That's like the worst collection of porn you could possibly have.
Oh man. You know, speaking of porn,
I agree
just
with
kidding.
Helen.
I remember MSN chat, ASL. Gosh, yeah,
ASL. Fun
Have I told you that? Go ahead.
About the MSN chat. I was 15. My dad let me start chatting in the MSN
like 5 years ago?
Yes, like 5 years ago. I actually became a chat room monitor and had to go through an interview process, and I got my parents' internet for free. because at that time, MSN provided an internet service through the dial-up.
Wow, that's really cool.
56K for free.
I was a nerd back when I was 15 years old, sitting on a computer, just watching people talk to each other. And if there was an asshole, I kicked him out. I mean, it was like the best thing in the world to be a teenager with that much power.
Oh, Real Player. I can remember buying the Real Player upgrade. Damn, Steven, that's a serious old memory too. That's great. Free internet.
Yeah, I got my parents their whole $19.99 a month was my paycheck for free, just to sit there and check out chat rooms and make sure people weren't being stupid. And I had God mode.
We had God mode. We had so in between a T1 line. I don't know what you guys call it in Scotland, but T1 line was 1.5 megabits per second. It was about $800 a month for 1.5 megabits per second, pulled from the phone company. But at a lower level, they had something called an ISDN line. And ISDN must have been like double the 56, maybe triple. I can't remember. But it was actually a very clean line. Actually, some radio broadcast places probably still use the ISDN line. It was a great line for voice and everything, but it was a couple of $100 a month that I was paying for it in the 90s, which would have been $300 or $400 today, and I wasn't making any money off of it. I just wanted to be able to download things faster. So
music chat room during a power cut. Ooh, Pablo just scheduled a Happs broadcasting marathon starting this the evening of the 26th tomorrow evening.
Wow, we were just talking about it. Our ears were burning.
I wonder what those two are up to.
Our ears were burning.
Pablo and Peter, Happs broadcasting marathon. Come join. Tune in on 2/26 at 9 p.m. CST. Which obviously, the time would change for wherever you guys live, but that's interesting. I feel like
where'd you see that at in the alerts?
He just scheduled it. So it's probably on his profile, I would assume.
Oh, I got to go to Pablo.
Yes, Pablo.
I love how these people just jump into your room. And the other day, when I was having technical issues,
he's one of the lurkers.
A couple of days in a row, actually, and I just was like, that's the thing. If you're a new broadcaster on here, and you're having issues, you're a broadcaster that's been here a while and you're having issues and you don't know it, just at Pablo in the comments and see the folks at Happs, shocker, they can get comments even if they're not in the room. Can we do that?
Yes, you can. It's the old school
where would
people
I see
called it pinging. Well, it would show up in your notifications. It would be if you just use the user's name and then type whatever message it is, and it should show up in your notifications as so-and-so tagged you, whatever.
Oh, cool.
That would be I haven't personally done it.
And we should try that. Can somebody jump out for a second and let me ping him? Hold on a second. Pablo, join live with Pablo and Peter Bittner. Topic: Happs broadcasting marathon. When is the 26th? I don't even know what the date is today. That's tomorrow at 9 p.m. Central Time. Ooh.
I know.
Happs After Dark.
It's after dark, so we can go in and play, right? Facebook poking.
Yeah,
gosh. Poking is still a thing. I don't know why. I guess it's just for.
Oh my God! I was like I was always afraid I'd accidentally poke somebody that I wasn't supposed to poke because I didn't know I thought a poke meant something different. You know what? We're gonna do Shibari rope tying on the marathon. I think I'll bring that in. We're gonna do BDSM for beginners. And we'll talk about FetLife, all these things on coming up on Happs Broadcasting Marathon After Dark. No, this is going to be fun. Like, I want to know what this is about. There's not enough details in there.
I know.
I'm going to make a comment. What is this about? Yeah. I'm going to make a. Did you know, folks? You can comment after the show is over.
You can also drop awards too if you missed the live.
Yeah.
You can also drop awards in there. I've done that a couple of times. It was very.
So
I didn't even know I could do it. It kind of was
you know
like,
what I love?
This works.
You know what I love doing? You know what I love doing, Lindsay, is just going in and being the award fairy. Like just pop into a random room and like drop like 3 15 centers in a row and then just leave. You know, like, wait, where'd he go? Huh? What? You know, just hit and run. It just because you do a little wall of that and other people will do it. You know, you can seed their room.
Do sparkles and rainbows follow you around as you are a fairy flying through the night?
Indeed they do. Ladies and gentlemen, for just $19.95 for 30 minutes, I will read anything you want me to read to you. Literally anything. The phone book, whatever you want. $19.95. Go to my website. Let's talk.
I'm a sucker for being read too.
Ooh, Ellie, I forgot you were there. Hi.
Hi.
Hello there.
Oh my
See,
goodness.
I don't have like a robust enough vocal range to get all bedroom voicey and it actually affect people. It just sounds like I'm trying too hard whenever I do that. So I'll just have to leave that to the naturally gifted and the professionals.
Oh, this is funny. If you want to know in depth about, well, I'm ethically non-monogamous. So the reason I say this is because my other half and I quite typically, bitch about our girlfriends and stuff like that, or whatever, boyfriends and stuff. But I was on the phone with a friend, and we were talking, and she and I were talking, and my executive producer, she walked in the room and she's like, she kind of held her finger up, just, I need to talk to you for a second, and she's like, would you stop using your bedroom voice, to talk to Sally? I'm like, oh my God, I have been. Oh my God. You know what I mean? I was like, oh my God. Like, oh, do I apologize? What do I do? Because I was clearly in my bedroom voice and it was hilarious.
Oh,
hilarious.
I don't, at that point, I think you just stop using the voice and move on.
That's what I did.
Act like it never happened.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Like, let's just let that one continue and pretend like it never happened.
Yep. Hey, DavCat, Paul is talking to DavCat. DavCat should be asleep.
Paul is wanting to know what time DavCat's interview is.
Well, DavCat will be on at 9 p.m. Central Time on the 3rd. But Paul, did you know that DavCat and I will be doing a show every Thursday at 9 p.m. Central Time, 10 p.m. Eastern? I don't know if we're going to start tonight or if we're going to start next week. But DavCat's coming to Happs full-time soon. Woo. And we're going to be promoting that out. I'm telling you.
I don't even know who DavCat is, but I'm excited that there's a new broadcast.
There is no. All right, so go to Dav. I think it's DavCat43 on Twitter at some point today, Badges, and just listen to her pinned video.
Okay.
It is, like I said, she is the most knowledgeable political voice, political commentator that I've ever heard of my life,
gotcha.
Professional or not. My voice is just my voice. There's a bedroom voice.
This is just my
voice. It might be hard to do because my bedroom voice isn't my MSR voice. My bedroom voice is very specific, and I don't know that I can do my bedroom voice unless I want to get in your shorts. Right. Hey, Rev, Mr. Rev, weird question, off topic. Were you a C-section baby? I got a round head like you. My mom attributes to the C-section method. Maybe you can add that to that ridiculous theory of my mom's. Well, let me. Nope. This is vaginal birth. Hold on. Wow. That was pure vaginal right there.
That cone rounded right out.
My head didn't get squished. Try not to get too horny over there, Rev, especially for a program that's supposed to be teaching people how to broadcast stuff.
We're going to have to hose them down before the broadcast ends.
Right. Ooh-wee. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I could replicate my my bedroom voice unless I was really trying to seduce you, because it's just, it is what it is, you know. She's well researched, well thought out, great broadcaster is Davcat, one of the best. Should I feel offended that I've never heard the bedroom voice? Nobody on here has heard the bedroom voice because it's obvious. I knew it. She was wrong. Darn mom. Yes, that's the way they are. Now,
Darn you, Mom.
Ellie on the other hand, she's just got it. I love her voice.
Thanks. That's not an intentional. Sometimes I think it's the massage, right? I think I know Steven. I've talked to Steven before. I think it's just the long hours of trying to keep people calm that just makes it naturally soft. But I get told a lot, especially like when I come on broadcasts and things like that. I see them all the time having to turn up the sound, turn up the volume because I have a soft voice.
Lovely voice. Super Clap Award from Rob A. North of Boston. Rob. Wow. Thank you. Super Clap. Thank you.
That's amazing.
I love that.
Mm-hmm.
North of Boston, Rob.
Speaking of the Super Clap Award, if you are new, if you have been watching this for 2 hours, 59 minutes and 56 minutes and 4 seconds, first thing I want to say is why. And then then I want to tell you that you can give awards even when a show is ended. Pop into some other rooms and stretch. If you've been in here for almost 3 hours,
go get a drink.
Stretch.
Go to the bathroom,
go get a drink.
Get a snack. Come back because we're producing high quality content.
Drop somebody a sponsorship. Make their day if you can afford it. If you are a hedge fund guy and you short sell and you make a crap ton of money, go drop $1,000 in 10 people's accounts and make their day.
You go, Quake Girl.
Do something crazy like that. I mean, it's not making me horny or anything. I'm straight, but it's a great voice. LOL. Oh, Bob.
His little head bobbles.
Oh my gosh,
he talks too, but it's kind of a bad sound.
And that may be the true joy of painting is when you share it with other people. I really believe that's the true joy.
He says like 10 different things. He cracks me up. I love him to death. And he came with this cute little easel. I'm sorry, it's show and tell time, everyone. This cute little booklet easel thing that has like 30 different art pieces that he did. It's like front and back. Anyways, that's my show and tell of Bob Ross. We had to have a tangent there. Sorry. Show Bobs. Open Bobs. Yeah, if we have open Bobs, there you go. Open the Bobs. Okay. Carry on. I have all sorts of randomness around here. Who knows what I'll pull into the screen.
Nobody ever wants to see my moobs. I'm offended.
I do have a Bob. I don't know. I could work my peach if anybody's getting.
Oh yeah. Work your peach.
Work that peach. Work that peach. You know. All right. I'm such a dork.
I mean, I ain't going to deny that.
Open peaches.
Sorry, just working for a minute. I was working.
Oh, yeah. I liked Bob's bushes. Yes, he had happy little trees, didn't he? Work the peach, work the peach. Helen's dying over there. Work it, work it.
Oh, I joined Substack today.
What is Substack? Tell us about that.
Substack. So do you know what medium.com is?
Yes.
So, it's self-publishing or whatever. I think that's what Substack is. It's just caught fire.
Okay.
It's just more, trendy. I heard them talk about it in Clubhouse today. Well, that was pretty good.
You must get up at like 5 o'clock in the morning just to get your Clubhouse on. Or do you just leave it on while you sleep, and then when you wake up in the morning, it's still going?
They have things on
people do
Clubhouse
that.
yeah, they have things on Clubhouse that like, music and stuff, but I can't do that. I usually listen to podcasts like because I always have things, my head never shuts down.
I get that.
But if I listen to a
Totally
podcast
get
and
that.
I constantly try to focus on the podcast, then I'll fall asleep because I'm paying attention to one thing. But music won't do it for me because I'm just going to get into the music and then think about other things and everything.
Yeah.
So,
you know what puts me straight to sleep?
Wake Girl.
Reading. Reading a book.
Oh, yeah.
I have attempted a
And I wish
million
it
times to be a good reader.
I wish it didn't because I want to read books.
And it doesn't matter whether it's an electronic book or a real legit paper book. I could probably read like 2 pages and I will be snoring. It does not matter how much sleep I have had through the night. See, I'm putting
by the way, folks,
to sleep just talking about reading.
Exactly. By the way, folks, I want to tell you right now, I have an ebook out. It's called "Have You Broadcast on Happs Yet?" Join me and do it. It's just $5.99 on Amazon, and I really appreciate you coming out here today. Please buy my ebook. Yeah, like
When
you
did
go
you
into
have time to
freaking
write
that's
an
like
ebook?
Clubhouse. I've written it since this started.
Oh snap! Are you gonna include a free idea journal with every purchase?
100%. You know it.
It's really just a PDF of blank pages.
Yeah.
Sign up for my newsletter and get a free journal.
They don't even have the courtesy to write a title on each page, right? It's just blank
There's no
paper.
lines, nothing. It's just it's just blank pages.
People keep telling me I put them to sleep. I must be really boring. No, you have a great voice.
You're just soothing and calming.
So I wonder if we can do, are there any AMSRs where it's like 3 people working together? I don't watch AMSR videos.
I thought it was like people taking like makeup brushes and rubbing them on microphones and stuff.
Well, it is, but that feeling that you get in the back of your neck where it makes your hair stand up and you get all tingly and all that. That some people just do it purely by voice and reading. The other thing is you can get overly stimulated from it and like it won't work. So if you like AMSR, you need to take a break once in a while or it's not going to work anymore. Oh gosh, our delivery service is a bit different here in New Zealand. I'm enjoying your broadcast, waiting for my weed. Oh, I love delivery service, right? I mean, I get my weed delivered too. It's legal weed, but I have somebody else pick it up for me because they have a car. So
that's not a delivery service. It's just a friend being nice.
It's a friend, right. But they should be. I don't know why Illinois doesn't have delivery. I mean, they could tax it and make more money. And why do I need to get off my fat ass to get my weed when somebody else can deliver it to me?
Feel fortunate enough to get through the conservative shenanigans just to get it for legalized. I don't think delivery services cross their minds.
Are you guys going to be legal?
We have legal medical.
Or medical, right? It's medical, but you're not going to be recreational, are you?
It's been a question multiple times.
Nice.
I would be shocked if that actually got passed.
In Oklahoma, so would I.
Did you hear about that guy in Oklahoma that just got out of prison and ended up like cutting his aunt's heart open and trying to cook it or something?
I think I missed that one.
It was in the news yesterday.
Wow. How can you mend a broken heart? I didn't even try to sing that in key, but I thought it was appropriate.
Apparently you eat it. That's how you mend it.
Right.
I'm in California and I live on a kiwi ranch. What? That's awesome.
He does. I've seen the kiwi vines.
That's really cool. I love kiwis.
I guess you would have that with a fine Chianti.
Yes.
Oh, they have a kiwi fruit emoji. I didn't know that. Or stolen native kiwis running about. Ooh, Quake Girl with the burn. These kiwis are in California. Quake Girl, are you saying they stole the kiwi out of New Zealand and are using it illegally? How can a loser ever win? And how can you stop? I can't sing this one very well. The sun from shining and let me live again.
Funny. Do you ever because on the homepage there's the my feed and then there's the trending and they only show a certain amount. I think it's like up to 8 live feeds. Do you ever get curious if there's what other lives we're missing out on because we can't see them?
Other live streams?
Other live streams on Happs.
Oh, yeah.
FOMO.
Because they don't show you all of them. They only they're like, oh, well, we've picked out 8 of them for you. Here you go.
Yeah, and I mean, we generally see the same people. It's almost like Barry Gibb is in the room, right? Those are any Gibb song is like 9 octaves out of my range. But give me some Barry White. And I can't actually sing well that low. I have to kind of sing a little higher.
FOMO for sure.
Yeah, LO FOMO. I was going to say,
it's not really FOMO for me, but I'm one of those people that likes to get to know the entire community, not just
that's what I was going to say. So
not just the ones that the Happs people push up to the top of, the cream of the crop according to the platform or whatever. Because I haven't been on the platform long enough and liked enough things to show them that I have a preference in a certain type of broadcast. Because quite honestly, I am a wide-ranged viewer. I will watch music. I will watch art. I will watch a person staring out the window. I will sit and watch talk shows and game shows and probably talk, science debates. There's a million different styles of broadcasters in the world. And I'm only seeing 8 of them. I know there's a bunch of other interesting people out there that I can't give my attention to or my support to because I can't see them. That's just me. I like to see all the things so that I have choices. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm alone in that, but I was just curious because nobody ever really talks about. I wonder what other live streams are out there that I can't see. I like to be a cheerleader for lots of people. That's kind of how you grow your circle and you don't stay like closed in.
Oh, thanks, Steven. I appreciate it. It's good.
This is what's really fun, person on the phone, when I do this, when I don't mute it. Or when I mute it, but I go like this. Hang on.
What could he be saying?
So you all know I'm talking to Helen on WhatsApp. Hold on.
Hello.
Lindsay looks confused.
I am confused. I'm always confused. I try.
Oh, thanks, Steven. That's so nice. Appreciate it.
That's so sweet.
I know.
What is going on here? My iPad's not refreshing. No more flattery for you.
Yeah, don't scare me off.
None for you. Oh, I wonder if the app is updated on my iPad. I have to go check. I did update the Android app did update yesterday for anyone that didn't know.
Yeah, I saw that in my emails.
Let's make sure all these are updated. That should be good. That is the wrong button. I didn't want to push that. Oh, there is an update. Let's get that going. That was from yesterday. Okay. Rev and Helen's having a side chat over here.
I don't know why, but for some reason I can't. When I click on the show live, it just gives me like a black screen. So for, I guess it's my punishment for not showing myself that I can't see other stuff.
I've heard that people have had that problem before too, so I don't think it's just you.
Sure, no, I'm sure it's just a glitch.
Oh yes. And they called it the glitch. A lot of updates I need to do on here. I don't use my iPad nearly as often as I probably should. It gets neglected. Poor thing. There we go. We call fava beans broad beans, but I never knew what Hannibal was referring to. We're having Hannibal chat over there still. I thought we were talking about something different. That's cool. That's all right. We are still on CS. We rock it. We rock it. We've been 3 hours and 10 minutes now, almost 11 minutes. I'm not sure how long Rev's wanting to make this thing go. We are still here.
I just got here. The party's just starting.
I know. That's what's so great about having long live streams is that the cycles of people coming through kind of keep the conversation going and keep the topics fresh.
Right. What is it, buddy? What is it? Do you need to go out? Talk to me.
Talk to me, buddy. Talk to me. Tell me what you need.
Okay. All right, I gotta be right back. I should take my dog out real quick.
Alrighty.
Come
on. Alrighty. I wonder when Instagram's going to open up their platform and let people multi-stream. Because they've had that closed down and locked up tight for a while now. Which is silly because you can multi-stream to Facebook and Facebook owns Instagram, so you would think that it'd be pretty simple. Well, that you can't multi-stream to it. You can go live on it, but you can't multi-stream to it. Like you cannot connect. You can't. Yeah, you can live stream. You just can't. From what I understand, you can't do the multi-stream thing.
What's the best streaming app? Instagram?
Instagram.
How many people can you let on that at one time?
I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, like Happs, for example, you can connect your IG, but you can't multi-stream to it. Like you can't push this show that we're on right now. You can't push that out to like Rev's Instagram. They don't have that feature available, if I'm understanding it correctly. But because a friend and I both broadcast jointly on Instagram. Yeah, well, that's just inviting a guest directly into the native tool on the actual app. I'm talking about like this stream right now. We're live on Happs, but then we're also pushing the stream out to other places like Twitch and Facebook and Twitter.
So
and all that.
Everybody, I'm going to wrap it up with Helen, and I'll talk to her the way I'm talking to all of you.
Go live on Instagram from your computer, Yellow Duck. Oh, okay. That's cool. Where did you want to send it? I don't know. I just like to have the options available. I don't think I would be sending my stream pretty much anywhere.
And I'm interrupting Lindsay. Sorry.
Rude. This is my
rude,
show
sorry.
now.
It is your show now. And the funny thing is, I love calling Helen on WhatsApp because it does the British ring, the boop, boop.
Oh, that is
boop.
funny.
I'm like calling Great Britain. Oh, my God. I don't know what that was again. A neutral accent. That was a neutral accent.
Don't know what accent that was.
Right, because it was a made-up accent. I never tried to do a Scottish accent with Helen. I would be so embarrassed I'd never be able to talk to her again. All right, Helen, I'm hanging up now.
I try to attempt to pronounce things Scottishly, and she yells at me, but I still do it. She doesn't yell at me. What she does is she's like, were you just trying to do a Scottish accent? I'm like, honestly, I don't know what the hell that was. But if you think it's Scottish, then I'm getting closer to something.
Right. Well, you can watch YouTube videos just all day long and perfect your Scottish accent. Ellie.
Yeah. What's up?
Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, good. I feel like I haven't engaged you enough, Ellie. I don't want you to lose interest.
She had to go let a doggy out.
Yeah.
She did.
Been doing my own thing. There's no need to. You don't got to dance or anything. I'm engaged.
Oh, I mean, okay, good.
No.
Because I don't like, having people come up here and then but you haven't paid attention to me. And I know you're not that way either of you. But
that's the thing. I forget you've mentioned you're the type that I wouldn't say needs reassurance, but that, there's what I forget how you described yourself on the first time I came in here. But yeah, you were kind of saying like, oh, there is that kind of need for, I'm fully engaged. Like I'm letting you know, I'm paying attention. I'm here. You were talking to Helen. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Here I am.
Good. I like having you. You have such insightful insights. You're so full, and your commentary is good. And I just want to say again, Badge is like, you need to invite me into your room because you need to do a room because you're really good at co-hosting. You've got all that blab experience that's come along well, and you should have no qualms about doing your own. It doesn't have to have any structure. It can be like Seinfeld.
I do need
just a bunch of people getting stoned.
I just need to fire up the room and just let it fly. I do have the podcast experience too because it's a different monster of formatting, anyways. So yeah, I've practiced. I have a little practice. I've got a little skill set established.
Look at Helen.
That was the weirdest, most random thing. Helen is sitting listening to the conversation in my live stream. I think I'll just call her. And I have no idea what happened in the stream. I had to mute the channel. Not much has happened. We were talking about multi-streaming for a second. There was a lull while people took a break to kind of reset their brains, let dogs out and whatnot. That's about it. There wasn't really much there.
It annoys me that I can't tell, but I think when it puts you in, it does. When it puts you into this configuration, as opposed to this one, it cuts in so tight on me. Like I have a giant head. I don't want my head filling the screen. That's horrible. Yeah, so this is much more comfortable. What?
I love Red's laugh. He does have a good laugh. Indeed.
You want to? All right, I got to go get somebody a snack. I'll be back.
Okay.
Like his legs are broken,
Well, Chris, thank you for the subscription to Rev's channel. I'm sure he will greatly appreciate that. You've made it just in time for snack time. He never tells us what is for snack time.
We'll have to ask when he gets back.
Maybe he should do a cooking stream and take us with him.
Maybe a Go-Gurt.
Here, have a Hot Pocket.
I'd love to hear him talk about Go-Gurts.
I haven't heard that conversation. Is that a good one?
No, I'm just saying in general. I haven't heard it either, but it'd be a funny thing to come out of his mouth.
Pablo is live. Happs community update
Ellie?
and Q&A.
Mm-hmm.
I now have wireless headphones.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. So what we can do is we can open up a broadcast, but not go live, and we can talk about Go-Gurt one-on-one. If you want to. So.
For anyone that is interested, Pablo and Peter are going live right now.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see. How can we simulcast it? I'll be right back with the snack. If anybody wants to go see them, feel free to jump.
And if nobody's here, I'll jump over there too. Why don't we actually do that? What is it about? What's this one about?
It's Q&A, updates and Q&A. I can bring in the audio, I think.
Oh, bring in the audio. That would be great. All right, I'll be right back.
Let me work through that. One moment, please. I have to push the buttons. Let me see. Oh, I have to unmute that.
Yeah, please.
Can everybody hear that?
Say hello. Let us know
Okay.
where and how you're watching us.
I will turn it down just a
Good to see everyone here. The professor, yeah, we always catch kind of a slightly different crowd. I think it's just the time zones and the time, but great.
I love technology.
Love doing this on Thursday mornings for a change.
Pretty wild.
Hey, Izzy, Aaron, Karen, Rick, Doe, good to see y'all. How do I know your broadcast is safe at the beginning of the broadcast? So we'll get into these questions. We have a few updates first. Pablo, do you want to kick us off here? That's a great question. We'll discuss what that safe or unsafe button is.
Sure, yeah. I don't know why that's still coming up. It should not be coming up anymore. I thought we had already seen that. Anyway, so Android has officially been updated. Hey, Helen, how's it going?
Whoop, for the updates.
So now Android has the new updated broadcaster view, and that will allow Android users really working on the viewer side now. So that'll help improve dramatically how you all are watching broadcasts here in the near future. So we're really excited about that.
Yeah, Android update is a big one for broadcasting in particular.
Huge.
Be sure to check it out, all you Android users. After much ado, this is an amazing update we've all been waiting for. So really, really excited about that. Yeah, great to see so many people here joining. This is awesome. Really appreciate you making some time today to tune in. So the biggest update is that Android for broadcasters. So looks really sleek, has that full screen view, pretty minimalist, definitely a huge step up. So help spread the word.
We're really excited, and we'd love to have you all try it out. Let us know what you think. Give it a spin, and let us know how it works for you all. And we greatly take feedback right now at this time, obviously. Yep, Mark saying the Android update looks great. Andrew saying we should have made them wait a little longer. Nope, cannot make people wait that long.
Oh my goodness, yeah, it took long enough.
All the really Android haters. Oh my goodness.
And we do think that it was worth the wait. Yeah, so Helen says, hang on, is Peter actually indoors? Yes, I am for once, trying this out on my mobile, actually, for a change, using a different number.
Ken, I'm not sure what you mean by a 25-second delay. If it's because you think we're reading comments delayed, it's because we're catching up. So we kind of get stuck sometimes, and then we get back down to the bottom. Hey, Carrie, how's it going?
Yeah, we don't necessarily do these in order. Yeah, to be fair as well. But we are working. Yeah, so one thing that's on our immediate roadmap here too, as far as things around
there's the
corner,
roadmap.
Is
can have a drinking game
comment lag or that latency. So we have our team pivoting most of their resources towards that. So we should have some big news about that early next month. Crazy that it's almost the end of February. Oh my gosh, yeah. What happened to the last couple months? What year is it even? I don't even know anymore.
2021. I'll set to stop and think about it for a second. Okay, so another update for iOS is iOS broadcasters now have dynamic text enabled. So this is the first half of making
it's almost
the
like
text
Clubhouse,
and comments
perhaps.
bigger. But this at least allows the person that's broadcasting to make the text size.
We used to call this
bigger.
double blabbing.
If in order to access
I love
this,
it.
you have to go to your
So if I added Pablo right now He would see it on his
go to
private
accessibility,
stream.
and then text
Oh, but I can
size,
go into
and
his
then
room.
you should be able to
Yeah, you
maneuver
could.
that up and down so that the
tab.
next time you go live,
Another tab.
the
Interesting.
text
I love the
size
fact that
of
we're
You'd probably have an
simulcasting the
echo
audio.
though
bigger.
if you pulled
So,
in your system sounds.
we're
your
really
main
excited
mix.
that that's
Yeah, we
been
just
released so that it, at least for now, allows the
You can do live
broadcast
commentary. Oh, that
size
sucks,
a little bit
Pablo.
bigger
Yeah.
and gives them the ability to
I
have
tend to get
that as
snarky
an
even
option.
whenever I watch it on
With
my
that being
own. It's
said,
like, oh, roadmap, take a shot. It's a drinking
Right.
game
Well,
now.
we should definitely do that. The
Obviously, we know
roadmap
that
drinking
for the
game.
viewer experience, that also has to be updated. So we're really looking forward to getting those updates as well. But
I heard that you were in the other room, Helen.
for a
She
broadcaster
is.
that is live, if you go to your iPhone settings,
What do
and
we call
turn
that
on
when they jump from
dynamic
room to
text,
room? Disloyalty?
it will at least make the live
Disloyalty.
comments bigger for you all.
Where'd Ellie go?
That's the FOMO. I'm not sure. She may
So,
have popped out
again,
to
first step in
go take care of a
improving
dog
the
or
viewer
something.
experience as
Okay.
well
Come
on
back here
mobile
as
too.
Happs.
So
Dodgy
having that
as
dynamic
fuck.
text ability
Ooh.
first is out for broadcasters, then for viewers
That's
here
not good.
shortly. So do keep an eye out.
Maybe it's
We'll let
because
you
there's
know
like 500
once that
people in one
happens.
room
Someone
over there.
says,
They're
"Still need a
sucking all the
magnifying glass to
power.
read my comments." Well, hopefully you can
Sucking
hear
the
on
life
broadcaster
out of the
changes,
system.
new update out that just came out, and we'll certainly be adding in more dynamic abilities to choose it yourself. Essentially, have some options. So
yeah, and we have a great question from Solange about removing this banner.
Solange is there?
So there
Oh
is an
my
update coming
God.
soon.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you all have noticed,
maybe
but titles of broadcasts have been
maybe
added
the queen
to
herself will come in.
So it's not just in here, and you don't have to.
The queen.
Yeah, you don't have to wait for it to appear.
Solange's
in
sister,
this.
Beyonce.
All of this to
Oh.
sneak in the fact that yes, the
I'm here. I'm
banners
munching
will
on
be
pistachios. Didn't want to be
optional
rude.
here in the near
Ellie,
future.
you can munch
some stuff
away
will stay,
yeah.
on your
and then
I
pistachios.
eat
some
on
stuff will
camera all the
be,
time. It's so
optional.
There's a
rude,
mute
but it's
button,
most part,
darling.
it'll be a much
You know, they
cleaner
call that a
interface up in the
mukbang
top
if
corner
you eat
here
on
in the near
camera.
future. So
What do they call it?
that's very
Mukbang.
exciting.
It's actually
A
a
mukbang.
Again, part of
it's
being
a
little bit
style of
sleeker, more
broadcasting that's
minimalist, and
popular
adding,
in like
the
Asian
ability to
cultures where
customize
they
that as
like
well.
lay
So it
out
won't
an
be just
entire
removing
thing of
those
food
from the
and
top,
people
but,
pay to
having the
watch them
ability as a
shove
broadcaster
food in
to
their
choose if
gullets.
you want,
And it's
the
like
title
this
there,
the world's
in terms of
tiniest little
other,
Asian girl
graphics.
eating
So,
enough
yes, we've
food
heard
to
your
fill the
feedback.
buffet at Golden
We're
Corral,
really excited
and they
about
get
these changes
tipped
here. Yeah, there's a ton of updates today.
while they're eating.
Those-
It's absurd, and I've
The
never seen
Japanese
anything
have some
like
interesting,
it. It's crazy.
interesting ideas around fun.
yes, you can keep it. Mhm.
Yeah, whenever you're bored one day,
When I use
search
landscape,
YouTube for
all the hello
mukbang. It's
from, appreciate your words, etc. is across the picture, plus all
MUKBANG.
the other stuff. It's impossible to see in landscape. Yeah, so when
Crazy.
you're watching landscape, we do realize that it's a little difficult. That's not news, but that's part of what will be updated with the viewing experience in the next couple weeks. So yeah.
I know.
Just dropped a
It's
clap
wild.
award by mistake while trying to scroll comments, and also my day
It
in
is wild.
a row counter reset without missing a day. Rob, can you send me an email about that? Your
Send me
day in a row
email.
counter should not
You know,
have
they
to
should have like a little
reset. I
email
haven't
link
seen that issue with
in
anyone
the
else.
team's profiles, so they don't have to keep giving out the email address.
Right. Although,
yeah. Will the text size become available for Android? Yes, 100%. It won't
That's
just be
not
an
weird.
iPhone.
Hold on, I'm going to go into I'm going to go into theirs too.
Andrew, first it will be the
For the
broadcaster
video for fun.
to choose.
Well,
and
and if you
customize
want me to
whether
turn
they
this
want,
off, please just say it.
No,
Yeah.
I like this is good. You know,
This is good.
Yeah.
Good.
it's actually it does. It feels very clubhousey.
This is the
Will there
audio.
eventually
The audio
be a
is
way to
coming in
block?
from my iPad.
There's a way to block on Happs. You cannot
Oh,
block
awesome.
I have a
external
USB-C
platforms.
cord
You'd have to go to
that's
those external
connected to
platforms
my
and then block them
mixer,
there. Because if
so I can bring in the
correct me if I'm wrong,
audio.
Peter and Brett and Adam, if you're in
from
the
my
room,
iPad.
but
What kind of
there's
mixer
no,
do you have?
API to block
It is a
users from an
one
external
channel.
site, so you'd essentially have to go to Twitch,
It's a
find that comment,
Zenith.
or go to Periscope.
But at
find that
least you
comment.
see. I don't have any
Zenith is
USB-C because my mixer's purely analog inputs. What is Can you drop the volume down just a little bit though? But keep it going. But
on adding in more kind of features for the muting of those comments coming in from external platforms. So
there we are.
There will be changes for that as well. Yeah,
a little louder, just slightly louder.
Okay.
The external ones.
Is that good?
Primarily, right? That's probably the
Perfect.
best idea.
Nice.
To make sure to fix that situation kind of permanently. Hey, Beth Hoover Fitness, good to see you. Hello from Dallas.
Hey, how's it going? We got a comment from CS saying it'd be great to have the option to save custom settings for our pre-live instead of turning on and off 6 of the same settings before going live, and please turn off the timer.
Yes, please, for the love of God, turn off the
What
studio timer. That's
is it like the
absurd.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1 live timer? And also, can you get a little bit more specific as to which settings
do you know what he's talking
want
about,
to
the
be
timer?
saved?
Yeah.
That'd be great.
I don't
This
understand
app
why
is amazing. It
that's
just keeps getting better.
a
Oh,
thing.
thanks, Susan.
I don't even know why people use it, but I think
like
it's somehow for the
people where
professional
they are and
broadcasters,
promote
but
the
why
audio
use it?
links and lives on YouTube. Yeah,
No,
that's exactly
like,
why we made it. Because
if you're not live,
multitasking, right? So the point of the banner
if your
is to
mouse
let
is
people
not
know that they
moving on
should
the
come to Happs
browser
to
screen,
subscribe to you here
you
and
have 5
to give you awards
minutes
here.
and then it automatically kicks your ass out.
Yeah. Beth says
Right.
she's frozen.
Well,
It's
that's to
dumb.
save bandwidth.
Verify anyone else having that issue. Hopefully, it's just a local connection. We can still.
No, I mean, I'm sure that's what it is because.
Yeah, Andrew's asking if it's the broadcaster. I don't know if you answered this question, Peter. The broadcaster or viewer who chooses about the banner, but that is the broadcaster.
Yes, correct. Yeah, I think I mentioned it, but yeah, good to know as well. So lots of exciting updates. If you're just joining us again, in a nutshell, the big one of the day is that there's a huge Android release here that is a major improvement for the broadcaster experience. So finally catching up to iOS, very seamless.
Poor Peter needs a nap.
Design and layout.
He looks so tired.
Really, the full screen visual instead of that kind
Pablo looks like he's doing all right.
hidden clunky patchwork.
Poor Peter over there. He looks like he needs a nap.
Massive change. We hope you all will help get the word out and try it out. Let us know what you think.
Mm-hmm. Yes, please. Mike, when you're in landscape on the computer, it pushes videos and pictures load up further to the right where I have to scroll to get them while doing my interview. Any fix for that? Yeah, so the ideal fix would be to kind of consolidate the screen a little bit better so that we can give you all the ability to see and use everything. But what you can do is hit Command minus to zoom out, and that'll give you a screen that is a little bit smaller and will actually have all of the other things in view for that, Mike. It's not difficult to just mute here and then go into your account elsewhere to block post stream. Correct. Yeah.
Hey, I'll just use it a few folks here. Hey, good to see you, Rev, Bobby, Michelle. Yes, I'm not outdoors for once. I am back indoors here, trying a different network using I have iOS device, so hopefully it's pretty.
Should we tell them we're what do you call it? Double blabbing them?
No glitching or fuzzy filter that.
I think we're good.
I didn't put it in the chat, but I could, I guess.
Yeah.
Great.
You don't have to. I just thought it was funny.
Good to see you, Ryan. Yeah. Amen. Awesome. Hey, Pablo, you had. Let's just acknowledge
simulcasting.
Amazing broadcast last night. You took us on
piggybacking. I don't know what the appropriate Happs term would be for that.
It was a drive-through.
I just would say we're simulcasting your audio on Revolution's broadcast.
Yeah, so
Pablo's profile and check out his most recent broadcast from last night. If you didn't catch it, it was nominated by other people actually, and you even got some emails, right, Pablo, wanting to have it recognized for a broadcast of the week. I loved it. I mean, it was fun to
Oh, is that electrical garden walkthrough thing that they're talking about?
People dancing, social distance,
cool.
in masks and outfits. It was wild.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It's called the Electric Mile here in Southern California. It's in Arcadia. I don't know how long it's going to be set up for, but it's set up now. You can get tickets. It's I think $60 per vehicle, and you're allowed to have up to 8 people in your car. So really cool experience. I mean, to kind of it's a good family experience, good date night experience for those of you in Southern California that has something like that planned. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was great. I was like trying to get really cool with the camera angles and moving my phone around, and I quickly ran out of battery because I didn't charge my phone before leaving here, and I was already at 20% before I even started broadcasting. So don't ask how I managed to broadcast for the whole Miracle Mile. It was really interesting.
Yeah, you'll need an external battery pack if you do that a few times. Yeah, is it actually a mile though? That's
I didn't calculate it. It felt longer. It felt longer than a mile.
Hey, Eleanor, how are
You
you?
gotta do it again.
No, I don't think that's sensory overload for me. The amount of lights that were going on. Yeah.
Where it says so.
Can you email me about that for that singer? That's gonna be
We're listening in on
maybe
the
we can set something up.
the
We have
Happs
to
room.
talk on the phone for that. That was an amazing broadcast. Thanks, Caroline.
The Q&A.
Thanks.
Hey, Bobby. Yeah.
Any plans on adding a director button to the mobile platform? Yeah, so Joy, that's a really good question. Yes, we are planning to add a lot more customizable features that.
Tell them we were simulcasting or not.
In our
Nope.
web-based, desktop broadcast studio. And
what is this? Is this a channel? What do we call our space here? A room, like Clubhouse?
Well, your channel would be where you log your lives on your profile, right?
Okay, so that's my channel, yeah.
So this would be a broadcast or a live?
The short-term.
Oh, on my broadcast, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's absolutely something that has been requested, and yeah, we're planning to do. What's happening tomorrow night? Is it a rave? That's a good question, Pablo. We should talk about that.
So tomorrow night we are going to have a broadcasting marathon. For those
they just said roadmap. I know they've said it at least 2 times, probably 3.
Pacific Standard Time. We'll be going for as long as we can go. I'll have my coffee. I'll have everything that I need to stay up.
I'll be right back.
But yeah,
hey Tony D, welcome.
Have a bunch of you all come on, meet each other if you haven't met each other before. Maybe we'll have some music. Maybe we'll have, some art. I don't know. We'll have to kind of plan it out a little bit, or not plan it out.
That's crazy.
I think Peter and I have kind of.
Yeah, I know. We've been on here for.
Available to join.
I've been on here for 3.5 freaking hours.
We don't hit max capacity, which I'm sure we will. But yeah, we'll organize it.
We hope we meet out of. Yeah,
Peter, we're losing you a bit here.
Somebody give Peter like a tinfoil so he can build an antenna.
Yeah, he needs to move. He needs to end that dial-up stuff.
You can see and hear me now. But tomorrow night from 7 to late.
It's a really bad
Pacific
Sprint
time,
commercial is what it sounds
really
like.
Cool.
Can you hear me now?
Open drop-in session for broadcasters to just kind of rotate in and out, meet one another. This was kind of inspired by a Perry Train idea that we discussed.
Yeah.
Be able to connect.
And I'm going to mute Peter because he is off and on until he gets his connection more stable.
Helen, are you challenging them?
Can we have groups yet? Can you explain a little bit more about what you mean?
Is it possible to see who's currently in the room? No, unfortunately not. It is on the roadmap.
What you're actually asking for there, Susan. Is there any way to import audio in the present screen? I wish to do music.
I so wish I could see.
But I have no sound from my studio screen. Yeah,
who's in the room.
Right now,
I feel like
you can
as a host,
video and images
you would be able to perform your job better if you knew who was present.
What you can do is take that audio and put it into like iMovie or any sort of video editing platform and just add a photo.
But they don't seem to feel like that is
a way to go
priority at the moment. But many people have requested
we be able to set up YouTube preview pictures and subjects in the future, also not automatically have the live tag. Okay, so for YouTube, what you can do is I think this works, but Aaron, feel free to test and correct me if I'm wrong. If you go to YouTube and create a upcoming live, it should give you a stream.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they have all sorts of
input into
fires burning and things in the works.
The problem is that when you use custom RTMP, you then run the risk of like not seeing comments and all of that. So,
Rev, do you know how big the team actually is?
External platform scheduling.
I mean, other than do you know how big the team actually is? The Happs team.
You're simulcasting your audio on my broadcast.
I think I've only seen like maybe 6 or 8 total interactive people on the platform. That's including the CEOs.
Bobby's proposing a week-long marathon.
Wait, one more time.
Only you can.
I was just saying that I've only seen.
At that point, you'd be solo.
like 6 or 8 people interact with the community that are related to the Happs team. So I didn't know. I assume there's maybe a couple more.
Bye.
I'm so glad that you got some sleep, Eleanor.
Time limit.
That makes such a big difference.
12 hours is the total time limit for broadcast. I don't think that's the question that you're asking. How long
Fun
do you plan to go
broadcast
for?
last night.
I think we're planning to go for like 5 hours.
That was a good.
Peter's muted, and I think he's like yelling at me saying, "No, don't say 5." Here, let's get you back on screen, bud. See if that works.
In fact, I said quite the opposite, my friend. I said, "Let's do it."
Okay, got it. Yeah, we'll be on for longer then. I've done 8 hours so far. Are you planning on beating that record? Oh, Helen, challenge accepted. Even if I'm half awake, half asleep, I will.
Pretty small team, as far as I'm aware. Particularly the people who directly manage the platform, turn the gears, press the buttons, etc. Correct.
Can we get Peter some better internet before then?
Yeah, I've only seen a handful as well. I was just curious.
Hey, Beth.
Because it's not like they have like a meet the Happs team about page, which would kind of be cool, but I guess they don't have to.
Yeah, it would be.
How do you connect a microphone to your live stream so the sound goes directly? I'm assuming, how do you connect a microphone for like using an external mic?
It just kind of tells you what to expect on the turnaround on the requests based on the size and the amount of people working on it.
I have it connected to my computer. I can go to the mic cam settings
Totally.
of the Happs Broadcast Studio and select this.
They didn't cover my Teams question yet, did they?
Nope. I haven't heard anything about Teams yet.
Okay. I just want to resend it if they start
he
to
did it right now.
Really
that is a great question, Rev. So Teams is something that we implemented to the site in the early days of Happs for teams of journalists, right? Like news organizations, like Quick Hits News is one of them. That's a team. Storm Chasers Network is one of them. That's a team. But yeah, I think we should kind of revisit that and see how we can use that feature to kind of create teams amongst Happs users. However, when we made that feature, only our team can edit the teams, make teams, add members to the team. So I think maybe that's a feature that we'll have to talk about, how we can release it to you all so that you can make your own teams.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Yeah. Definitely on our backlog. But yeah, that's how they work in a nutshell. Rick says, if you do 12-hour stream, is there a wait period before you?
Is the backlog
in a
different?
Nutshell, we should drink for too.
Is the backlog different than the roadmap? I think those are two different things.
Oh yeah, the backlog is that's it. That's over in Australia. They park those ideas in Australia. There is a native journalist team, FYI, at Revolution McGinnis. Cool. That's cool, Michelle.
A few times. It'd be great if you got rid of that pesky timer completely. I don't know if we can get rid of that timer completely, CS, but I'll talk to the team and see what we can do. Maybe we can just extend it so that it's like 20 minutes or something.
That's a good idea.
For your marathon, put the time limit on everyone. Yep, that is. Yeah, we'll probably limit folks. Only 5, you lightweights. You can do 8, no problem. Helen.
Charles says, what do we do when the cows do come home? We make some, I don't know, some steaks on the grill. Sorry, hope Vegan Dough is not here, but
she probably is.
Thanks. We can have some vegan patties too.
Is a Zoom feature coming to the front camera? I'm on iOS.
Zoom feature?
Not anytime soon.
Oh, on the phone?
And I don't know why. Can you give me an example of when you would use that so that I can actually,
like the pinch zoom,
give an argument as to why we would need that? But
actually, I've seen Piano Man really not use the zoom feature, but that's on the back camera, unless you're trying to, not the like the selfie camera.
My nose hair is really close up.
Yeah.
I don't get that request.
Joanne says, "I need a team." Alrighty.
Oh no, that was here. Oh my gosh, we'll have
Rev. Send us a message as well. Can I pull a double if my 12 hours is up? Yeah, Rick, you can. You can always start the broadcast over again. You just obsessed with vegan.
Hello from Melbourne.
Yep, Doe Darling was here.
Hey, Bernie.
Oh my gosh, Doe.
Welcome.
Yes,
we are listening
hopefully when we have
to the Happs Q&A room.
Real life.
So if you're wondering who that extra voice is.
Hey, I was actually vegan for about a week during my vegetarian phase. Encouraged that. Better for the environment. Anyway, I'm done talking about.
I feel like you're digging yourself a bigger grave.
Yeah, let's go back to the nose hair thing and the front-facing zoom. I'm sure that's what they were going to see.
I really, really want to search by hashtags and topics keywords. Is that going to happen? Yeah, we will get to a point where that happens. As you all know, the Discover tab is a step in that direction. It's not end all be all. That still has more work to be done, and yeah, we'll work on that in that front. Cows are vegans and just convert the plant to vegan meat.
Not sure.
That's not how that works. Cook shows need zoom to zoom into stove prep, etc. What?
Interesting.
Oh, I see what you're saying, because you often have the front-facing camera set up somewhere. Thank you. Yeah, that's exactly. See, that's why you all are the best. We sometimes need you all to kind of let us know.
Have to walk them through the logistics.
CS Murphy loves.
See, I would have never in a million years thought about that.
Happs Summit 2021. You know, if COVID goes away, we could probably do like a meetup somewhere sometime. Maybe not a full-blown summit.
No, they were talking about possibly doing a marathon broadcast.
Obviously,
not this specific one.
Public guidance on that, but we'll have a virtual party tomorrow night. Come hang out on screen with us.
Tomorrow night they're doing one.
Retta says, "Am I late to the party?"
Always.
This is early for me. Retta's probably just waking up, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
2 p.m., 3 p.m.
Any plans to allow restricted streaming? Example to a private audience. Yeah, so that's a great question, Rob. I think the first version of that,
I need to go to like Michael's or Hobby Lobby or something and find a nice hot pink
broadcast directly to their
Happs t-shirt
only. So like kind of sponsor
so that I can make my own Happs shirt.
Broadcast. And then we'll kind of maybe figure out how we.
Yeah, that's a cool idea.
More of like a private.
I think it's interesting that they're.
Thank you.
I could do a live to make
like a future broadcast in iOS. Yeah, so
like that color choice. I mean, it's very deliberate, that kind of magenta color choice. I mean, there's got to be some science or reason behind that.
For the broadcast using iOS.
It's very. It reminds me of Verizon.
Please don't always make those meetups American centric. Yes, that is a great tip. Of course, we have
Verizon has that crazy pink action going on. Let me see.
Yeah, we will not make it only here.
Michael's. I'm gonna look up and see if they even have that color shirt.
Global pandemic, so
I may have to order it off of Amazon or something.
Trying to think about all that stuff.
No, I don't want to go.
Well, you want to you want to email them and ask them what the specific Pantone color is, probably.
Sounds like we've rolled that out.
Not for a T-shirt though. T-shirts are only made in specific color lots.
Well, that's true. And I've seen Bobby Bicker has one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Broadcast.
Yeah, she just has a bright pink shirt that she painted.
All wear pink Happs mask.
That she painted, yeah.
Yeah, I would not be painting it.
Could happen.
I like it.
I feel like we might end up on like the news, the local news, if we have a bunch of people showing up to something with pink face masks. So
I would totally make a pink face mask.
Yeah.
Totally make a Happs mask if I was out and about.
Yep. Maybe Helen, you'll be our representative.
T-shirts.
Private broadcast would be useful. Okay. Means I can do more on Happs and not on another platform. Awesome. Great to hear that, Rob.
Oh, they're not on sale this week.
When that comes out. Totally. Scott Summit 2025. There you go. That's a more realistic date. Given our current trajectory. I have a Wi-Fi USB adapter for my desktop, but I keep having signal problems during broadcast. Could it possibly be that I need to upgrade to a
hardwire is always the best if you can do it.
USB adapter for your desktop. Interesting. I think you would just need to make sure that your internet speed is okay. And then if you're going into the desktop studio, right before you enter, there's like a test your CPU option.
That's a good
So do
thing
an
to
internet speed
have.
test. Just search Google internet speed test, and then before you get into the actual broadcast studio, do the CPU test on Happs and see, make sure that everything is set appropriately. For internet speed test, you want to make sure that your download speed is upwards of like 40, 50, and your upload speed is at least better than 10 megabytes a second.
Correct.
At least.
What frustrates me is like there's no amount of money I could pay with my provider gives me 1,000 down, but I can't have 100 up. You know what I mean? Like there's no option for it. I just get what I get, and it just frustrates the hell out of me because my dad gets 1,000 in both directions.
It's definitely unbalanced for sure.
Yep.
It doesn't make any sense.
And I mean, even a business line, I'm like, do you have a business plan that would cost me more? They're like, nope. And my 1 gig is really cheap with this company, but and I don't want to pay for one. You know, I'd like give me 100 up for God's sakes. It's 2021.
Yeah, exactly.
Guys, sometimes I miss invites if I'm not on Happs. Is it possible for that to show on our phone notifications?
That's what the
you have
email's
to,
for.
You should
Goobers.
make sure that you have push notifications turned on for your invites.
Oh my gosh, my phone doesn't leave me
and then
alone.
that'll
How are
allow
you
you
not
to
getting
see a pop-up
notifications?
notification on your phone.
Push notifications for invites. Wait, do I know about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in your settings under your profile. You can go in the settings. You can control whether it's going to send you an email or a push notification on your device, or both.
Oh, in my settings on the desktop.
Correct. Review is finally out, so we're super
Oh, I
excited about that.
love you badges.
All your friends, anyone
Where's that
that
at? In
it's under your picture.
notifications?
Click on your picture.
Maybe take a step back.
It's your
from Happs,
settings
let them
there.
know that it is out. And
This
ready to
device,
go. And then
browser
the second
push
update
notifications,
is,
select switch notifications you
not
want to
really an
receive
update, but
below.
it's a fun event that we have going on tomorrow. In regards,
What do they mean by this
to
device? My
having
computer?
a
Oh, I got to
broadcasting
do it on my phone. Okay, hang on.
Yeah, you can
we're
go
very
into
much looking
each
forward to that. Hopefully we'll
device
go for a
and
few
turn on
hours.
whatever
Helen
push
has officially
notifications you
challenged us
need.
to 8 hours, so we'll see what we can do.
That's hardcore.
Yeah, what we'll probably do is like make it pop from one user to another, and so that it's not just running for 8 hours on my account. But
yeah, not a bad idea. We'll figure out a way to kind of organize a little bit, but we also want it to just be kind of dynamic.
Private streams for the win, ASAP. Thanks. Okay, got it. I'll make sure to relay that info.
Great to hear, Rob. Thanks.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much. And thank you for all of your questions and for your words of encouragement for the updates.
You can set it on each device. Yeah, I believe so.
Ouch.
This is my shave look. If I shave, I look like I'm about 12, Andrew. So I'm a little worried about that. I might scare some people. So.
Yeah. Happy to hear it. So,
yeah, you got.
Going up with Helen in it to win it. Yeah, I'm sure Helen is going to go for like 9 hours tonight, so that we have to then do a long podcast tomorrow night. Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
Don't do that.
Hey, we already have. How many hours do we have?
We're pushing to 4.
All right, everyone.
Oh, damn! Wait a minute. So, if I go until 9
for our
till my show tonight,
yeah, you'll have 9 hours.
And then later that evening.
Yeah, I probably won't, but that would be fun. Magenta psychologically invokes emotional stability and sustained energy. Very
it definitely
good,
is an energizing color.
Maybe you want to pop your email in there.
Well, no, like when they were building a hospital in Chicago, and I was watching it on the freeway as they're building it, you could clearly tell that they were going to have this kind of center section of the building was going to get some kind of color treatment. And I went through to figure out, well, which color would they use? They won't use red. That denotes like an emergency. You don't want to feel people with an emergency. They won't use black because, the black, that nobody is going to want anything dark. They won't use yellow because that, that's can be construed as caution. You know what I mean? I went through all the colors and I determined that the only color that they could use without inference with other things that wouldn't be good for the hospital was green. And in fact, it was green. I might have just gotten lucky. But, green was the only kind of, I felt like neutral color that they could, put on the hospital in that one little section.
That, ladies and gentlemen, we just wrapped up the Q&A and update session with the Happs team, Pablo and Peter.
Now what we're going to do is we're going to change the title to Q&A Wrap-Up.
Q&A Wrap-Up. Announcing the Android app updates that were pushed out yesterday, and also that they are doing a marathon tomorrow. Apparently, they are in competition with us, Helen, so we're going to have to level up.
Hey, we should do a somebody should open a room up that's called the Q&A Wrap-Up.
Hey, what's up, Pablo?
Then we'd really have to wrap it up, so maybe not. Hey, Pablo's here?
We were simulcasting you. I pulled in the audio through my mixer from your room, and so we were listening and broadcasting along with you. And
we were doing color commentary.
We were commentating over the broadcast. It was fun. It's good times.
Red and yellow make people hungry. Actually, you will notice many fast food restaurants use it in their logos.
Yes, that is very true. Subliminal messaging used in branding.
Hey, Pablo, I'm probably not going to do it, but I can definitely, if I didn't have my show tonight, I could definitely keep this thing open for 12 hours. We got a good early start today.
All night long.
Hello, Professor.
We've really been on.
Have you really been on for 4 hours? Yes, we have.
I've really been here with him the whole time. I have no life.
So take a good look at my face. I see, because I saw the word clown on there. I see your smile. I cannot sing this. This is not my range, people. Looks out of place. If you look closer, it's easy to trace the tracks of my tears. I still can't sing it, even if I'm singing it in my range. It's a hard song to sing. It sounds so easy, but trust me, it's a hard song to sing.
The professor is here, everyone. Hello. Could take a
night shift.
Take a shift.
Oh, they definitely need people to fill in and cover when you do have to have a bio break.
Yes.
I love that when we have a meeting. Hello, I have to take a bio break, please.
I have to take a tinkle. Time out. Time out for tinkling.
Loki looks a lot different on Happs. What is that? What?
What? You're actually a great
I know.
team.
Badges is. I'm telling you, Badges and I could have a morning show. You're listening to the Morning Zoo on K105 FM in Des Moines, Iowa, where we play the hits that nobody has ever heard of. Because we can't pay for the real ones.
Well, thank you, dear. Maybe I'll have to drink my coffee on screen. You guys can wake me up in the mornings. Oh my gosh, you guys. C.S. Murphy is following me on Instagram. I have made it. I have arrived.
Looks like we made it. Well, that is really not my key.
Were you just trying to belt out some Shania Twain?
No, that would have been Barry Manilow.
Oh, okay.
Maybe Shania did a Barry Manilow song.
Looks like we made it.
Oh, you're right. Different song. Refresh, the deodorant, etc. I use a salt stick. I recommend a salt stick for everybody. It is awesome. The
salt is in S-A-U-L-T. Ooh, he's coming up. Ooh.
Oh, I'll be up in a second. Ooh, I don't think I've had Pablo up in the hot seat before. This is awesome.
I've never shared a screen with Pablo. I'm gonna feel lucky. I'm getting lucky today.
Okay, Michelle, just tell me what song not to sing. I guess it looks like
I think she was yelling at me. I think she was yelling at me. Dear God, don't say Shania. God, leave her where she came.
Get you with your mixing in highfalutin circles. Yes, my dear. I am very bougie.
We're very posh.
Yes, I'm very posh. Ellie, come back, Ellie. You got to be done with your pistachios.
Come back.
And Helen, you can come up here with the posh people if you would like.
Well, she's probably show prepping because her show starts in less than.
Oh,
like
yeah,
45 minutes.
She's busy. She's show prepping.
45 minutes or so.
Ooh, we should simulcast her show on here. That would be illegal, but I must combat that Manilow with Black Sabbath, death metal. Hello from Los Angeles, Edward Lynn. How are you, buddy? It was great to see you yesterday. We did a whole program last night inspired by you, by the way. I did it at 11 p.m.,
Edward,
even more
is
posh
that the guy
than you.
that took us all to church yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
About self-promotion.
I had chills after he got done speaking. I mean, he literally stopped me in my tracks. I was walking through the house listening on my phone, and I stopped just to listen to what he was saying.
It was awesome.
It was
and Edward, I want to tell you, man, I took my share of the money that you distributed, and I paid it forward, brother. I really appreciate. I got WhatsApp call, but no invite. Well, really, you unappreciative. You unappreciative wanker. Like, I mean, I go to the trouble.
Are you talking
to personally
yourself and calling yourself a wanker?
Well, I know I can't. I mean, but I didn't want to call her the word she would use, so I'm just using wanker because I can't use that word. But I love you, Helen. I just gave you an invite. The reason I didn't give you an invite was because Badges said she's probably prepping for her show, and I didn't want to tempt you.
Well, I would have invited her, but it wasn't my room to invite. So
you can invite anybody you want anytime.
Oh,
if you invite somebody that I don't want, you are going to have a problem. But no, invite anybody you want anytime.
Like it's a room etiquette to not invite your crew of people onto a room that's not even yours. I just feel like
here's the deal.
Kosher.
Here's the deal. If you're up here,
yes,
it's a shared room. Okay.
If you're up here, your family.
Yeah, if you're up here, your family, whatever you want to do. How many people can come up at one time? I believe the maximum amount of people on the screen is 8, but I don't know how many you can park here. There he is. Let him get prepared in the green room, ladies and gentlemen. Coming live for the first time on RevMac Live. That is the official title of the program now. Though, Pablo, I have a question for you about that, but I don't want to ask you any questions if you're just coming up here to have fun. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen, the world famous Pablo.
World famous. Jeez,
I feel like this is the first time I've seen you without a hat on.
I wanted to join the club. You both have your headphones on. You both got your microphones. And so I took the cap off for the first time.
Yeah. This is good. This is great. No, seriously, man. This is fun. This is really fun. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks for the invite. I am glad that you all were sharing the community updates and Q&A, and hopefully that helped give that information out to some more folks.
Absolutely. And then I was playing a drinking game. Every time you guys said roadmap, I took a drink.
That is hilarious. There's a few other words that will get you really drunk.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to say them. I'll let you all kind of figure
What was
them
the
out.
last one they used, Badges? What was the last one that was even deeper in backlog? Is that what they said? Yeah, like that thing is parked in fucking 2025. Oh, excuse my French. Sorry. That one is parked. It's daytime. That one is parked in 2025. Like that one is written on a Post-it note that has been posted at 3 office buildings over. But yeah, that was awesome. The backlog. We've got that on the backlog.
Website.
Yeah,
that was great.
I'm glad you all are having fun.
Oh yeah, we're having a blast, man.
Let me just tell you that I've been around the block in the beta world. So I'm familiar with roadmap. And so I just giggle at it every time I hear it, even though I know it's a real thing and it's a necessary thing to have a track and to organize your thoughts. But it just makes me laugh every time I hear the word now.
Yeah. The Michelle, that was the other one I was going to say. Fiber optic. Every time Peter says fiber optic, take a shot.
There you go. Every time Peter gets kicked out because he freezes up or something, we can do something.
Just so you know, I take a toke, but same difference.
Yeah, that works.
Coming in, who's coming in hot? Okay, wait a minute.
Ellie.
Right there, Pablo. Right there. Did she come in? Did she come in hot because she's already been invited up here, or is that a problem? Because that happens to me once in a while.
So Ellie was already selected to be on screen, even though she wasn't in the room. So, and you can tell because even when she was down and dropped, she was highlighted in blue. So the moment she
That's
joins,
probably what's happening to me.
I was thinking maybe it was like a mobile onboarding default thing or something. I don't know. I was just
that does happen. Yeah. So if you invite a guest for the first time, they'll probably automatically be thrown onto the screen. However, if you're like in pre-live, you're getting your show ready and all of that stuff, and you've already invited them, and then they leave, you can just make sure that they're not highlighted in blue, and when they do join, they won't automatically pop up.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Michelle's drinking roadmap.
Oh, snap. We did a roadmap.
What was my question I was going to ask Pablo? It'll come back to me in a second. Dude, you just look so handsome with the
Is it the cap?
Yeah, not that the cap. I mean, I'm not saying you weren't handsome then, but like you look great, and I love the headphones.
It's like how the hair falls across.
Yeah, he's got his hair laid nice. He looks good. He's a good-looking fella, you know.
Down.
This is my hat hair. Yeah, I got. Oh, wrong way. I still don't see. Even I still make the mistake. There's the bikes. Right. There's the fun weekend adventure rides.
And then some like Google or one of those like mirrors your video or something so you feel more comfortable or whatever. I'm like, no. I'm so used to having it the wrong way. Please don't confuse me by trying to psychologically change my state of being. By the way, I rode my bike, Pablo, which for a real biker isn't huge numbers, but I rode my bike from May until October. I rode 2,000 miles, about 30 miles, 20, 30 miles a day, you know?
That's more than me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So part of that is because I can't ride every day.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, I think my longest ride is 50 miles for like on a single trip. So not anything huge, right? Like I'm not a professional in any way.
Yeah, but it's fun, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's great fun. LA is not great for cycling, and sometimes
I can imagine.
In many ways it is, because we got a lot of canyons and mountain roads for climbing, and there's bike paths that take you from like the San Gabriel Mountains all the way down to the Seal Beach, and that's fun. But it's just very consistent that there's no respect for cyclists. It's either their drivers are all mad at you, or the pedestrians that are walking on the bike path that's for bikes only are mad at you. So it's like you can never win anywhere.
You can't win. No, on the Chicago lakefront, the rollerbladers will blade in both lanes. You're like, come on, like you should be on a rollerblader should be going with traffic, not against traffic. Walkers should be going against traffic, not with traffic. And of course, everybody hates the bikers because we're zooming on there, you know. So
right, because we're moving so fast, and I made the mistake of going to the beach last weekend because it was finally warm, great.
Well, that sucks. Going to the beach.
Yeah. Oh no, yeah, great beach weather. The sun was out. It felt amazing, but man, the amount of it was just kind of, it's like one of those things. As a cyclist, you don't want to be anywhere near the beachfront bike walks because it's so hectic.
Yeah, it's so packed. Well, we're really lucky in Chicago. I don't know if you've ever been here, but our lakefront has is owned by the city, and they've never let it develop. So we have several miles of Chicago lakefront that no buildings or anything like that. It's really beautiful, and we have I think it's about a 35-mile path from the north side of Chicago to the south side, all along the lake. And I've done it once. From top to bottom, and it's beautiful. This tab is so cool. Wait, is the Discovery?
Yeah, it's the new Discover tab with categories.
They just added that.
I didn't.
It's awesome. Pretty cool how it's all sorted out. I like it.
Yeah, we still got to add some categories and kind of really figure out what the categories are. But yeah, that's exciting. Also, the banners here, every single banner pretty much is going to be optional now. I think the title is for sure going. I don't know if y'all have noticed in your feed, if you're scrolling through your feed now, you can actually see the text of the title in the post as opposed to in the video.
That's amazing.
Thank goodness.
Yeah. So that was that was something that we used to have, but we kind of like made the decision, well, it's already in the video. Why are we putting it on the screen twice? So, yeah.
Nice.
You just discovered the Discover tab. Awesome. Michelle.
Oh, please add a comedy category. Yeah.
That is, Great.
Or entertainment or something. Yeah, a subcategory of comedy. Is there an entertainment one or not? I don't remember.
It's on our list. We were just having trouble defining entertainment.
Yeah.
Which
That
I'm
is
sure
so
you all
broad.
can probably agree with. Yeah, it's so broad. It could be entertainment news. It could be comedy. It can even be music, concerts, stuff like that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what I would be because I'm not really news. I guess commentary, huh?
You're kind of like a talk show of sorts.
So commentary is under news and politics, but it's like commentary of news. So one thing that we're going to add on is probably something along the lines of like talk show or radio or something along like maybe podcast. That's like a little bit broad. For Aaron, who's asking MMA category, it's going to be under sports. So that'll be up there ASAP.
Very cool. Love that.
You could just have an old bald guy that talks and smokes weed once in a while category.
Yeah, just for you, Rev. I'll do that. Old bald guy that sometimes talks and smokes weed. Perfect.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, Doe. What's up, Doe?
Lifestyle. Yeah, there it is.
Lifestyle category. That's kind of broad too, though.
I know. You know what?
Sometimes the broad helps.
Yeah.
Yeah. The I'm curious. Oh, this really, you know what we were saying, Pablo, is we were going to do, maybe you heard us, but I said we should call this, we should rename it the Q&A, what did I call it, Badges? The Q&A commentary, but that's not exactly right. But anyway, the Q&A wrap up. Oh, the wrap up.
Yeah,
so if you missed the Q&A, we're doing the wrap up here. So it's great that you're here. And now I totally forgot what I was going to ask you. It'll come back to me. Anyway, masterclass is cool.
Yeah, that's you're doing the exact same thing I do. I lose my train of thought and I go to the comments. Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, make it look like I did. Yeah, no, all the time. It happens all the time because what happens for me is the way my brain works is I'll have something I want to ask you, but then I'll say something else and I'll get so excited about the something else that I forget what I was thinking.
Well, that's why I was telling you need to have your idea journal, and right there in front of you, you can always scribble down I need to ask them this. Or that would be a really cool idea for this. And then you can just spill it all out.
Yeah, it's like
it may be as thick as a phone book by the time you're done and you get the moment to sit down and be like, listen, we got all of these.
Well, I'm trying to, with my emails, like just for 3 days, just consolidate it all down to one email instead of sending 12 to Pablo in 3 minutes.
I'm sure that's greatly appreciated to Pablo. Dude, how many emails a day do you get?
You don't want to know.
Oh my gosh. Do you ever hit inbox zero?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah. It takes a lot of work, but yeah, we get there. Yeah.
Wow.
Pablo, do you know the numbers on how many people are signed up, how many people on average broadcast a day? Because I have no idea because we sit in a bubble, I think, and you would know, but I feel like the bubble that we sit in is kind of it's a core bubble. You know what I mean? It's definitely a bubble that is, pretty big. And I think because I catch all of the big broadcasters and I get a bit of a flavor of the new broadcasters, but I feel like we're kind of in the, I don't want to say cool kid zone, but like we're kind of in that category of popular users or people that use it a lot. And I'm just curious about the numbers, what are the raw numbers? Because none of us have any idea.
I do know them. I don't know if I'm allowed to say them.
That's what I thought might be the case. Yeah.
I'm just always
as much
curious.
as I'd love to.
I'm always curious who is live outside of the 5 or the 8 that are shown to me.
Right.
So I always want other people that are live, right?
I want to expand my feelers and grow my circle of people that I know on the platform. And I'm like, well, I've already gone into all 8 of those rooms and said hello.
Yeah.
I wonder who else is out there.
Yeah, I'm assuming you're talking about like 8 people that you see when you're in like my feed.
Yeah, on either
or trending
the trending
or
tab.
Even trending. Yeah,
the trending tab. Whenever you expand that out, it only gives you 8.
Yes, it's maxed out at 8.
Yeah, and then you get all your replays and stuff down below. But on my feed, it's just who I'm following, which I already know those people.
Yeah, so trending is difficult, and actually trending is 1 foot out the door. for us here on the Happs site and app, but we got to figure out what replaces that, and discoverability, making that a little bit easier so that we can have something that actually better represents what's going on. Yeah.
Nice. Well, I'm always one of those, a cheerleader for all, to kind of support the community across the board, and some of those smaller streamers that don't necessarily hit the cream of the crop of the trending tab are some of the coolest people that just need a little bit of love to get their streams out there. And so I was just kind of curious how many people are actually out there.
Agreed. Yeah. So fortunately, part of my duties here at Happs is whenever a brand new baby to Happs broadcaster comes onto Happs, I get a notification and I can go in and say hello and give them the royal treatment as best as possible to kind of let them know that they're not alone. There's people here and they can get tips about how and who to follow. Yesterday, I did an experiment with my little sister, and I had her sign up for Happs, download the app, everything, do the whole process. And she's a teenager, so I was like, "All right, go through the whole thing and tell me where we failed."
Yeah,
and the first
what
thing
part's
she said,
confusing?
Everything was easy, but once I was in the app, I was like, "Where's everyone?" I was like, "Got it, cool," because you don't follow anyone.
Exactly.
You're not really sure what the Discover tab means. Whereas, like, if you sign up for TikTok, download TikTok, the moment you're done with that, you get
delivered content for sure.
That's like just loaded with content. So
yeah,
there's some work to be done there for sure.
That's cool. I know in the rewards coinage, it kind of keeps track of your trending days, right? And so tomorrow is my 40th day. Woo woo. So is there anywhere else on like your profile or whatever that keeps count, either how many days or what day you signed up or anything like that, to kind of keep track of how long you've actually been on the platform?
Interesting. Yeah, like a sign up day maybe?
Yeah, either a sign up date or been here a member for X amount of days or however. Because
Twitter has it.
I know there's going to be one day that I'm not going to sign up or sign in, and I'm going to be ticked because I'm not going to remember how long I've been here. And I kind of like that. Be like, oh, well, I've been here for X amount of time and I've experienced all of this great things, that sort of thing. And I'll probably forget.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I remember, like Tumblr gives you your Tumblr birthday every year. That's a good
that'd
point.
be cool.
Yeah.
Our Happs birthday. That'd be really cool.
And I'm sure that's probably not too difficult to add to a person's profile.
Yeah, the data's there, so definitely can do that.
That would be something real simple. That would be kind of a fun little nugget to keep track of.
Oh, I'm going to leave you. I've been telling people about Clubhouse and how everybody uses a back channel, but just everybody, we have a back channel right in here for everybody that's on the broadcast studio. You have to close the lock and then it turns magenta and you can talk to everybody that's just in our space here. And I'm actually going to send you a comment, Pablo.
Approved broadcast by moderators. Well, and isn't it true that even if you leave the broadcast and you go back into the audience, you can still see those private messages? Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought I had seen.
We can. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So like people that were in the broadcast or moderators can. Yeah.
That's really cool.
How can you do that?
So long as you're
hold
not
on. Come on in. All right, Corinder, come on in.
Yeah. I'm no. I'm you.
Hi.
Hey, Corinder.
Hello.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I just want to have a question. You know the mobile. When you bring up the mobile, you can't bring an image in. I done it yesterday, and I found.
I think we lost connection.
Yeah, we lost him.
Yeah.
Pablo, you'll come back. Pablo, I'm just going to do this.
Okay.
You see what I have access to?
On the mobile? On his profile?
I can't. No.
Okay, hold on. All right, I'll text it to you. And Peter
Is it
knows.
iOS?
Yeah, it's iOS. And Peter knows what happened. We could. I know. I'm pretty sure I know what happened. But hold on a second. Yeah, I'm just going to send it to you here.
Yeah, send me a screenshot, an email, and I can see it better. Donald Bryan. Hey, dude. Why would my mobile be logged out of Happs? Just curious.
Oh, I don't know.
No idea. To be honest, I've never been logged out of my Happs app.
I'd love to be able to make this the preview or the program cloud, like expand that out a little bit. Because sometimes, especially whenever you get like more than 4 people on screen, those little windows get super tiny. So if anybody's like trying to show anything, you're like, dude, I cannot see that.
Yeah.
I know why it happened. It's too long to type out.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll tell you why. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I think I know why. It was just a mistake, but I know what the source of it was, I think. So I'll let you know.
Alrighty. Yeah, that's interesting.
Anyway, yeah, right. And I would appreciate it. Like I said, I let Peter know, but if that could be undone because it's not fair. So.
Yeah, I don't know if we can undo it because I don't know what would cause it. And if you do, then
okay.
Then
well,
we'll fix
actually,
it.
I can say this. Actually, now I can say it because they don't know what that is. But so what happened was, I emailed in and I said, "Hey, my referrals are not showing up, right?" And so, okay, cool. That's getting worked on. It'll be in the next day or so. The next thing I know is that, and everybody here knows it. I'm about 45 minutes later. I'm like on Bobby Bicker's program, and I leave a post, and Badges is like, "Was it you, Badges?"
It was Badges? Me.
Yeah, that's like, "Whoa, Revolution's a member of the Happs team. What's going on?"
Since when did Rev become part of the team?
Yeah, so I think when that was being adjusted, there must have been something like everybody says here, like because everybody knows what I just told you, I guess, because they've seen it, but like they were like, "Oh, they put you in God mode." I'm like, "Yeah, I was running the whole thing for a while." So.
He was definitely in God mode. We were like, "What just happened?"
Yeah, and I didn't have like so. I'm guessing that you guys have some kind of different system for coins that allows you to do it, and does it not, or do you have the same coin thing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the only thing is that, like, just for full transparency, is that we kind of get a little bit of a discount on coins.
Oh, so you guys pay for the coins?
Yeah, I pay for all my coins.
I didn't know that. That really means a lot, dude. Thank you.
You're
giving me coins.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, everybody should know you guys pay for them because I think everybody assumes that you guys just use coins to keep the system going.
Credit or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Using the company credit card.
Wait, if I give you coins, do you get money? If I give you coins, do you get money?
Yeah, I actually requested a payout for the first time not so long ago, but I'm using all of that to just buy coins. I'm gonna
exactly. I bought $100 worth of coins last month to feed it back into the ecosystem, but I didn't know that you guys did that. That's so cool. Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah, I like actually this Q&A after the Q&A. This is fun.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm getting myself into any trouble by saying too much, but we'll see later.
Well, no, and I don't. Please don't say anything, obviously, that you're not supposed to say.
If his feed drops, it means they cut him off.
Right. It's like, well, Mr. De La Hoya is no longer with us. Hey, what's up, Corinder? Did you have a comment? Are you back?
Yeah, he actually typed it in the comments, which is great.
Oh, good for him.
So, Corinder, if you can hear me, mobile doesn't have like the full studio, right? So you can't upload videos and images to show on screen. However, you can kind of bypass that on your phone if you download Google Chrome, go to happs.tv, log in, and try going live from there. You're going to hit a couple roadblocks. The first one is it's going to say your browser is not recommended or supported. You can hit ignore or continue. I forget what the messaging is there, and that'll get you to the next screen. The next big roadblock that you're going to face is the fact that the studio is so big that it's going to look super tiny on your phone, and it's going to be very difficult to select things. So I don't recommend it. And I just kind of recommend using the computer for the studio. But if you need to, that's a way to do it. And we will be implementing some more of the tools that are in the studio into the mobile device in the future. So, yeah.
Nice.
Is anybody else in the currently? I just made Michelle, Helen, and Badges moderators. So now you guys can send me a private message. If there's anybody else, and I'm going to be honest with you, if I don't know you that well, I'm not going to make you a moderator. But if there's anybody else, that I know a little bit, look at Badges. And wait a minute, let me ask you this real quick, Pablo.
Yeah.
If I give directing power, which I probably did for you, but you probably have it anyway.
Yeah, I have it anyway.
but can directors end the show, or is it only the person that opens it?
That's a great question. Is anyone else here a director? Because I can end it. I can totally end it. Right?
Badges is a director.
Yeah, he just made it.
Okay, so do you see end broadcast button in the top right hand corner?
No.
So then, nope, they cannot end the broadcast.
Okay, good. That's good to know because I feel.
I think I can drive the ship a little bit more. Like I can change the grids out and add videos and whatever.
Yeah,
this is where Helen should. Yeah, this is where Helen should do an impression of Scotty and be like, I can't do that, Captain, but I'm not going to try a Scottish accent.
Gosh dang it, Captain! I'm a doctor. I'm not a all that stuff.
Pablo, could you do me a favor and check out the Theta TV platform? I want to use their RMTP on-ramp. I tried to do it today. It did not work. Oh, that's Donald Brandt. Hey, Donald.
What is a Theta.tv platform?
I have no idea. That's why I sometimes...
I guess it's Alpha, Beta, Theta.
Never heard of that. Interesting.
Are you in here, Eleanor? I gave you an invite.
Eleanor.
And do you know how many people we can have parked in here?
Oh, off screen? I know there's a total of 8 on screen, but is it like unlimited in the green room side of it?
You want to do it?
I'm off screen, on screen.
Off screen, on screen. So they can hear your audio, but they just can't see you.
I'm being silly. Yeah.
Well, I guess if you
so some new features that were released. Android now has the updated broadcasting view screen. We are going to make some updates to the banners that are up here, making a few more of those optional. Okay. I think that's pretty much it for the end of the week that we haven't announced.
Like on the agenda going across the side, so like people that are disabled, we can put the
when someone joins the broadcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, so someone did point that out, and we've been asked a few times about that. Like, when will we know who's in the room? A lot of people, we're getting mixed signals. Like 50% of users want, like, I want to know who's in my room. 50% of users are like, I don't want to know who's in my room.
That's interesting.
So it's been difficult for us to kind of make that call lately.
Why wouldn't somebody want to know?
Broadcasters don't want to know? Or the guests in the room don't want to be known?
I think guests in the room don't want to be known.
So you can lurk in the discovery, but you can't lurk in the room.
Well, that makes sense.
I think that's what I would do.
As a preview from
I lurk
from
in the
discovery
on Periscope all the time. But
I agree.
In the discovery, does that count as a view towards your broadcast?
No, you have to actually click into the room.
That's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you do, Michelle. You've told me about your lurking problem. Oh, no. I mean, you said I like lurking myself. Oh, I do watch my own program, too.
Hello, Luke. Welcome. Welcome to the room. We've officially been live for 4 hours and 28 minutes now.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We are currently low on fuel. The toilets are clogged, and we will be landing in LaGuardia.
And we're out of peanuts.
Rather quickly, even though we were supposed to be landing at LAX. I want to know the number of people in the room.
Yeah. LAX. Yeah, Helen, that definitely is something that we want to implement before names of folks.
Oh yeah, at bare minimum, a number would be nice.
Yeah. Corinder, I see your message about like Facebook API. It should work. If you go to link your account. So you connected your account to Facebook, but it's not multicasting there?
Yeah.
Are you multicasting to your...
I'm multicasting Facebook, but...
The comments aren't coming in?
But when I only hear the name, but not the picture.
So you're not seeing you're seeing Facebook user as opposed to...
user.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's an issue that we're well aware of, and it's actually a Facebook bug that we've reported to them.
I've seen that several times.
From what I can tell, it's kind of hit or miss, because we were testing it yesterday, and I've forgotten whose broadcast this was, but Frameable Faces was actually doing this, and so there it is right there, Facebook user. Hi guys.
Hi guys.
So on their public facing Facebook page, when someone commented, it was giving them their name. On Doug's personal Facebook profile, he originally had it set to friends only. So when someone was commenting in, those comments weren't even coming into Happs. And then he switched that post to public, and then the comments were coming in, but they were coming in as Facebook user
interesting,
for only some people, not everyone. So it's like almost like each individual. Yeah.
If I was to push my feed out to Facebook, I don't think I would be wanting my After Dark being broadcast to my grandmother. So I would definitely be not making that public post. So that would be making a big difference to me on whether I would choose to push it there or not, depending on what show I'm on.
Right. And that's why like you can use your Facebook pages or make a group in Facebook that's for your audience, and then only invite some users to your Facebook group, and you can actually broadcast to a group there as well.
Yeah.
And also another question I want to ask you is how will I know that you say that screen? So like...
Oh, he froze again.
Yes. Facebook user is actually
his first and last name.
Yes, everybody is related to everyone, and their last name is user. It's a big family.
The users in Tron?
Yeah, I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Am I right, Ellie?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
Corinder, if you can type your comment in the comment bar, and I'll be able to answer it that way.
There you go.
I want to know can guests share their screen? Yeah, so if a guest is in the broadcast, they can also use the present screen option. Mm-hmm. And if a guest, for whatever reason, presents screen and it's something inappropriate, you can uninvite them, and that'll automatically boot them out of the broadcast.
Very nice. That's good to know.
Yeah, so in order to do so, Rev, so like let's say I'm misbehaving, you go to the invite people and then hit uninvite on my name. It won't do anything because I just bypass it, but anyone else would just be booted out.
Boot them out. Mm-hmm. Hey, let me show you something too. I think let's see if I bet it'll do it. Hang on.
Helen's radio show begins in 10 minutes, everyone. Go get your popcorn and tune into her show.
I got my Sour Punches ready again.
Yes. I always have snacks on standby too. I've got little gummy bears or gummy llamas. For Happs, you have to have gummy llamas.
Oh, wow. I need to order some.
Has anybody else reported this? Has anybody else reported this? Because I won't need to, but because I can screen record it. I think I did, but so if I'm using Happs on iOS and I click off of it, or I swipe over and look at something else, and then I come back to Happs and I want to go, let's say, to the feed or to the profile, a lot of times it won't reload and I've got to close it again. And then sometimes the profile section itself, I have to wait like 3 seconds before I can scroll. If I don't, it jumps back to discover and stuff like that. Have people been reporting those problems? Because it could just be my phone, because my phone has got like way too many. Like I need to free up some memory on it. But Yeah.
Yeah, I think it depends on like is Happs still running on your phone when you leave to do something else.
Okay.
I
But
see
that
your
shouldn't.
name, Corinder. I see your name. By the way.
Hey, Corinder. Yeah, we see your Facebook name. Awesome. Let's try it and
nice.
boot out Pablo. You can't.
Pablo has he might not have God mode, but he has demigod mode at least.
Yeah, a little bit. I'm sure Peter can play a prank and then turn all of that off for me, and then you guys can go wild. And
that would be hilarious. Maybe we could do that tomorrow night.
Yeah, sure.
I can't see your photo, Corinder.
Yeah, no photo, just
I don't
full
see the
name.
photo, just the name list with the little Facebook icon next to it, and of course your comment.
Did I miss it? Can he see our comments now or no?
He sees. We see his comments from Facebook.
Can we comment to him through the comment thing? That's not live yet, right? Will that ever work?
I don't think so.
That would be complicated. Yeah. My goodness.
They'd have to give you access to that.
Not only is it complicated, they have to make it publicly available to do that.
And why would they do that? Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Oh, I do have a question though. Because like on Twitch, a lot of their streamers have a chat feature in their actual broadcast window. Is there a way for you to do that here on Happs, or will there be eventually, so that all platforms can see
each other?
Yeah,
that is a great suggestion and a really good.
I know it's kind of like a
explain
OBS.
that again.
I know it's an OBS like plug-in feature thing that they have available for the Twitch streamers, or I would assume gamers in general. They have it built into a third-party software where they can connect the platform's chat box
Donald,
and display it in their actual stream so that everybody everywhere can read the chat. It's probably easier for the broadcaster.
I use a different phone for that.
Yeah, because then that way the broadcaster doesn't have to be looking at the chat box over here. They can just keep looking at the screen.
It's just one screen. So I don't know. That's something to consider. You can put that on the roadmap somewhere, or the backlog, whichever list it needs to go on. The idea journal. What is going on there? Oh, it's taking a minute to pull up a profile. It looks like
because I swiped away from it, and then I went back and clicked on something, and so it's like it won't load.
Can you do a screen record of all of that whole process, like it working?
Yeah, yeah. What's funny is, of course, when I want to do it in screen record, it won't work.
Fine. Yeah,
it works fine whenever you try to make it happen.
I'll keep trying. I'll catch it for you at some point.
Yeah, thank you. That would help a lot.
No problem.
I can do that with OBS. It's just a window grab. Yeah, I guess you could do it that way too. I've seen it done other ways that look where they're pulling in the text into an actual graphic, so it matches everything that they have set up with their frames and their text and their emojis and whatever else it is that they have going on in their broadcast. It actually.
Oh, Helen confirms my issue a little bit. Would there be any reason or any possibility? Well, first of all, I want to say that the broadcast studio, I don't know if anybody else is doing this, right? Because Zoom has a standalone, program. There's lots of advantages to that. Obviously, there's disadvantages, but this is amazing because, you can broadcast right from the browser. I know it's very resource heavy right now and all that needs to be trimmed down, but is there any possibility of like integration with OBS? Because like, I can't think of an example now, but or is there somebody asked me, I think during the commentary of your commentary, would there ever be a standalone broadcast studio, like a piece of software?
Like an app. Yeah. So I got that question and I didn't remember to go back to it in the Q&A.
Well, that was in your program, I think. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So that is a really interesting question, because actually, if you look hard enough in the in the Mac OS App Store, you will find our old Happs Producer app. So we used to have a standalone app when we were producing broadcasts and doing that stuff. So I think what we're really going to be focusing on is like, what are the features that exist on some of these other tools that we can bring to the studio that make our broadcast studio better, or at least just as good as those places, so that you don't have to use them anymore, especially for something like StreamYard where you have to pay monthly for.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Yes. Love you, Bernadette. Thank you. That's very sweet. Oh crap. Wait, I was just, when somebody calls you attractive, again, why are you guys making me forget what my questions are? It'll come to me in a minute.
Ecamm would be cool to integrate. Wouldn't you just have to have, isn't that like an RTMP thing that you could plug
we
in?
don't have RTMP in yet.
Yeah.
Hello.
But Ecamm you should be able to pull in Ecamm with a virtual cam, is that not?
Yeah, Ecamm does have a virtual cam.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking.
I was having so much fun with the comments over here and the paint. I'm a disembodied voice now. I'm like, oh yeah, I can actually ask him. I'm in the broadcast. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, I have a virtual cam that works with my Wirecast, the Telestream Wirecast. But I have not poked and prodded and experimented enough to make it actually work. So I've seen it available
I'm using
in my
virtual cam on
cameras.
OBS right now.
I've seen it available in my cameras, but whenever I select it, it doesn't talk well with each other. So I just have to.
Interesting.
There's probably an order of operations that I'm breaking or something. But
are you talking about like how I use my cell phone as my camera, and then in OBS I just enable it as a virtual cam? Is that what you're talking about?
That's one way of doing it. It's similar in concept. It's just Wirecast is similar to OBS. It's basically the same thing. It's just a paid for program that's
really
mostly used.
Isn't it?
It's very expensive, but I know people.
I'd like to know those people too.
I don't know.
That's okay.
But,
I don't want to get you rubbed out.
That person would be cantankerous if I kept sending people his way. But I was lucky enough to get a copy of it. Is really what came along with it. But it's been fun to play with. I have OBS as well that I can play with as well. I'm not a serious enough broadcaster really to make that much effort into plugging it in. It's more just experimental and play around with stuff.
Hey, Michelle, jump back in.
I'm gonna jump out and jump back in. I'm just like, I've never seen that. It said everything was good. I have 3 dancing dots. Wow.
Yeah. Are you using an external? What mic? Like, what camera are you using? Because if you go to My Cam here in the bottom center, you can maybe select a different option, and it'll probably work.
Oh yes, now I see what's going on. I installed.
Oh, I tried to uninvite her, and now and that once in a while that'll glitch. Can anybody hear her?
I can hear her. I
can't hear her.
I just installed Epic.
Now I can't hear her, and I couldn't uninvite her. Interestingly, Pablo.
Oh yeah, I see that. Nope, and there she goes.
And there she goes.
Yeah.
Nope, and she's back.
I still don't know what Ecamm is, despite someone supposedly giving me.
Okay, I know what I did. Pablo actually helped me fix it. I went to My Cam. I have 3 different cameras on here because I've been experimenting with double cameras for doing art. And this is actually Leggy Lady. That's the one that she uses, Epic Cam. And it was defaulting to that rather than my laptop. So
yeah.
But Ecamm was something I use because OBS is really intensive in terms of like, you got to do this, you got to do that. Oops, I'm disappearing again. Oh my
Sorry,
gosh.
I'm just testing this invite uninvite. It's not working.
Weird. Oh, did I just override? Now I'm taking over. This is mine now.
I wonder if it's because you're Rev. Do you have Michelle as a mod?
A director? I do.
You have her as a mod?
As a mod.
Oh, she is a mod. Yeah, she's a mod. I just made her a mod. Yeah.
That might be it.
Oh, dethrone me so I don't take over.
No.
I'm just kidding.
Trust me, Michelle. We can get rid of you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, all you have to do is start singing Barry Manilow again, and I'm gone. I'm sorry.
Oh, at the Copacabana.
I said it was
the hottest spot north of Havana.
Oh my God.
Sorry, I didn't. I literally didn't mean to trigger you. I'm sorry.
I'm triggered. I'm like, oh my God, what's my first? Foghat. Let's do some Foghat. Let's do Black Sabbath.
Right.
No, seriously, I had
right,
Celine Dion as an earworm last
and
night.
I do. Will the Eagles? Will the Eagles work? Will the Eagles work?
The Eagles will work after a
I
while.
like the way her sparkling earrings lay against her skin so brown.
You're so
and I want to sleep with her in the desert tonight.
I'm going to join you. All right.
Oh, I remember what we were talking about earlier this morning, Rev. This was like around coffee cup number 2 hours ago. We were talking about co-hosting not having any hours clocked. So it has to be your live stream specifically on your channel in order to have that credit, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, as a guest, it's
you know how many hundreds of hours I've clocked in the last 40 days and just co-hosting?
Yeah.
Wow, you probably have everyone beat right now to be sure.
So there's a few things
but I have 0 hours on my profile.
There's a few things that we want to implement, and I don't know if all of these are possible or coming anytime soon, but giving the guests ability to kind of have a little bit more data as to the broadcast, especially maybe having like when you invite them, guest, director, co-host kind of thing. So like it's an additional option for users. And then the second thing is the ability for people watching to give awards to the co-host or the guest, so that
I would love that.
But wait,
that would be great.
But wait, so what I would want as the host is I would want them split.
You would want them to just split evenly?
I would want them to split evenly. If there are 3 people, split it 3 ways. I'd like to be able to enable that. So if I make you an official guest, then it's an automatic split, or I can turn the split on. I know that makes it more complicated.
Or maybe like a checkbox next to each guest that you want to make sure is like the official, so you can have your callers call in and still not
something,
get a cut.
I would feel bad. I would feel bad if I were a guest and I racked up $300 worth of tips and the host gets nothing.
Vice versa, but yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, those are my ideas on it, but it's a great idea.
Yes. I would think that would be perfect to apply to. I think we were talking about this earlier, and I was using Jim's show as an example. He has so much talent that comes in, and I know a lot of people tip because of the good content that's coming in. But it's like, and I'm sure he has a way to distribute all of it on his end. But it would be a nice little.
Well, and I legit, I don't. It's public knowledge. If you support me, Eleanor gets 25%
of the earnings. Is what he was going to say.
I think that's my computer.
Well, like that one thing that Ookberry did with like the dance off between Bannerman and whatever.
Yes, that was so
funny. The problem with that is the problem with that, Pablo. Wait a minute. So if you made the guest get money, it would come through their thing. The problem with the dance off stuff and thing like that for Ukeberry is she's going to pay taxes on that. So wasn't a lot of money, but you can't do that if it's a lot of money because you're going to get that 40% hit in taxes on money you gave away.
Yeah, you will.
And when we're talking about fundraising, hint, yeah.
Right.
But somebody still had a question early on about Ecamm. I wasn't sure if I fully answered what that is, but it's a user-friendly version of OBS that I integrated way back in Periscope. And there's a way to do it, but now they've got like a premium version versus like a one-time only, which was very inexpensive for me to buy. But it was one of the first multicasting things out there. It's only on iOS. It's only on your Mac. It's not for everybody, but like for me, it worked because I just couldn't figure out OBS. It was just too much.
Yeah. I've heard really good things about Ecamm or Ecamm Live, I guess is what the official title is, but I don't have an iOS system.
I don't have the premium, but that's what I was talking about. Like oh, I have to have the premium in order to integrate it in with Happs, which is what Eileen Smith does. And she has a great little setup. But there's some really cool things you can do. Actually, you can take stuff from Canva, and make and make these really great windows for your guests, and so you can have like these cool backgrounds and cool windows, and make it a little more personalized and all this other stuff with a timer. Just the same things you have. Actually, you have a lot of this stuff in Happs. With that, it's just more like you can make it personalized. So it's really like, I don't know, you just have to decide if you want to just stay with something or do it but pay for the extras. But I do have access to the filters through my FaceTime camera. I can switch it from FaceTime to this thing called eyeglasses, which is free. And I was messing around with it. It actually does work on here. I can click on it and do some weird funky stuff, which I could demonstrate if you want.
You can do custom overlay layouts. Like you can have your guests come in and you can pull
sorry.
and do stuff.
Can you do it easily so when I have Eleanor, who's here, hi Eleanor, as my technical director, because she does it for my nighttime show, and I want to open up. I don't know if we're calling this yet, the studio. I want to open up the studio a half hour early. I have to keep running back and clicking on it because she can't keep the thing open if she's not the person who originally opened the room. The studio, I don't think. The dead man switch is on my end, the person that opens it, right?
Can you repeat that?
Okay, so there's a dead man switch in the studio. So if I walk away in pre-live, in 2 minutes, it's going to say, "Are you still there?"
Yeah.
But if I have a guest in there in pre-live, they can't keep it open. It shuts her out.
Yeah, so that's actually something that C.S. Murphy was talking about in our Q&A and very well pointed out that it takes him a few minutes just to set up. So he has to remember to move his mouse in the studio when he's working on another app to get set up. And it's really frustrating for him. So yeah, I've already filed a report to extend that timer so that it's more than 2 minutes, maybe 10, 15, maybe even 20 minutes long. The reason why it exists, just so everyone knows, is because when you are pre-live, you are taking up a server that could be used by someone else that actually is ready to go live. All that to say, though, is that we don't want to penalize you from going live just because it takes you longer to set up. So
that makes sense.
Yeah, and that makes total sense because I've had people say that, you got to remember that this bandwidth is massive. And just to give you an idea,
and it's not cheap.
No, it's not cheap. And the difference between Clubhouse, which is audio only, and Happs is 96%. If you're doing audio, you use 4%. If you're doing video, you're using 96%. It's insane, the difference between the two. So nobody can complain that these guys are doing that dead man switch that way because it saves them money and you guys are in the business to make money. But it would be awesome if we could have the guest or at least directors be able to hit that dead man
keep
switch.
Things open. Yeah.
Speaking of audio and video, do you guys have an option for strictly audio?
You're doing it.
Well, I know, but I mean, my camera is covered. Are you? Oh, so you've been able to
you can't turn your camera off on mobile?
Well, I'm on my iPad, so it's only giving me, so far I only see the options of swapping the camera from front to back.
Do you have the 3 dots in the bottom right-hand corner?
Yes.
Yeah, do you
it
have
says,
3
oh, here we go. Turn off camera.
There you go.
Oh, thank you. I'm so early on here, guys.
Now, what would be nice if that camera logo said LEH instead of a no camera?
What is LEH?
Pablo's like, I'm never coming in here again. They're nonstop with their ideas.
I was about to say I need to hop off soon so I can start getting the show ready for tomorrow for broadcast of the week.
Yeah.
Podcast of the week.
I have a quick question before you take off, and I don't think it's going to be a big question, but a lot of us, of course, Periscope is connected to Twitter, and that's how I started my account there. And after using it for so many years, you build up like this connection. Mm-hmm. Now, when Periscope goes, I think there's a concern amongst folks who have that kind of connection that they're going to drop followers, or there's not going to be that same, like, again, this is like the OBS question. I use Periscope Producer. Mm-hmm. Twitter supposedly had something like that, or should have something like that, but it's not available yet in like a media producer or something. But will there be a way to do some kind of custom RTMP with Twitter so that, because right now, if people want to see in my Twitter feed, they can go and they can see me live at the same time I'm here. But once Periscope goes, that's going to be gone. And I'm just kind of curious. Like,
yeah, that's a great question and a concern that we've heard often. So what our goal is and the plan is that when Twitter Live is released, that they're going to release that with their API as well. Right?
What does that mean? Like, translate that to me, because I'm like, yeah, API, FYI.
Yeah. So API,
BYOB, I don't know.
Yeah, it's the public, sort of coding that allows us to pipe in broadcasts to their platform, right? So Periscope has it, Twitch has it, YouTube has it, Facebook has it. Instagram doesn't have it, which is why we don't automatically send broadcasts to Instagram, because it's against their terms of service to top it all off.
Changing.
But yeah, so the goal is that when Twitter Live launches, it launches with that, so that we don't have to worry about Periscope at all.
We don't have to do like a workaround to get into Twitter.
Yeah, and you won't have to like look for an RTMP stream key or anything like that crazy.
I did check into it. I actually know how to do it if there is a way to do it.
Yeah, right. Like,
what do I do?
You know how to do it if it's still an option on May April 1st.
Facebook and Instagram, obviously, that it's owned by it, but they're doing integration very soon between the two. And I was wondering if that will open up Instagram because Facebook, because of their integration to Facebook. So we might get lucky and be able to stream to Instagram at some point.
Yeah, it's totally up to them. The next hurdle would be that all of their lives are portrait only.
Right.
So people that have sent landscape-oriented broadcasts to Instagram, right now they would only be seeing me and Michelle right down the middle, right? So like if I select this layout right here, which won't let me because I have to remove someone from screen. So 1 second. So if I select this and I make, for example, do this, and then remove everyone from screen, right? This is what Instagram would see, right? Like, so take everything that you see in right now, and that's exactly what Instagram would see.
How'd you do that?
Imagine.
What?
Dude, you got to teach me all this. I go crazy. Like, I can't do anything I want. I can't put people in order.
Pablo's going to be like, there's a tutorials section on our website that teaches you how to use the studio.
Right. Sorry. I never looked at that. I don't look at instructions. What's your problem?
It ain't confusing at all.
Hi, Donald.
Red's just a button masher.
Wow, Pablo.
He figures it out.
No, seriously. I didn't even know we had the capability. I will figure out how to do it. That was like masterclass right there, dude. That was awesome.
So the way to do that, if you can only do it if you only have one person in the broadcast, and you would select the tall layout, and that would put you in a good portrait screen inside.
How did you click around? Like, so what drives me crazy is, let's say I want to take you all out and I want to roll in a video. I want to pull everybody out at once. Is there any way to do that?
Oh.
I will. Yeah, let's make this a masterclass.
I've showed you how to do this several times, actually.
Let's make it a masterclass. Yeah.
Just click the little person in the frame on the video itself.
Yes, that's exactly what you would do.
It's like the Avengers. Like, we're all gonna just like take off.
Okay, how do we do that then?
How do I know more about the studio and I've never done a live?
Hold up, guys. Hold up.
I'm uploading a video now, so I can use that as an example.
Oh my God, I'm going to marry you.
So,
yeah, he's kind of technically advanced.
Oh yeah, this is hot. I mean, just getting overstimulated.
Okay. That's like those people who have.
Okay,
like
so let's slow down for a second. Let's time out. What don't we know?
Time out.
Right?
Time out.
No, not because
I'm going to mute all of you people.
You can keep that going. But Rev, do you know what the number 1 button does?
No idea. Oh yeah, that puts you in the main, whatever the designated main. It puts you in the number 1 box.
Yeah.
It puts you in
Pablo,
the
I
number
told
1
him
box.
how to do exactly what he's asking right now.
Oh, you did not.
On multiple occasions.
You did not.
Yes, I have.
I think actually she has. I'm a witness. I'll just say. I think
so Rev, see how you're full screen now?
Yep.
And everyone went away.
We all went away.
That was wait. But I thought if I did number 1, it would put me in the 1 position. Wow.
I didn't push number 1. Position. Yeah, I pushed the button right above the number 1, which is the full screen button.
The full screen. Ooh, where's the button? Where's that at?
Wow.
Let me look again.
So if you click that button again.
Okay.
Ta-da!
Oh my God.
Okay. Which
cooking
button
with gas.
It's that little tiny guy.
Yeah.
Ah! Boom.
Right.
And that you just mind blown.
I have not used the that's the abort button right there. There it is.
Yeah,
Don't use it unless you really want to, right?
Yeah, and the cool thing about that button, like Rev, for example, you're ending your show. You want everyone has already said their goodbyes. You throw yourself full screen. While you're in full screen, you can start deselecting each of these users one by one.
One by one. Like a serial killer.
And so now you're not in full screen anymore. You're just the only person on screen.
On the grid.
Mm-hmm. And then you can start adding us back in one by one as well.
Awesome. So take me, I think you were going to do this. Take them out and throw in a can you throw in a video without ever seeing that blue Happs screen in the background?
Yes, you can. So let's put everyone back on screen.
Okay.
This is awesome, by the way.
Eleanor is like gonna lose her mind because
lose her shite.
She's like, I've been telling you this. I've been telling you. Somebody goes, do your number 1 in private or
What?
Yeah. Number 1 in private.
That's hilarious.
Okay.
I'm glad we don't have a number 2 option because then that joke would be a little interesting.
That would have been bad, yeah.
Okay, I got a dumb thing, but it's really annoying. Does anybody know how to get this workaround? Okay, when you go down to that little bar that slides over back and forth, the little slider bar, so that you can like go over to see your images or go over to see the comments. I get that little pop-up with all the menu on it. Now, when I first joined Happs, that didn't happen. And now it's happening, and it's annoying because I go to like slide, and next thing I know, I'm in iTunes, or whatever.
Oh, you're using 3 fingers. Only use 2.
3? What? I'm probably using my whole paw.
That's what it is.
3 fingers.
Yeah. So Apple has
cursor too. What are you talking 3 fingers?
So you're using like a mouse.
I
have
use
you
a mouse.
tried?
Yeah.
Have you tried adjusting your zoom on your browser so that you don't have to fight with the scroll bars?
Mm-hmm. So
okay, wait a minute. But
what?
Pablo,
what?
It does it for 2. Are you talking about if I swipe and it'll change tabs?
What do you mean?
Yeah, it can change apps. Apple has like different things that you can do with the amount of fingers that you put on your trackpad and so on.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about. The zoom on my browser.
Okay,
so hit Command minus.
Oh, Command minus. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I can do that.
Yeah,
I can
Command
do that.
minus. Command minus zooms out. Command plus zooms in, and Command 0 brings it back to 0%.
Oh my God, Captain! I can see the whole 100%.
Screen.
Because I use Zoom all the time for portrait commissions. I'll bring a picture in, and I'm using the Zoom command all the time so that I can see details. I was doing it last night. Oh my God! See, these are the things you just don't know until someone tells you.
Yeah, I'm glad we're doing this. So Rev,
Oh, it stopped it! Yay! Woo! I will no longer go into Apple TV or other things while I'm live.
That's the way OBS works. If you try to practice with it a few times, you'll figure out how it works. It just takes actually just doing it. Most people complain about OBS because when they see the interface, they go, "Oh my God, what is it? What does it do?" And it just does what you need it to do.
Well, when you work 16 hours, like this is now that I have all this time on my hands. I mean, seriously, I work 13, 16-hour shifts. I don't need a second job to figure this stuff out. You know what I mean? So this is nice. I've got time now. I just want to know what the ins and outs is. I actually follow this guy on YouTube just recently. You think I would have followed him years ago, but he has like everything you ever want to know about Macs, using your iPhone, everything. So that's the kind of stuff. I feel like I'm like going back to school, honestly, because these are things that a lot of people just already know, and it's very intuitive. And I like my Mac products. I've had them for a while, but there's just things I just didn't know, So thank you so much.
So Pablo's going to impress me again, I think.
Hey, Alex.
Yeah, so the video thing, right? So like if you upload a video that you want to put full screen without getting to that blue screen, all you have to do is hit that little square icon with the person inside of it again, and it'll play.
Oh, wow.
Now,
so simple as that.
When you bring people back in, if you don't bring them back in all at once, if you hit them individually, will it put, like, Rev's in the first spot? If I, brought back in you, would you be in that second spot? Or would you...
We don't disappear. When you hit that full screen button, we don't go anywhere. You're still there. Yeah, the layout is saved. Exactly. Mm-hmm.
But if we want to, sometimes we're wanting to, have certain people in the certain spots, like if we're in, the picture-in-picture.
So give me a layout. Yeah, so give me a layout. I'm going to draw it out in my notebook, and I'll show you exactly how I'll do it.
Okay,
I've been doing this. I've been
picture.
Yeah, I will do these.
Well, a lot of times somebody's in portrait mode, and it's
Yeah, so let's say we're in grid, right? And we want to go from grid to picture-in-picture with Rev, Eleanor, and Michelle, right? And with Rev still in the #1 spot. So what I'll do when doing this, I'll get to your question in a second, Donald.
Okay.
So I'm going to use this B-row to cover it up. Let me turn off the volume on it so that we can. So I'm going to use this B-row, and then I'm going to deselect myself and deselect Donald. Then I'm going to hit picture-in-picture. And while that video is still playing, once I'm done setting everything up, I can hit full screen, and we're back in the layout that I wanted.
This is cool.
Oh, good. Boy, that little people button has a lot of power.
It does.
Yeah.
I've not really played with it as much, but literally what I try to do is what he's doing. I'll just click on and see what it does in pre-live, and I have a couple of setups for things that I'm doing, especially if I'm going to have guests or if I'm going to do camera in camera. I literally will take my notebook and I will draw these little squares, and I'll say 1, 2, 3, 4. What do I hit first and second? And it's just like Donald says, the more you do it, the easier it gets. But wow, that was a function I just have not seen.
Donald has a question. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
There was a question, or I don't know if it was a question or comment. There was so much noise going on. It was there was somebody asking about the formatting on Periscope, because it's kind of like that small, skinny window.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's an issue that we're well aware of, and we tried to solve for with Periscope, but when they released the update, it didn't really work for everyone.
So people are wanting it. Do I understand it that people actually want to continue with that format once they come over here? They want to continue with the skinny format, or that's the portrait mode, right?
Yeah, that's just so the reason why that exists on Periscope side is because they have a security system that in order to broadcast into Periscope, you have to be individually approved to go live there in portrait. In landscape, that doesn't exist. In portrait, it does. And so when the big influx of users came from Periscope to Happs, they couldn't keep up with the individual approval of each person. So what we did on our end to bypass it is we now send every single portrait video in a landscape box so that you can at least still go live there.
Why do you think that is?
I was just going to say, though, I could never imagine that if I had the access to landscape, why I would want to use portrait mode. You know, I'm like thinking, I've never liked portrait mode, but I know that there's a lot of people that walk around with their mobile phone in their hand. So they're walking with it in the upright position.
Exactly. Yeah, it comes down to preference. The reason that is, Rev, is it's actually a security thing because they found that a lot of trolls are using portrait mode to broadcast things in. So it was more of a security thing on their end, which is it's good that they did that. But yeah.
And I was always broadcasting from producer anyway. So
yeah, it was never really an issue for you in that sense.
Yeah, was it an issue? Holy cow, this has been amazing, Pablo. Yeah, hang on one sec. But I know Pablo needs to go.
I do have to hop in, yeah.
What was who was saying Rev real quick?
I just had a question. Did you have a planned time frame for this particular video? Or we're just going to go, you're going to go like 24 hours or something? 12 hours?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, for this one? Because I'm 5 hours in?
Yeah. Come on, let's go 20 hours. Come on, man. You can do it.
Could.
Have another cup of coffee.
No, I'd be happy to do it. But the thing is, I have my show at 9, and so I need that to go out, back into the feed.
What time does yours start, Pablo? What time does yours start that you guys are doing tomorrow night?
We're starting at 7 p.m. Pacific time and hoping to at least go till midnight Pacific time.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
I have to get a snack. I know some people want to know what the snack will be, so I will tell you get a snack for the 7-year-old associate producer. But I just I hope we can do this.
Question.
Okay, yeah, and I hope we can do this. Go ahead, Donald.
Just for a second, though, I was going to say for Alexis in the chat, she says, I use portrait for cooking. But you know what? I thought it would be cool because I've watched your show a few times, and I think like when you're bringing your camera back, it's like it gives that really fine view of your countertop. And I've always thought it would be cool if you could turn and start your broadcast in portrait or in landscape mode. So we give a better view of your kitchen.
Yeah, the problem with that is that you've got it's like never mind. There's lots of issues with both, but those and then I just want to say Donald, Eleanor, Ellie, Michelle, where'd Badges go? And
she had to go pick up her munchkins.
Oh, they could have waited. Corinder, who, if I'm missing anybody, just wow, thank you. And Pablo, it was such an impromptu thing, but all of us would love, I'm quite sure, to do this again. And I would love to schedule it sometime maybe and get other people in the community to see it. I know I love what you guys do, but this interactive like this has been so amazing, and I know your time is precious. You've got a lot of work to do, so I really want to thank you for taking the time to hang out with us.
Yeah, anytime.
Thanks, Pablo.
Groovy, man. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, everyone. It was a great time, and I was laughing with Helen there, trying to hold my laughter in when we were talking about.
I know there's a few times I was gonna laugh out loud, but I didn't want to spit out my coffee on its broadcast.
You can always laugh out loud in here, so never worry about it.
There you go.
No more Barry Manilow. No more Barry Manilow, though, please. Bye.
I'll see everyone.
Take care.
Bye.
I definitely know how to get rid of Michelle.
If you do "You Light Up My Life" by Debbie Boone, I'm just gonna ask someone to.
You're gonna block me?
I think so. I think that's a blockable offense. You know what's sad?
I think so too.
The reason why is because she was #1 for 14 weeks, and it was right around my birthday. And so you'd go to listen to the radio, and it was just I don't know. It's just I have an association with that and my birthday for some reason. I have this strange neuroatypical brain that latches on to really obscure information or will not forget certain things. I remember a song we sang in choir when I was I don't know, 15. And I can still remember how it goes. I don't know why that's there. I wish I could remove it and put something else in there, but But then I can't remember people's names. I have terrible name recognition. So if I
know, Michael, it's hard for me too.
I'm so sorry,
My name's
Donald.
Donald.
Nice to meet you. I was going to say, I actually like, I don't know, I can't see the blue part. You're from Denmark? This is so cool. I like your
No,
I'll be right back.
globe. What?
I'm from California, but I live in Denmark.
Oh, gotcha. Well, I'm just looking at the thing. So tell me, this is my first time meeting you. While he's going to do the little Rev thing, whatever that is, a bio break. I'm not sure what he's doing, but what do you do? I've been on this app for like a couple of months, but this is my first time seeing you. What do you do here?
Well, obviously you haven't looked at any of my content. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mean to have.
No, I don't know if you'd be interested because I do blab.cafe, and then I do Hex on Happs, which is kind of like a cryptocurrency.
I love when he goes, I don't think you'd be interested, but let me just tell you anyway.
Yeah.
Seriously, like, no,
I don't know what you're into because I've only seen like one of your. I think you were doing some artwork or something with someone.
Oh, so that narrows my field of vision? No, seriously, no.
I know.
I love people, so that opens up. I'm just kidding. Okay. No, seriously, like you said, Blab. Were you on Blab previously? Like the actual?
Yeah, I was on Blab for a long time from the beginning.
I liked Blab, but I could not, for the life of me, get into any of the broadcasts because of maybe the phone I was using. It just had the worst audio, and it was just annoying. I could only lurk and listen. I couldn't really join.
Because I remember when I was using Blab, and my own brother, who was in Colorado, was trying to get on to Blab, and I kept going, well, all you have to do is press the button. You should be able to just jump in here. And he goes, what do you mean press the button? I go, just click on that little icon in the middle of the screen, and you'll be able to just be broadcast on there. And he kept trying it over and over, and he just never could get in there. So I don't
couldn't either. Yeah, it was weird, and I loved it. It was a really cool platform. It was just like this, but also like people who did podcasts, and they had really interesting content. But it just never really took off.
Twitter. That was the good connection between Blab and Twitter because the discovery was really amazing with those two platforms. Yes. I found like 9 people the very first show I did, which was Blab Cafe. I had 9 people come in and tell me about their businesses on my very first.
That's cool.
Like, that was cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
And one of the things that was cool, and we got to ask Pablo this. But the ability to start and stop the recording was also a feature that they had that I liked a lot.
Oh, really? Like, I didn't know that was a feature because I never really used it very much. So tell me what's the difference? Because I know that Twitter Spaces is now a thing, and Clubhouse. I don't even have time for Clubhouse right now. But like, I just got like Twitter Spaces, and I don't even know what to do with it because I'm over here right now doing this Happs thing where I can talk to people like this live and see their faces and all of that sort of thing.
I like the face-to-face stuff because I always feel weird when there's somebody that's not on screen. I know some people have their reasons for not being on screen because they're really like gruesome to look at or something. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I mean, some people have different issues, I mean, I knew one woman that had to deal with, being stalked by her ex-husband.
Oh, so there is that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah. Well,
some people in the tech business also, their businesses they work for.
That's true. They kind of have to like go a little bit under the radar to do their thing because they don't want to. Well, my name is Michelle. I am both a Canadian and an American, and I'm also Indigenous. I'm a Native American, so I've come from 3 countries.
Oh, me too.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. I'm Indigenous in that I am from the Sault Ste. Marie tribe it's a federally recognized tribe that's on the border of Canada and Michigan. So I have family in both sides. I've lived equally in both countries. Most of my education in America, but you do hear a Canadian accent once in a while. I am an artist. I'm a chef. I've been a caregiver and an advocate for mainly adults with, I would call it neurodivergent to make it broad, but specifically autism because I myself am high functioning autistic. I've also taught at the college level. I've done a lot of different things with my life. early in my life, I was really into music. My dad's a musician. My mom is an artist. And yeah, I do like to doodle. I'd like to draw people. But what I really like to do is like tell stories. And I used to do that as a writer. I used to help. My biggest thing that I've discovered, I think somewhere between 12 and 20 years worth of writing experience. And as a professional writer, I decided that my words weren't important. What was important was that I had this gift of helping other people tell their stories. But then now I'm finding that that's what I'm doing with portraits. I've gone back to doing portraits like I learned early on in life. And I love this media called, live streaming, where I can literally draw someone's face, have them be in the comments, or like now they can actually show up. Like I could just sit here, for example, there's Eleanor, she's beautiful. I love her face, I love her hair, and I could draw her while we're chatting, and we could get to know Eleanor. And
how about that face?
Oh, well, that actually is a pretty interesting face, because I love expression. I mean, I could, I can do faces too. I think I got a face for radio, but then again, I'm a person who likes to laugh, and I have my own way of expressing things. But I have a hard time as an autistic person actually having eye contact. So it's like a way to have eye contact with people without making them feel creepy. And I can see their expression. I can kind of read their face, their emotion, and I can talk to them about who they are, and they're comfortable and I'm comfortable, and we get to know each other. And it's a really great bridge for me, but it also allows me to kind of do what I like to do, which is to tell other people's stories and promote kind of like who they are. You know what I mean? Like it's a connection thing that goes back to before I was really verbal, learning how to draw when I was really young. So it's something I've done, and now I'd like to maybe do something with that, online. So that's really, I'm interested in everything, politics, spirituality, in my own way. I come from a certain culture. I'm really about cultural things. Culture is a verb, keeping cultural things alive, artistic things alive, ideas, creativity, science, you name it. I'm into it, all of it. And I just love people, even if they don't love me back. But I think live streaming is really great because it helps folks like me do what I do and feel like, I'm just like everybody else. I'm not like
part of society.
Yeah, I'm not this strange offshoot, person in my own little niche somewhere trying to communicate, and connect and not quite making it because I don't fit in a certain area. Live streaming is like such an open commodity to everyone. I mean, I know there's still a digital divide where not everybody has access, but I mean, this is pretty accessible for most people to just go live like this. I love it.
Yeah, it's amazing to me still that there's still such a huge portion or huge percentage of people who have never ever been on a video conference at all. It's like that's a huge number of people around the globe. It's like they're going, how do you do this?
I was on my first one last month ever. Like, yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, I think some of it might be just the logistics of access, especially in rural areas, but that gap's kind of closing too.
Yeah, with your mobile devices, I mean, I could remember when people were going live. I mean, my first experience with video conferencing was on Hangouts on Air, Google Hangouts. You remember that app?
I actually still I think I still used that like about a year ago or something.
Yeah.
Before they ended it. Yeah, I had that.
You can still use it. I mean, it's still a viable tool, but I don't use it very much anymore.
Nobody really uses it anymore, but I think we used it not too long ago, maybe about a year ago, with a couple of friends of mine.
Yeah, but I think it was really cool that they had those tools available for so long now. I just think that people should be more willing to get online and go, and have these little conversations. Some people obviously have that gift to gab, and some people have to develop it over time because they don't have access to people. They don't have access to warm bodies to talk to every day. So it takes a little bit of practice to just get comfortable, talking freely and at random topics too, because sometimes these conversations can go down rabbit holes.
Oh yeah,
it's really weird.
I agree. Well, when I first started, I think I maybe went 10 minutes live, and I almost hyperventilated the whole time. But I have a fear of public speaking for a lot of reasons. Again, with the whole nonverbal stuff that I had when I was growing up, and then stuttering and all of that kind of stuff. But I've had to, as an instructor, be up in front of the classroom. But for me, I'm super prepared, like when it comes to public speaking in those kind of situations. Live streaming has challenged me over the last 5 going on 6 years now to do exactly what you're talking about. So it just takes practice. Now it's like, I'll go down any rabbit hole you want. Let's do it.
Well, I've given tutorials on using OBS before.
Oh yeah.
I think the thing, with the thing with OBS though is you just have to imagine. Just try to take and make a picture of yourself in your mind. That like I'm on one layer right now.
Right.
And the layer behind me is the animation, and the layer behind that is just blue screen.
Right. And I don't think it was OBS itself that was frustrating, because I know with time I could figure it out, especially having used Ecamm and whatnot. I understand it. And there have been a lot of people like yourself. Like there was this guy who showed us how to do green screen on OBS. It was connecting it to Periscope that was the problem. It was just like glitchy. The audio was terrible. I mean, once they fixed something, then Periscope would update and it would screw it up again. And I just said, I give up. This is too hard. I don't have time for this. And it even happened with Ecamm, which was actually pretty easy. Like you just basically clicked, I'm ready to go, done. It wasn't that hard to figure out the overlays. It was a good introduction though to OBS for me to use. But this app right here with everything in the broadcast studio is pretty similar to what Ecamm, the early version of Ecamm has to offer. So you don't need to have that stuff if you don't want to go there. But I don't know. You said something that intrigued me. You said something about you're Indigenous as well. What does that mean?
My parent, my parents are from Iowa, so we have a little bit of Cherokee and Sioux Indian in our ancestry.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Yeah, my ancestry goes back as far as my dad, so I may look white because my mom is Czechoslovakian, but my entire family on my dad's side is all native. So we're talking like, Iowa. What tribes would you said Cherokee, and what was the other one?
Sioux.
Okay. Do you know which
Sioux.
version? Sioux who? Sioux. There's like Oglala. There's the different branches, the different tribes.
I don't know if she. When my mom did the genealogy thing, I don't know how far down that stream she went. I know she went back and she was able to track down names that went. Like my last name is Brandt, and I didn't realize it, but when I came to Denmark, I saw a lot of Brandts in the phone book, and I've never seen that in California, but I've seen a lot of them in the phone book, but it's spelled Brandt, which is like a Danish spelling, which basically when you say Brandt, it means something that's burnt. It's the brand is fire. So
yeah.
And that's where branding comes from, because you used fire to brand your animals, right?
Right.
So brand, it's all right there in the same kind of category with the word.
When everybody's talking about like you got to build your brand, are we talking like we're gonna like burn something into people?
Yeah, that's what branding is.
Ow!
That's what branding is. They branded their cattle because they wanted to have a marking on it, but branding is just the same thing.
Yeah, they want to burn the brand into your brain. You've got a spot in your brain that says Nike.
Hey, where have you been, Rev?
There he is.
I got a snack. I got a snack for the 7-year-old associate producer, and then I've been doing some dishes and just watching you guys, listening to you guys on my headphones.
Oh, cool.
I'll be back in a couple minutes, but yeah, keep talking.
All right, all right. Susie Sue and the Banshees. Yes, somebody gets my reference. That's what I named my guitar, Susie Sue. Anyway, yeah, that's interesting. Well, there is a huge difference between being raised with your knowledge of where you come from, like your culture, and just knowing about it. But it's worth the work. So I know your mom did the genealogy, but step up and find out a little bit more about who you are. And
I don't care.
It's fascinating.
I don't care.
It is fascinating.
I don't care about it though, because it's like when I hear people talk about and they reference old history, things that have happened to their families. And like I saw a real kind of a tearjerker program one time where this guy was going into, you know, that big building, it's over on an island. What's the name of the island? Ellis Island. They have a big museum that's set up, and it's for the people who came in, the immigrants that came into the country. And they have these big books with a bunch of family names in them. And I saw this one part of this, I think it was either a movie or a documentary or something. And somebody said, this was your relative, and this person owned slaves. And this person
I see where you're going. Okay, I get it now.
So what I'm saying
that's not what I'm talking. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what would be relevant to your family. Like I'm just talking about like knowing your family.
I know you're talking about the Indian heritage, but what I'm saying is
actually I'm not. I'm talking about just like having a little depth of knowledge, because here's the thing, like if you can't name it, then don't claim it. Seriously, like there's a lot of fallacy out there. There's a lot of fake news. Yeah, there's a lot of bullshit. Exactly.
I think that's bullshit too, because if you have it in your genealogy, you have it in your genealogy.
Exactly. I'm just saying that like a lot of people pass along misinformation.
Oh, by the way, I'm black too.
Yeah, well, there you go. A lot of people just pass along a lot of misinformation to their family without having done the work of at least understanding where they got that story from, so they can kind of like clarify, like who they are and where they come from and all of that. And I think, I find
like
that
some of us don't have it at all. Like I didn't know anything about where I came from until I was 32 and took one of those tests. I had no idea what I was.
Well,
you
was adopted.
Stories. So, you also hear the stories from your family and your grandmother and your grandfather, and they're saying, "Oh, and your grandfather, his name was Good." And I'm going, "Oh, Grandma Good?" Yeah. So then they show you this picture of this person. Okay, that's the person where the Indian part of the family came from. They say, "Yeah, she came from a certain tribe and this and that." So it's like it is kind of storytelling, but at the same time, you have to wonder how much of that knowledge is really correct.
That's why I say do the work of actually finding the facts beside the feelings and the emotions and whatever, storytelling that went with it, just so you can verify, like what exactly, is there some truth to this? It's worth the work for those who are interested in it. If you're not interested, I mean, I'm not saying like everybody's got to go do that kind of stuff, but I'll tell you what it's like for someone like me, who looks white but is Native and grew up Native, and I am federally recognized. I lived on a reservation. I cannot apply for things unless I prove my Native heritage, and I literally don't have to go that far back. I go as far back as my dad. There's this thing called imposter syndrome that there's a lot of non-Native people have this. I don't know what it is. I don't know why it exists. But people have to reference, oh, okay, I got some of that in my background somewhere. I have that conversation a lot, especially at the college level. And they have no clue about their culture and where they come from, whereas I do. Yeah. And it's almost an insult to someone like me, because they feel like, you're Native and I Native, we're like this. No, we're not. We had different experiences in life. We really did. Yeah. And it's just like, I don't want to. I cross this fine line because in my traditional upbringing of respecting other people, I mean, if you're going to honor your ancestry, who am I to say you can't? At the same
Hey,
time,
Michelle.
yeah.
Michelle,
Mm-hmm.
let me ask you. The if somebody discovered that they were adopted.
Yes,
and they were
that's
50%,
a whole different issue.
And
that's a whole
they were,
different issue.
I know, but they were 50%, Ojibwe. Are they Ojibwe if they weren't rooted in the culture because they're Ojibwe natively?
Of course they were. Even that person, look, there's different kinds, there's different layers of identity. My identity surpasses just me saying, hey, I'm Native, I got Native ancestry. I have a political identity. I can vote in my tribe. I'm literally from another country. I have a passport. I'm from another country, guys. I have a number. I'm on a database. I am part of all kinds of centuries worth of documentation where literally if the government decided, guess what, we don't like your tribe anymore, we're going to relocate you, I could be taken somewhere. Like I've lived on land that's trust land that is our ancestral places, but the federal government had a lot to say about what we did. I'm just fortunate that I grew up in this age where we have self-government and sovereignty. My dad did not have that. My dad was not an American citizen or a Canadian citizen until like 1954. So you have to understand, like, there's a lot that goes with this identity.
Well, I get that, but what I'm asking is, if you're genetically, and I'm just playing devil's advocate because I've never thought about this before.
I know of a lot of people.
If you're genetically indigenous, but you did not grow up within the indigenous culture, what would you recommend they do?
They get in touch
for their identity.
There are a lot of people who this actually has happened to a lot of people.
I bet.
That's another.
A lot of people.
A lot of people have been removed. They were removed as children from their families.
Like they have laws about it now. They can't.
Yes,
yes.
The American
That's
Indian Child Welfare Act. Yep. The
Yeah.
American Indian Child Welfare Act is now saying like they can't just go in and do that. Like they have to go.
Which in July is actually has a big case coming up that could change everything.
And there was like my dad's generation. It wasn't safe to talk about the culture. It wasn't safe to speak the language. It wasn't safe to practice religion because all of that stuff was outlawed during my dad's generation. So even there's a lot of people, we call it returning to the culture, returning to your roots. And you can go, if you know which tribe you're from, or you have to do the work to find that out, there are people there who understand that in the tribes themselves. Like, we're actually very open about that. And my tribe is really awesome about that. We actually have repatriation kind of culture within the cultural division of our tribe, that you can actually go there and talk to folks about these things and find out, who you're related to. A lot of people have done that. We have homecoming gatherings for that particular thing in the summertime where people can come and say, hey, this is my family. I don't know anything about it, but I was, removed and I was adopted, and I found out, I'm 34. I found out that, this is my family. And they might find relatives. They might find people who knew that family. And the next thing you know, it's like it's people are very open and welcoming, and there's things you can do. I worked at a tribal college where we teach those kind of things. If you want to learn your language, we have an Ojibwe Language Institute. If you want to learn about the music, if you want to learn about the culture, the dancing, I'm a traditional dancer myself. And of course, that a lot of that is available to us as we raise our children, because it's not in the regular school system.
Thanks, Helen.
So there is that. There is a cultural identity. There's a spiritual identity. There's a physical identity of who you are physically. I definitely don't like the whole blood quantum thing myself, because it turns you into like a percentage. How much Indian are you? That conversation is really annoying, but I have to have it sometimes, when I'm filling out paperwork. But I do have to fill out paperwork. I have to do a lot of work, So I get
Why do you
that.
have to fill out paperwork?
Yeah. Well, like if I wanted to, and I think this is important. Like, look what happened in Canada. There was this gal who was getting awards and all kinds of stuff, claiming a certain kind of ancestry. She even had directed and produced or co-produced a very popular show on Indigenous, like it's an all Indigenous cast. And she didn't have any of that ancestry at all. She faked it. We call it imposter syndrome.
She was a fraudster.
Yes, and it's like nobody really checked her credentials, so to speak. But we, as Native people, we kind of know what questions to ask. We kind of where are you from? What tribe? That's why whenever he throws out Cherokee,
that's why you were grilling me on my tribe, huh? I'll tell you what tribe I'm from.
Yeah, because everybody says Cherokee, but there are 3 specific Cherokee tribes. Yeah, and there are specific tribes that you're from, and that gets really annoying because some people try to monetize, like this lady did. She got awards.
That's the difference, though.
There
are people, though, that were growing up in the area of in Southern California. Also, there was an area of Palm Springs where there was the tribes that were getting all of the land back. That was literally, it was like the whole area of Palm Springs. There was a big section of that was basically taken for 90 years. And then it was supposed to be returned to this Indian tribe. So the first thing they started doing is building casinos on that particular area. And those people were like all going, yeah, I want my cut of that, all that cash. So they had to basically go in and check their genealogy, their names and all that stuff. I never got into that because I'm not looking for any handouts from the Indian tribes. I mean, it's not important.
And you're not always going to get a handout. My tribe doesn't do handouts, but that's
no. I know. I'm just saying that's what their reasoning behind it was.
I've heard that before too. Now that is a totally different identity. If we're going to get into that, it's not a cultural identity at all, is it? Honestly, it's a business one. It's an economic one. It's saying like, okay, I got this resource now. It's like finding out if you have oil on your land or whatever that your grandfather used to own, and like seeing if you still have like rights to the minerals or whatever. It's the same kind of thing, but that's like a totally different thing. So what happens when there's imposter syndrome is that it delegitimizes someone like me who understands where I come from. And I'm not talking about the adoption thing. I'm not talking about finding out later in life. Like, hey, there are people who find out later in life they have autism or ADHD. I get it. It's a process. It's a grieving process sometimes because you're like, hey, I was lied to, or I didn't know, and I feel gypped, and I wasn't raised, so I don't feel quite like I know who I am anymore, or whatever. Where do I go to find out how to deal with this now as an identity? I get that. That's a real emotional identity crisis that a lot of people have. And identity crises doesn't belong to any one particular group. We all have that as human beings. So I try to help people, like when I was working at the tribal college, help people navigate all of those different things and understand so that they feel good about who they are and where they're coming from and where they're going to go with that knowledge. Not necessarily judge them, but seriously, I since I'm speaking for myself and no one else, I literally have a hard time with imposter syndrome. I really do. I don't know how many conversations I've had with coworkers, people who have graduate degrees, PhDs, who literally feel like they're just as Native as I am, and they really are extremely clueless, and they're almost insulting to me because they delegitimize all of my Indigenous experience and knowledge by doing that.
Your lived experience. Which is so much weird. Like my mom had.
There's something to do. It says, but it's hard to know what the right questions are to ask persons without potentially being offensive. I don't think questions are. There's no questions that can be offensive, especially if you're coming from it from an outsider position and you really don't have an understanding of the culture. You know,
and you're coming from, like a sincere interest. Like
there are so many Native studies courses now that are available. At least in where I'm from, every college and university that's a public state college or community college, the tribal college, you can go to a class and ask those questions. I mean, people are like myself who've taught at those colleges, we welcome those questions. We don't feel like we're attacking you, but we are going to be honest. I'm being honest with you guys about how I feel about it because, people have looked at me because of the shade of the lack of caramel in my skin, have like, oh, she's, one of those people that just say they're Native. It's like, no, I can, I feel like I almost have to like educate people on this because it's part of my existence and my story too. And there's a lot of controversy as well. There are tribes who say, the cutoff for your political membership. I mean, I can vote in my tribe. There are people who have less quote unquote blood quantum that do not have that option. They cannot apply for scholarships. They cannot even some of it's just a matter of applying for tribal housing. It's tribe by tribe. There's different tribes that have higher blood quantum and some that have lower. And I think it just, it confuses people because then you've got this nephew maybe that, whose parents are interracial and they don't qualify, but they've been raised in the culture as well. They've been going, they know everything about like who they are and where they're from and their family. And they're, are they a member? Like, that's what I think Rev was talking about too, is like, what is their identity? What is their culture? Are they cut off, I mean, I personally would recognize that person because like, we know who you are, your family,
So you speak Ojibwe?
Yeah, I do.
How do you say I love you?
Kisakin. Kisakin.
Kisakin.
Kisakin.
Kisakin.
Kisakin.
This is your benevolent overlord speaking. This is your benevolent overlord speaking. I'm giving you an update. This room has been on for 5 hours and 46 seconds. And 5 hours, 46 minutes and 7 seconds. I'm going to keep this room open. Just keep talking, having fun. I'm literally just going to be sitting here working. I have like one thing I've got to get done in the next hour, or I'm going to get branded. So just keep talking, have fun. If you guys are all done, I'll close out the room, but keep it open as long as you want. If you can find some other people to keep the room open, that could be fun too. If anybody wants to come in from the audience, I mean, this is just such a great conversation we've had all day. I don't want to end it. So go ahead.
Helen could come in, but she's doing her radio show. She's made a really couple of good comments here. This is something that Michelle is very passionate about, understandably and rightly said, but I think we have to be careful of making people defensive. I would genuinely love to know more, all the things, but it's hard to know the right questions exactly. And it's hard because I feel defensive too. And it's hard for me to check that because I've had so many stupid, ignorant, like really hateful, racist things done to me that it's like, you can't expect me to not like be, a little defensive too. And I'm trying my best, honestly, but like, I've had like some really terrible situations that I've been in that just, were really not great. And I don't know how to explain that, but I do my best to try and be more of an ambassador. But then you get in this position too, where like, I'm not speaking for every Native American out there or every tribe out there, the 530 that exist and all of their languages. I'm only speaking for me and my family and where I come from, because that's what I know. I know a little bit about other tribes and other tribal cultures, but sometimes there's this other thing that we have to combat, which is pan-Indianism, like we're all one big group of people, and we're not. But I love this other comment that Helen has. Well, yeah, the English steal our oil under the guise of a toxic union. Yeah, so there's that too. Do those resources belong to the United States? Who knows? I know there's a lot. I do speak my tribal language as much as I can, but I am a second language speaker in a sense. My grandmother was a first language speaker, so I was fortunate to grow up around some of that. But Again, I grew up in an era. My dad does not. He understands the language, but he doesn't really speak it because he was taught to go white, so to speak, like, public school, don't make any waves, don't show who you are, because it was
kind of like
scary.
Your generation before, huh? That was just, almost wiped out, huh? From people.
They tried to wipe it out.
And the life expectancy during my dad's age, the life expectancy was about 50 years old when my dad was growing up. And so when he turned 50, he started freaking out because he thought my life is going to end soon. He lived different experiences.
Set because
documentary.
It was almost just wiped out.
Thank you, Kevin.
Oh, that's right. I was doing an Ojibwe word of the week on Happs. I kind of set it aside only because I've still been trying to figure out all these other things and my art stuff has been taking over. But I really do like having these cultural conversations. And one of the safest places I found is right here in Mr. McInnes. What is your first name besides Rev? Because I feel like I'm talking to
It is. My name is Revolution.
Is your name Revolution? That's your first name?
That's my legal name. I wasn't born with it, but that's my legal name.
My parents were hippies, but it wasn't until I got my native name that I sounded like Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Yeah, no, I wasn't born with that name. It was bequeathed. It was bequeathed to me by my friends at Greenpeace.
I seriously thought that was your brand. But what
was the name of that documentary though that was about the children? They were showing the children that were taken out of these tribes and put into schools. And they were taught the English language, but they were also being indoctrinated into Christianity, and that was really harsh because
that's my grandmother and my grandfather's era. That wasn't that long ago. And as a matter of fact, in the state of Michigan, one of the reparations they have. And this makes a lot of non-Native people angry at people like me. Seriously, this is another thing that I've had to face. My grandmother was in that boarding school system. Haircut, don't speak the language or you'll be beaten, all of that kind of stuff. My great-grandmother was smart enough to at least move to where she was relocated. Now, she was from Canada, Manitoulin Island, which is in like the Great Lakes, way up there. And then we're talking like the middle part of Michigan. Mount Pleasant is where she was relocated at a very young age. She had a little brother who's 2 years old, and my great aunt, who was a year older than her. They were like really young, but it was like a forced removal. The children must go. Well, the parents decided they were going to take this journey from Canada into the U.S. I don't even know how legal that was, but they actually moved to Mount Pleasant. That's part of my family story. I don't know about anything about this great uncle of mine that I had because he was very little. He died of the flu at that place. So there's a lot of mourning and serious trauma that took place. But my dad grew up with these parents who went through that trauma, who were basically like, for survival's sake. Now they shut down that school, thankfully, but I think the fear was, all right, you're going to do whatever you got to do to blend in, kid, because we don't want this kind of stuff to happen to you. So they did not teach him the language, although he grew up listening to it, hearing it, and of course being really close to his grandmother, which was my great grandmother, who was alive when I was alive. And so a lot of my knowledge actually comes from hanging out with my great grandmother. But it's like bits and pieces that are broken and not all fully put together. So I don't consider myself a fluent speaker of the language, but the more I had that challenge myself and getting educated. And I really think that the peak of my language knowledge was when I was teaching at that tribal college, because everybody was like, it was almost like a banner, like, we must learn our language, we must reclaim it.
Or it's going to be gone. Yeah.
Exactly. So I've been trying to, like, now that I've moved away, so far away now, I live in Cleveland, Ohio, I'm away from my family. I thought to myself, I've got to do something that encourages me to keep that alive in me. And so I tried doing that, and I want to do more of it. But I also felt like, I mean, just from experience, I didn't want to come in too hot with that because, one of the stigmas we have as Native people is that anytime we talk about our culture, our language, who we are, we're automatically branded as being political. And it's like, I'm not trying to be controversial, but I gotta figure that out.
I've never understood it, because I recently learned how much. Well, and now I've also learned how much of just the indigenous information I don't have, and this was this is where I lived. They were here. I need to know these things. I feel like I'm so but I'm also just how little Black history I was taught. Also,
there you go. That's another thing.
Listen to all the Black, and I'm like, and people are like, well, you're gonna. This is your lived experience. That's their lived experience. That's not political. That's them.
But we're all in America.
Right,
and let's experiment to understand other people and where they're coming from.
What about many people? The Chinese, backgrounds that were immigrants that they put a price on their head. You could actually shoot them, and just there was a target on their head because. They were just thought of as non-human. It was really bizarre.
That's the California Native experience too. I think I have a friend who's California Native. I have a former sister-in-law who's California Native, Miwok or some tribe like that, and she talks about that same thing. It wasn't. It was like anybody of color, almost like if they just wanted to get rid of a certain group of people because of the land or whatever. It was open season. They just dehumanize them. That's the first step, And then, bounties. One of my most dramatic experiences I ever had when I did an internship in Washington, D.C., this is back in 1995, was a tour of the storage facilities underneath this one museum, Natural History Museum in the Smithsonian. And they had a couple of Native anthropologists one was like a forensic anthropologist. They're Native, but they were required by law, NAGPRA, which is the Native American, I forget what I know it's repatriation. Basically we got stuff that we've had in our collections that are like Native bones, Native items. I guess we got to take those back to the tribe now. Now we got to identify where they go, where the tribe is now, because a lot of the stuff was collected in the 19th century, and so they brought in.
They didn't write it down, or they didn't chart it very well, right?
Right, and so they brought in these people because it was required by law that they do that.
Yeah,
and it's huge. And what's sad is it's it doesn't apply to Canada, but I think Canada's kind of got one in the works. I could be wrong. I'm not up on that. But we got to, as Native students, go and tour this facility. And we're talking, it's even now, that was in 1995. Even now, just imagine, picture this. You have a whole lot of ancestors and people, but instead of them being in graves, there's parts and bits of them in shelves and army lockers, and that goes from floor to ceiling, and that ceiling is 30 foot high, and that facility is one of many facilities, and it's just this huge, you can't even see it, and there's this smell of this kind of dusty smell that just
dusty odor.
It's awful in your nostrils, and it's like army locker after army locker after army locker of Native body parts, like bones and things. And it's just it's cool. Heart-rendering, because there was again that whole bounty thing. People got money for that. They would go dig up graves. I know of a place in Canada where they dug up the graves just so they could take that. They went in the middle of the night and dug up people out of the graves so that they could do some kind of their dentist, remove their teeth and do some research. And we're talking research facilities, universities.
Did you see that documentary about what they did also with the Egyptian? There was some places where there was such a huge number of mummies found that they used them for fire. They actually used them for firewood. They would actually because there was such a huge volume of them that they didn't know what to do with them. So there was certain groups that were just using them for fire. And I was thinking, wow, it's just so crazy.
They leave them in their grave.
Yeah. So I mean, I know that was like, that wasn't like the people I'm talking to now that were colleagues at colleges of mine, but at the same time, it's like Eleanor says, like, we just don't know this stuff. We need to know so that like we don't treat people like that. I mean, there's a lot we don't know about the Holocaust. I would love to go see the Holocaust Museum and learn more, because I saw some stuff on 60 Minutes that was just incredible how they're documenting the Holocaust survivor stories. I mean, we just need to know more about these things so we can be more humane towards one another. I think that's a huge, so that's why I think it's important to do the work, to understand the history and the culture, not so that you can oh yeah, I got a great grandmother who.
That was my mom actually, when she did one of those DNA tests, found out that she had Chippewa, but we couldn't find it. She could not find it. She's like, where?
Chippewa
there was nowhere.
Look up Ojibwe.
Oh, is it? Like, but they couldn't
Chippewa
find it.
is Ojibwe. Chippewa is the American English version of Ojibwe, which is the English/French interpretation of Ojibwa.
Wisconsin.
Ojibwa is the word. Okay. Wisconsin. There's tons of Ojibwe tribes up there. Fond du Lac.
Okay.
I mean,
I should find out more from her.
We'll talk. I could help you maybe locate a research center so you could find out.
She did. We eventually found out that there was this Catherine Van Horn who died on the boat coming over.
Nice.
There was a woman named Cool Fern who this man fell in love with. And when she died, she took the dead woman's name, but it was kept from everyone because it was like such a, don't. And when she went up to Wisconsin, she found cousins up there. But there was like Cool Fern was returning home. Like they did a ceremony.
What I'm telling you. It's like a homecoming,
she said it was just this whole, like this.
People are friendly.
It was even for like her cousins that she met there. It was like they had lost this woman, this family member. They didn't know what happened. And it was a healing for my mom. It was a healing for the people in the tribe. Like, it was really. Like this woman would have been lost. Like, if she hadn't done the research, maybe no one ever would have found Cool Fern. It would have gone on that this woman was Catherine Van Horn when she wasn't. Like, and she felt that she got to give her identity back because she chose to have it taken. I mean, she married the man, but.
Right, but
I mean,
still,
there was a whole family that lost her.
Yeah, there's a family that, exactly. And, we take that stuff very seriously because we really are very family oriented, like a lot of cultures. But, we have a lot of memory of that because we're still an oral tradition. We still are an oral tradition. So we got to keep that story alive. I mean, an oral tradition is, I know it sounds like you're laughing at something. I don't know what I said. But, no, I mean, what I mean by an oral tradition is it's like culture is a verb.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm not being sexual when I say it. But
I'm not either.
The Bible is an oral tradition to some people because they recite it that way. You know what I'm saying? Like that's really sacred to them. And to us, keeping that alive is teaching those stories and passing them down. So pass down the right story to your children. If you have a Cherokee princess in your ancestry, I literally want to slap you now. I feel like there's no excuse for that story anymore. I get it that maybe there was a time period during the John Wayne years and Cowboys and Indians on TV where that was sort of an acceptable phrase. But this is 2021. I'm sick and tired of the fact that there are no Cherokee princesses. There are no kingdoms. Show me the queen, show me the king, show me the prince, show me the scepter, because it's honestly like the Cherokees have got to be doing like this face slap every time they hear it, because it's just the most ridiculous fallacy. But I'm literally starting to think the reason why people tell that is white guilt, honestly. Like, it's so much easier to say that you come from some kind of royal ancestry of a kingdom far, far away called the Cherokees than it is to realize that those people were brutally removed during the Trail of Tears, and understanding that story and reading and seeing firsthand, there are firsthand accounts that are written about what those people went through, and the Choctaw. People forget about the Choctaw. The Choctaw were part of that too. A lot of tribes went through this. Forced removal was a thing, and it wasn't you that did it. It wasn't you personally that did it. But in a sense, this is what every culture is trying to say, and African Americans feel the same way. It's like, by not understanding that is a part of the American history, that actually happened, and having empathy towards that understanding and doing the work of understanding your actual complete American history, what happened to women, what happened to immigrants, what happened to the Chinese, like you're saying. If you don't know that, then you're part of like that inability to have that conversation and communication with somebody who is in the present day.
That trauma that happened has been passed down from generation to generation that you've had to deal with. We should also, the people that caused that trauma, like, and there's nothing wrong, that you're not at fault because your ancestors did it, but it allows you to, and
I don't personally,
other people heal.
I don't personally walk around saying like you guys did it. You're the one,
right?
Yeah,
I've never had ever had any other person go, it's all your fault. Like,
my mom is about the whitest person you're ever going to meet in the Czech Republic, and
acknowledging and giving life to it. When you keep it like this stuff, it's not even like really the same. Totally, you can follow me here. With all this stuff happening with COVID, and we had a guy that wouldn't acknowledge the people that died. I felt like my wife's death was shameful.
There you go.
I felt like I couldn't talk about it. And it meant I couldn't heal either. I wasn't mourning like I needed to, because I felt like it was this bad thing, like that I was talking about, because our leaders wouldn't. And then out of nowhere, we have a leader that's acknowledging it. We just say, half of, and I'm healing better. And I think it's the same for all of,
the same.
Like, you don't get to heal properly when you're not allowed to only have one party acknowledge it. Like, so
that is the difference between males and females. I think women are more in touch with that sensitivity, and they hold on to things a lot longer than men will.
I disagree.
I mean, that's a real general statement. That's a general statement, but I think it's true.
A fact of biology that we're more empathic usually, just because it also has to do with us rearing children and stuff. But I really don't consider women more in touch emotionally than a male.
No,
because
I mean, like when I was growing up, I think it was like the whole idea of, I think it was something that my dad ingrained in me. It was just kind of like live and let live. Kind of like.
And it's ingrained in a lot of men. Just don't feel that, don't cry, don't.
Wow.
Not just to accept, but just to accept and forgive and move on. Those kind of attitudes. I think that's really important because, I mean, I used to get into fights in school because, just getting bullied and stuff sometimes because I was a pretty little skinny kid. But I think one of those attitudes that I kept with me, though, was because being small and not really that agile or able to beat up the guys that were poking fun at me or whatever, it was kind of one of those things where you do have to just have that attitude, forgive and forget, or you can just end up continually being in these battles that don't lead anywhere.
Right, exactly. And that's why, again, I keep emphasizing that culture is a verb. It's an active thing, and it should be a conversation, and it may not be the most comfortable conversation you ever had, but it is definitely worth having. And that's why, like, there's so many really great documentaries out there that can really help you have an understanding. Like, I saw, like, just off the top of my head, this may sound political, but I really grew a little more understanding of what was going on in Atlanta and in Georgia in general during all this election stuff, just by watching that documentary about Stacey Abrams and how she really educated about what's really kind of going on there at the ground roots level in terms of voter suppression. Because you can throw out the word voter suppression, but she could explain it and give voice to it and be very detailed about it and pictures and interviews and like a history. It's just like, wow, I didn't know all of this stuff. So I mean, I think it's it's better for all of us to, I mean, take away from that what you will, but like I think it helps me understand a little bit more about the law and gerrymandering. I mean, different things that are taking place in voter reform. So when stuff comes up, maybe I can have an informed voice on it and make the proper decisions, because I think that's what we all want in a democracy or just a culture in general. We want to be able to make informed decisions. We want to be able to have comfortable conversations with people from other cultures and not offend them. We want to be able to be in a workplace where we can all feel like our voices heard. I mean, these are situations that we have. Like, we want to be able to go into a school and be able to be inquisitive without feeling like we're going to get shut down, because we just said something and like, oh, I didn't know I was saying something stupid. I didn't realize it was stupid. Like, I think there's a lot of fear, but fear comes with misinformation. Fear comes with just lack of knowledge.
Because that's literally what fear is. Fear is that part of our brain from way back in the primal time that was like acknowledging that there was something different in our surroundings that could possibly eat you, like dangerous to you. That's what the fear is. That's what fear is. It's a response to be like, wait, hold on, what's going on? Observe,
and now we're all on a paleo diet, right? So we're
yeah.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, and as long as I think there's so much healing that's done when we finally acknowledge things. Like, people talk about all this healing that needs to happen in the nation, but nothing can happen until you acknowledge it. Just like I didn't get sober until I was like, I got a freaking problem. Like, I had to acknowledge that problem,
right?
Hey, and Rev, then that healing begins.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. No. Rev, I have a question for you. So like there was this thing about like whether or not male or females are more empathetic, or can men, I'm just gonna throw that to the two guys that are here, but like, can men grow that empathy? I have a son that I feel like I did my best to help him being an empathetic human being, but like, in terms of like what we're talking about, trauma, whether it's historical or personal or your story or where you come from, understanding other people's trauma, other cultures, like, do you think women just have like better tools, or are there tools that men have? Because I honestly don't believe that men aren't capable of empathy and compassion. I see a lot of male caregivers.
I didn't say that.
Okay, I didn't. I didn't. Okay, you didn't say. I'm not putting stuff in your word. Okay, I misunderstood you.
No, that was that. Yeah, you misread that completely. No, I didn't say that men don't have empathy. I'm just saying that you women do use it in a different way. It's like a different.
Oh, okay.
Different. Okay. It's like a different gradient. It's like at a different level.
Well, and it's shown that women have it at a different like level.
I might have empathy for some person or some, like if I see somebody that's homeless on the street and I hand them food, that's a showing of empathy. But it's the same thing. I mean, there's a certain level and certain characteristic that everybody has, regardless male or female, that it's just going to be.
Society has beaten it out of a lot of men.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, that's
more nurtured
to have, then. I'd love to hear more about that, to be honest, because I didn't mean to misunderstand you or generalize, but I know you were just trying to, like, in a sense, like throw it out in a general way. So I'm sorry I misunderstood.
Yeah, I like bashing women.
I really like that screensaver you got back there. That's really cool. Yeah, it's very artistic.
Oh, that's
don't cry, man up. Like that. I hate hearing anyone ever say that to a guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, man up.
That's a 3D piece of artwork that I found yesterday. It's 2D because I had to take a screenshot of it, but it's an actual 3D print, kind of like what JS does, or JC, or the 3D artist here on the platform.
C.S. Murphy.
Yeah, it's very similar to what he does, but this one was really interesting because the artist had taken like clouds and wrapped it around the entire picture. So when you were looking at it from the outside and you zoomed out, it would just be like this big snowball and you couldn't see anything. But when you went through the snowball and pierced it, then you saw this woman laying or standing over this guy who got injured. And it's like, I think the title of it is something like Pocahontas or something funny. It's like some I don't know why they gave it that name, but
Oh,
yeah, don't check it out. It's just
mute me,
art.
please. Oh my god, I don't even want to go there. I don't want to go there. It's
So,
not
anyways,
funny. Oh god.
the artwork was pretty cool because when you take it and you put it on, when you grab your mouse, you can actually turn it and you can turn the whole video, the whole piece, literally in a third dimension, like a fourth dimension. You can actually move it around and look at it from any angle. It's really cool. I think she blew a gasket. Yeah, I guess I triggered her. That wasn't me that named that particular piece of art. That was the artist who did that. I just found it on that. Have you guys seen any of that 3D art, though, that's on some of these places where they're selling NFTs?
I don't even know what that is.
It's a non-fungible token. It basically what they do is they assign a print like that or some kind of a piece of art. They assign it an actual hash. So it's basically got a serial number that once that person sells this piece of digital art to a person, it's like theirs. And they basically take ownership of that artwork. And so it's kind of like having say, for example, you had a piece of art like the Mona Lisa.
Sorry.
And the Mona Lisa, you knew that it was a real Mona Lisa, and you could document it. You could go to the back side of it, and then that would be like the real artist putting his own icon on there on the back of it. And then the people that are looking at it in the museum, they could identify it, and they go, "Yeah, this is Leonardo da Vinci's icon, and only he had this icon." So nobody could ever falsify this icon. It's kind of the same principle with NFTs. They're basically assigning it a hash, and when you have this particular hash, it's identifying it. And there's a lot of information
like a signature
to it. It's like a digital signature, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Huh.
But it's a pretty fast growing industry, because there are so many good artists, and there's a lot of people that, because they're selling their art as NFTs, they're getting a lot more interest because it's bringing in a lot more interest from the outside world. But these are a lot of people that are just greedy. They're just looking to buy something cheap that might go up in value. You know what I mean?
Oh,
it's like they're rushing into the space so they can try to, I got this. It's like when Beanie Babies were special. Beanie Babies, there were certain Beanie Babies that you could get that were more valuable than other Beanie Babies. And it's the same thing with art now. So there's a lot of people rushing into the space.
Okay. What happened to her?
Cat's got your tongue, Rev. I would join you guys. Yeah, somebody else asked if they could join a while ago. Was Luke or?
I'm so bad at the comments. Like, I need a comment reader.
They're flying by, yeah.
Well, even when they don't fly, I don't really look at the screen. And I'll be scoping and I'll miss people that
Oh yeah, Facebook user. That's Kevin.
Oh, weird. I don't see any.
Kevin Dukes. Kevin Dukes is on the platform now. He was on Facebook, but then he came over to the platform.
Oh, there we go.
Trigger.
Sorry, guys. I don't know. Can you hear me?
Nope.
Yeah, can hear you now.
Nope, we can't.
You still got little black dots on. Where?
I know.
Why am I not seeing the? I don't see any Facebook posts on here. I don't see any. Why am I not seeing anyone that? I think when I scroll, sometimes it goes too fast and I miss. Oh, I see where I would join you guys. Do you want to come up, Willie?
Willie Rosado. like an investment.
It was at the bottom. I just scrolled.
Oh, Willie's fairly new to Happs. But I didn't mean to be so triggered at the P word, but it does trigger me like Barry Manilow triggers me.
What P word?
I think Barry Manilow.
When you were saying the title of that artwork.
Oh yeah, the Pocahontas.
I have been called that as a like, haha, that's funny, but it's fucking racist. I mean, it really is. It's racist and sexist at the same time, and it really does trigger me. So I'm like, I'm just gonna go take a cup of coffee. He's just telling what the title of the artwork is. I get it, but I freaking do not like the non-native interpretation of her story.
I don't care if you don't like it. It's not my problem.
No, I love the piece of artwork. I'm explaining why I don't like it.
No, what I'm saying is I don't care that you don't like the word Pocahontas.
I get it. I know you don't care. And it doesn't matter to me whether you care or not. I'm explaining why it triggers me. And I need to work on that. I get it. But it's been used against me in a racist way. And then so, I'm letting you know that is very triggering. And it's very upsetting. And I don't like being called racist things. You wouldn't know that unless I tell you. How would you know that? You should know that.
Snowball, and then all of a sudden you have a problem with snowballs. You know what I mean? It's just a random.
I get it. I get it. I get it. But I think it's because it's another one of those. I get it, but I also understand that, it really is one of those, again, it's another one of those untold historical stories, and it's really not a Disney movie. But you wouldn't know that unless I told you, and that's why I'm telling you. Like, I tell people, like, please don't call me that or don't use it.
I could say Pocahontas 50 times. It wouldn't matter to me that it bothers you, because it's the same thing as me saying snowball. It might offend somebody else. Why would a word like that offend you? It shouldn't offend you. It's a word that is maybe it be a derogatory word or some kind of a position that you might take about a word. And if that's the problem, that's your problem. And I don't. But to be honest, you don't even.
So, racism is my problem?
No. It has
I'm being a general. I'm being an asshole when I say that. I know I'm being an asshole.
The Disneyland movie either. It has nothing to do with the Disneyland movie. It has nothing to do with racism. It has nothing to do with any of that stuff. It's your interpretation of that word.
Well, my interpretation is pretty valid. And,
it's
a little more informed.
Also what society
what non-native people
on that and how it is used in. Yeah, I mean,
it depends on how it's used. It depends exactly, and how you're using it. Actually, you're just saying, "Hey, this is a piece of artwork," and I love that piece of artwork. To be honest, it's a very beautiful piece of artwork, and that's what that person called it. I'm not going to say he cannot do that. I'm not trying to say that. I literally was just letting you know at that moment I was triggered. That's why I took off to go get a cup of coffee. I'm back now. I'm fine. I'm not mad about it. I'm not upset about it, but I did try to explain, like, it has been used against me in a racist way. Whether you care about that or not is really not up to me either.
No, I don't.
Hey guys, I made it.
Willie.
I feel like I'm still in the 3 blue blocks.
You are. It's like a black box with like little dots, and
I had to refresh, and it went back to the. You know what? It went back to the epoch cam thing. That's what happened. It's
Hi, Willie.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good.
There you are. Now where'd Rev go?
I think he was.
There's Rev.
Spot up there for Willie.
Hello. Oh yeah. I had to reset something.
There we go.
The Willie Show. DJ Willie.
Oh, he's streaming on Twitch. He's a gamer. He's
a gamer from Phoenix, Arizona. Aha.
Yeah.
Nice.
How you doing, Willie?
Nice there, huh?
I'm good.
Yeah, I remember Phoenix, Arizona. I went to a football game there of my brother's once. It was 115 degrees. It was pretty intense.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is hot.
yeah, it gets pretty hot.
I have Twitch. I don't stream to it though. I should hook that thing up.
Have you used your Twitch before? I've got
No.
a Twitch account only so I can like watch, but I've never really broadcast.
Yeah, that's
over there.
all I've used it for too, is watching
Click the button.
a video. And it was like I watched it once and I've never been back to the thing.
See you later, Helen. I definitely wish you could come up here and answer that question, that comment, because I think you'd be better at it than I would as far as like addressing that whole, like
Only
what triggers people.
115.
Yeah.
Only 115. Yeah, yeah. I think the highest temperature I ever experienced was 126 degrees in Palm Springs. It was 126 degrees there one day. 126.
Oops,
And
somebody's
that's
asking, what is Happs? They're coming from Twitter and they're saying, what's Happs?
Happs is a live streaming platform where you can come on and you can do exactly what we're doing. Talk to your different platforms via a live streaming app. And it's available on your mobile phone or your desktop.
How hot does it get in Arizona?
I use a mobile phone.
Oh, okay. How hot does it get in Arizona, Willie?
For 3 months, 115 plus for 3 months.
Yeah, it gets pretty intense. A restreamer or a platform? This is a platform. If you go to
It is a platform that has multicasting capabilities for free, by the way, folks. And a value to be able to multicast on this many platforms would probably be over $150 a month. So,
yeah, you can go to happs.tv and
actually, wait, don't go through happs.tv. Go through one of these guys' invites. What platform are they on?
Twitter.
Somebody tweet out your invite link from your profile and get them, into your system, and then you can help onboard them if you want.
Oh, I see
that's
what
I
you're
would do.
doing. You want to give them a direct link to your channel. That's a good idea.
Yeah, of course. Right? Get them.
They'll have that, yeah.
But I mean, if they just go in through Happs TV, they won't be able to find any one of us. So somebody go in there and and then if they have any questions,
the landing page, they should be able to see this landing. Just look for.
Well, they should, but a lot of people get kind of confused in the in that place in the beginning.
They get lost in the matrix. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was just doing it, the way to be nice and welcoming and everything.
I'm gonna just sit here. I'm gonna be on mute, but I've got to report my phone that shattered. So if I don't respond,
I think he's playing a game on Twitch or something. That's what's happening.
Yep.
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, this is what I do sometimes.
Gotcha.
Oh, that's a nice setup you got there.
Yeah.
Thanks. It's kind of hard to game while on mobile.
You have to explain it because they can't see the comment, is what Brenda's saying. Like people who are commenting to that person in Twitter or Periscope where they're coming from about the link. If so yeah. What did you say, Rev? Like, how do we get them into Happs? What was the way to do it?
You have an invite link on your profile.
Oh.
They can't see
and you tweet that.
So somebody needs to put it out on Twitter, I think, maybe.
Then you tweet it, and then you tell them where it's at. I think, Donald, did you already do it, Donald?
Hold on. I'm going to give them both.
Hurry up. Serena wants to do the same thing. She wants to do the $25.
Is Serena here?
Serena's here. and she's
oh my goodness, Serena. By the way, I will definitely come in if I'm not in the middle of cooking dinner. But
there we go.
Now, where's Serena? I don't see her.
She's in the comments.
Oh, she's in the comments.
Happs.tv/invite/Rev REVMACLIVE or whatever it is what Helen is saying. Is that right? Rev Mac Live, is that your account name?
No, this one, no, it's Revolution McInnes. That it's going to get switched, hopefully, but right now it's Revolution McInnes.
Gotcha.
I
so
noticed
that's what
that
it
you
is.
have a couple different ones, Rev.
Yeah, I grabbed a few different ones, and then I was going to decide which one to use. I'm hoping they can switch it on the back end. I don't know.
So yeah, Donald, they can't see that comment that you just typed in. You have to say it out loud. Because they're coming.
Yeah, but I think there was one of the people.
What you need to do is just tell them to find your Twitter account, tweet it, have them find your Twitter account, tweet out the invite link, then they can click on the invite.
There's like 3 invite links. Serena wants them to join through her link, and Donald wants them to join through his link. But this is broadcast. Like seriously.
If she can find her way to the landing page, all she has to do is go down the list, and there'll be a list there, and she'll be able to see Rev and everybody else. And
oh, there you go. But to see the landing page, if you're coming from the web, you have to log in. You just can't see it. That's why you got to give them an invite.
Right.
All right.
Well,
I'll go over to Twitter.
There you go. Well, I'm going to read out what Helen just typed. It's Happs, HAPPS.TV/invite/revolution, the word revolution, and then spelling out McInnes would be M.
Oh, that's just too much.
With that, MIC whatever.
MICKEY.
I can't read the rest of it. I can't see the rest of it. I'm just trying to read out what she's typed here. This is ridiculous. Stop being greedy. Seriously, this is Rev's broadcast. He gets the 25 if they use his link. So you guys, I mean, get your own invites, I guess, is what Helen's trying to say.
Serena, if she
I'm just reading what she's saying.
It's $24. Oh, I see. So everybody's.
So you guys are competing for like viewers because it's worth money to you. I mean, like, let's just have a little etiquette here. Let's have a little etiquette. This is Rev's broadcast. Just saying.
Oh, I don't care.
It doesn't matter to me. I just want somebody to help.
You don't care about shit, do you? You just don't fucking care about anybody else's feelings, right? Is that because you're a guy?
I don't care about the money because I'm not looking for any of the money.
I know, you didn't even know, did you?
I just want the folks onboarded in a nice, genuine way. I don't care who does it.
There you go. That's really nice of you. I'm just reading out what Helen is saying, so I'm.
That's fine. No, that's good. I like the I'm not a competition kind of guy, but you guys want to compete, that's fine.
Hey, however they get on board, they're on Happs. Like, I didn't even know. My first broadcast link was what's her name? The cartoonist, Liz Donnelly. And I just recently saw that there are people who, I'm not one of those people, but they can incentivize, like they can get $25 for every follower they get or something. Not everybody has that option.
Wow.
People opt for that. And so, I mean, I'm not one of those people who can do that, and I really don't care to do it. Like Don's saying, I agree with him. I don't care. But it's kind of nice that Liz Donnelly, who was my first broadcast, I clicked on her in Twitter way back, and then while I was in her broadcast, I joined Happs, and she got $25. And it's now showing up in my, if you go into your settings, there's this thing called referrals, and apparently it's showing that she referred me to Happs, and she gets $25 for that. I'm really happy about it because I like her. I think she's a great broadcaster. She deserves that $25. But yeah, I think there's this whole thing going on. Like, I didn't even know about that. I think it's different than the Happs challenge. It's a totally different thing, and it's not everybody has it. I think maybe some people are asking, like, hey, if I bring people over to Happs, can I get a little something for that, for all that work? I don't know. and maybe that's why they started doing
that.
That
was something I had suggested to the developers here too. Is that when they gave out that there was the challenge, the Happs challenge, I thought it would have been cool to connect a referral link, because then that way the Happs challenge would be connected to actually having people that were subscribers as well.
I totally love Helen. She's got your back, Rev. She just wants to make sure that people are respecting you. You know,
I think that's great, Ellen. I appreciate it. I love you. You know that.
So, but yeah, there's a little comment etiquette. You know, I get that there can be like ongoing conversations in a comment. I have this thing, and of course nobody else can care about it if they don't want to, but I have this thing that when I'm actually in a broadcast where there's a lot of comments flying by, it's hard to read them sometimes, right? So when there's stuff that people are having like an entire personal conversation that has nothing to do with the broadcast, it's just a little difficult to jump over those comments and not read them out loud or process that information. So I know that Peter and Pablo have mentioned this when they do the question and answer. People want to have entire conversations that have nothing to do with question and answer, and it kind of slows the whole process and purpose of that broadcast of answering people's questions. So they've actually had to ask people to kind of like keep those comments to a minimum. That's what I'm talking about, like comment etiquette. So, you know, people that want to promote themselves a lot, I get that that's important, but I mean, that's what your own broadcast is kind of for. And so you see that sometimes, you know, I saw that on Periscope. Remember, like people would just like go into somebody's broadcast. You didn't even know who they were. They weren't even participating. And they would just spam with like, hey, here's my website and everybody go follow me. I'm going to go live. And then they'd leave. And it's just like, is that the proper? I don't know. I just find it interesting and funny.
Wow, this is cool. I just found out on my Twitter that Hex streamers actually tweeted this out too. That's a really cool group of people.
What is that group? Tell us about it.
It's a group of people that I met kind of accidentally because I was streaming here on this platform, and I put Hex or hashtag Hex, HEX, which is a cryptocurrency. And I put that on there because I figured, well, if anybody's in that community and they're watching on YouTube, they might want to see this content because I was talking specifically about it. And then this one day I had something like 50 or 60 viewers come in from that community. And these people are like, they call themselves Hexicans because they're like, we're all into Hex.
I like that.
So they're a group of people who have invested in that cryptocurrency, but they have got a very big community that they've kind of like, you know, made this group on YouTube and Twitch. And they're on that new platform called, what's the name of that new platform? Theta, theta.tv. So they're on all three of those platforms.
That's the one. Okay.
They when they see one of their cohorts, you know, tweeting or actually doing some live streams, they'll go ahead and tweet out their content. So it's like,
that's
wow,
really cool.
It's a really big network effect that I've never seen before.
It's interconnected. I mean, when you say Hex, the first thing I think of is like it's a bunch of like, you know, people who are into the whole pagan witch culture, the Wicca.
That's what it is. I'm just kidding.
Oh, we're getting into cults now. There's a whole interesting conversation.
It used to be called Bitcoin Hex, but they said that there was some kind of an issue when they were registering the name, and then the guy says, well, I don't care. Well, let's just call it Hex. And so they dropped the Bitcoin, just called it Hex.
You find that funny, Willie? Yeah, let's just call it Hex. And it is easy to remember. So now, again, what is this Theta thing? I think I saw that earlier somewhere. What is this Theta business?
It's another platform, but the difference between like this platform and Theta is hosted on a blockchain. So it's basically running out on the internet, on the web, but it's also being, how would you say it? It's uncensorable and unmutable. It's like immutable. You cannot, like, once it's actually recorded onto the blockchain, it's just there. It's like
that's cool.
Yeah, it becomes
cool.
It becomes part of that particular ecosystem, and they also have some kind of a payment schedule or payment system, and it's a little bit more complicated because they will actually pay you into your cryptocurrency wallet. You know, they pay you with real tokens.
Yeah.
So
you get choices.
What's that?
Which you get choices of what cryptocurrency?
No, they have their own. They have their own coin system.
Oh, they have their own. Gotcha.
Yeah, but it's set up for easy transfer in and out of the platform. So yeah, to fiat currencies if you want to. 6:30 GMT.
Oh, they're talking about this people who are able to incentivize, which is a group of people. They're having some kind of group meeting about it, and then they know who's all in the program, I guess. I think it's actually kind of cool that, you know, they're gonna like support people who are doing their best to bring in their followers and really cool people in here. So it's kind of like an ambassador thing, maybe. I don't know. Not everybody's doing the Happs challenge. Not everybody can do the Happs challenge. So I guess it's just another way to support, as they're still in beta, you know, that they get more people in this platform and to support those who are using it and to encourage them, you know.
Right.
Because I think some people are actually concerned that they're losing followers, that they're not coming over for whatever reason. And those folks are
Periscope.
Yeah, or wherever their followers are from, because of some of maybe the issues with being in beta, and just the different things that may be happening. Like they're just, you know, people are just nervous about leaving what they know and to come over here, and, you know, whatever. Yeah, and then some of those folks who there are people who have monetized their broadcast really well on Periscope, or kind of like, well, how do I do it over here? And so this might be the conversation they're having with Happs in order to, like you said, help build this platform. But it's really cool that I've not heard of this theta. I've not heard of this other things that are going on. I mean, who knows? The possibilities could be endless there, where your stream actually can go.
The whole ecosphere of all of these different cryptocurrencies and stuff, and what do they call them? There's some new things called DeFi that are just going crazy with regards to all of the online stuff that people do, and all the gaming and all of the NFTs. It's just such a huge market now, and it's growing really fast.
Rav, you're just so quietly listening.
Well, I'm working.
I see that.
Yeah, I had to do some work today.
And I like. Oh, that's cool. I like what you're doing there with your blue screen. It's really cool.
I'm a consultant, and this is one of my clients, and they needed me to generate a report for them.
Oh, okay.
Well, I apologize if I got a little too incensed over little things, but like I said, I'm trying. He's laughing at me. He's followed me on from Twitter and stuff. I don't mean to go off, and I do apologize, but at the same time, it's kind of like, you know, I don't like Barry Manilow. Fuck off if you do, you know. If I get triggered, it's my problem. I get it, but I'm still gonna say I fucking hate Barry Manilow. So, you know, take it as you will. And if that in turn makes me look defensive, I don't care either. And if that in turn offends you, I don't care either. So we can have that conversation. But what's really great, Donald, is that we can have that conversation. And I definitely appreciate you and I talking back and forth. We don't have to agree on everything or even like each other, but I definitely like the idea of trying to respect. That's really important to me. Even if I don't agree with somebody, I want to do my best to respect you, and I know I don't have to expect that in return. But it's
cool.
just
I don't like people.
I don't like people. There you go. See, there are times when I don't like people either. Oh my gosh, my autism, literally sometimes it's like it has nothing to do with anybody. There are times when I'm just like, I just want to be alone. And it has nothing to do with anybody. It's just me. I get it.
I often don't like people.
Yeah.
And it's just me too.
There you go.
I like the people I like.
Exactly.
I like
yeah.
what I like, and that's what I like. But seriously, I've been enjoying this conversation, honestly, or I wouldn't continue with it. If I didn't like it at all, I would have left. I only went to go warm up my coffee, seriously. I thought that was a beautiful piece of artwork, and how you described it was amazing. I love that whole VR, AR stuff. Do you know a lot about VR or AR or AI, excuse me?
I have one.
Oh. He has one.
Do you seriously? You know, well, you use it for gaming, but how about like C.S. Murphy, like for art? That kind of stuff. That's such a cool frontier right now of the possibilities of what VR can do. Do you know much about that stuff?
Invest in I think it's called Oculus 2. I think that's the one I want to get.
That's the one I think
really
CS
cool.
uses, actually. You can ask him, though.
It's mine.
It's a nice ceramic tile floor you got there. Oh, that's nice. What model is that one?
That's PlayStation VR.
Okay. That's cool. That's a nice one. Yeah, I just saw that Google even has, they have an extension that's connected to VR. Let me go in and look what that extension name was. It's kind of amazing. I just went in there and looked at it and I thought, wow, I didn't realize that Google was so into this stuff. But it's like they have their own like freestanding platform that's designed for artists and stuff.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I was kind of surprised. Under extensions, let's see.
So what would you use the Oculus for?
Doing prototyping, like building prototypes. And I also was thinking it would be cool to use it for doing like a presentation and kind of like an animated presentation of a project I want to work on for wave energy.
Whoa, that sounds interesting. I can see it like would be great for educational purposes, like I don't know, like a model of the heart and taking it apart and knowing the different parts of it in like a physical space for students who are learning, anatomy or something.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. Rev, I think I'm going to drop down, mainly because I'm running out of coffee and I need to make some more. I started my day super late and I've got some stuff I got to do, but I definitely...
Well, we have been on for...
Yeah.
This is clearly a record for me. 6 hours and 46 minutes.
You're still not even at Helen. Yeah.
No, but I would like to crush her. But,
you have to go past 8 hours, right? I think 8 is the.
But I don't have. Let's see, how many hours do I have before I have to go on? Well, I have 4 hours, so I could get to 10, almost 11.
You totally could do it.
To be fair, I don't think it would be fair if the room is just nobody's talking. You know what I mean? So what I'm going to do is, if Helen wants to help crush her own record, she can come up here and start talking.
I was just thinking.
If anybody else wants to come up, wants to come up and keep a dialogue going, that's great. But if nobody wants to come up, then I'm going to shut it down because there's no reason to use the bandwidth if the dialogue is ended.
Yeah.
It has been a fantastic dialogue. I don't know anybody that would have the stomach to watch us for 6 hours and 46 minutes on the replay. But if you've been watching us for this long, you are a seriously committed fan, or you need to be committed. And either way, I want you to open up your wallet and give some money to all the people that have been on here. Jump into their profiles and subscribe to them. Jump into their previous posts, their previous broadcasts, and give them a couple of awards. Jump into their profile and maybe support them. It's been a great freaking dialogue. We went into so many places. If anybody has the time
and they would mark out the time that Pablo came in, because I'm going to forget. I want to announce that out onto I would like everybody to announce when Pablo was in, because I think everybody on the platform needs to see that conversation.
I'll DM you that. I'll go scrub through and I'll find the.
I love you. Thank you. Thank you. And that's good. But Donald, I'll get the info to you too. If you could share it, that way people across the platform can find it. That would be great.
I found that link.
Thank you.
That link is called Tilt Brush by Google. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's another one of those VR platforms. It's really cool.
Again, that's another thing that CS uses. It's kind of cool.
Who's
I think the thing that's Helen, he's saying that if you came into Rev's broadcast now, he said that would help. You would be in here helping him go past your own time. And you'd be crushing
I think that would be cool if you wanted to come in and crush your own record.
Her record is 8 hours. I don't know if anyone else does anything that long, but she challenged Pablo and Peter are doing a marathon tomorrow night, and they want to see. So she kind of challenged them to see if they could go past her time.
I love Pablo and Peter a lot, and they're not going to beat my record right here. Those guys they're too soft. Not going to happen.
Yeah, you've already got 6 hours and 49 minutes.
I'm throwing it down. I'm at 6 hours and 49 minutes. I bet they can't even get to that.
Now, I did an art challenge.
In fact, they won't. In fact, they won't. I think they're only planning on being on for 5 hours. So.
Trust me. She's like, I'm a big girl. Oh, challenge accepted. Well, now I did an art challenge on Periscope with another artist where we took turns. We couldn't do it like this in a broadcast like this, so we took turns. But we went for 12 hours straight. But honestly, he kind of faded after 8 hours, so I did the last 4. So basically, I won. Because I was on live more than he was, but it was 12 hours straight doing art. It was crazy.
Yeah, and I'm not going to keep the room open. Like I said, I'm not going to keep the room open unless there's a dialogue going on. So I won't be breaking any records. But like I said, if anybody wants to come up, a couple people want to come up, keep talking. I think it's a beautiful thing. I think it's been a great conversation. I look forward to doing this again, and look forward to all of you hanging out with me again. It has just been a blast.
I'm going to step down and take my leave. If anybody wants to jump in my spot, you'll probably be happy to hear that I'm not talking anymore. So the sound of my voice.
Michelle, one of the things that I'd like to say to you is that you probably could speak longer. I don't think you talk long enough.
Seriously? Are you just being sarcastic, or is it for real?
I'm being sarcastic, darling.
I know. I was going to say, are you serious? Because again, I don't mean to be so verbal. It's just part of my makeup.
No, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I think that the
hopefully I have something of worth to say.
That we've been able to have long form conversations on here today is really nice, because a lot of times just jump around and it's so short. And you and Donald got to explore a lot of things over that time period.
Honestly, Donald, I just so appreciated that. That's one of the best conversations I've had on here since I've joined Happs. I really enjoyed that. And it's very cool. And I just wanted you to know, I totally respect you, and you're awesome. Your knowledge is deeper than what we're. Well, I mean, your knowledge is a lot deeper than maybe I'm even giving you moments to say, because I can tell there's more there to mine, and you definitely are a person of depth and character, and a lot of. I mean, wow! You just started talking about all this tech stuff, and it's just whoa! What is this world? I mean, there's more to what you have to offer. I can't wait to hear it. So, appreciate you.
Thanks. I like to see more of your channel too. I was thinking that's something that I didn't really get an understanding of, what exactly that you're doing on your Happs channel.
That's a good point. I still don't know either.
Oh, okay. So
because I'm still trying to figure it out. Well, I used to just on Periscope. What I used to do is just okay, I got an hour today on my day off. I'm gonna draw. And then it went to, I really like trivia, and a lot of us weird trivia nuts who really are music heads and like music trivia. I'd go once a week with, there's like a group of people that did trivia on a regular basis. So it was kind of like a scheduled thing where I'd go live and go for like an hour and just, ask questions and people would answer. And it was fun. But that's kind of hard to translate over here, just doing those two things. So the fact that we have this conversation, I literally am like, I think it was like last week was the first time I tried this out, and there was some few glitches with the first broadcast. But what I'm trying to do is, let's say we're in these windows like this, and I've got a couple of people in here, or maybe one person, and I can draw you live, and one of those windows would be focusing on the artwork. And I could literally like, while you're here, it would be like having a portrait sitting.
Yeah.
And I did that live last week for the first time, and it was really fun. Now, I had to stop at a certain point because we had this horrible troll. It was a little overwhelming trying to pay attention to the comments. I tried to make the people in there kind of like moderators, but I literally had to stop everything that I was doing every 5 minutes because this troll was coming from Periscope. And so it's like muting every comment. They were just getting really sexual, and it was just annoying, and it kind of threw me off track. But then I did another one where I did it live with somebody else, but I did a little more prep because they gave me some really great photos to go with their face, and they had their face closer to where I could see it, so I could compare the picture that they gave me ahead of time to their face, and I could really prepare before I went live, and it was a lot easier with just that one person, and I got a lot more accomplished, so I'm getting a little better at it. And I did pretty much half of her portrait live just within an hour, and that felt really good. I'd like to get it down to where I do an entire portrait in an hour, because technically without a person present, with just a photo, and I do some prep work, I can literally do a broadcast between 30 minutes to an hour.
Yeah, I was watching. I think you were doing a portrait of Bannerman as a boy.
Nope, that would be Bobby Bicker, and that's an acrylic painting. I do pencil drawings.
You do pencil drawings, but weren't you?
Right
who
now.
were you doing last? Who was the last person you were drawing?
Last night I was drawing. I did Swift Beats and Anne Rush together. They're the first ones that I was telling you. I did this last week, and then I picked it up again last night. The other person I did was Christina from Car Hunger. I did her. She does cosplay, and she was dressed as an elf, and I was kind of like doing her character with the elf ears and the way she did all that. And so actually I got to finish that one. But what I'd really like, I do a lot of other different kinds of art, but that's something I did on Periscope that I'm trying to translate over here. But I also do how to draw for beginners, doodle along with me. Just a lot of different stuff, but it's kind of nice to be able to interact with people while we do it. So eventually it'd be really cool to have another person, and we're just kind of sitting there doodling and chatting together just for the fun of it. Or for me to be able to teach somebody how to do something. I think that'd be great. But there's so many other things I've broadcast. I've done Jeopardy style quizzes. I don't know how I feel about that because of the latency of the comments. They take forever. I can ask a question and I can wait like an entire minute and I still don't see answers, and then all of a sudden they come in and I'm like ready for the next question. So that's been hard to do. We do have.
I don't think that's always latency, is it? Is it sometimes? Isn't it from just the fact that people are just kind of slow in answering?
Not really, because some of these folks are really sharp. I mean, there's a guy who like. He's really on top of it. So it's been latency. It really was a latency issue. But I think that's improving. So eventually when that improves, I might do more of those kind of things. But then once a week, there's a few of us that get together and we talk about music. And that's been really fun because that's completely interactive, just like this. But we're kind of focused on maybe topics about what's going on in music. So.
Right.
That's been fun.
Hey,
Other than that, I don't know what else I'm doing. I don't know what else I'm doing. What am I doing on here? Anybody know?
Michelle, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so before you go, I want to put it on the record for people. I guess so I heard something about people were talking about some people being upset that people were incentivized. Am I correct?
I don't hear anything about incentivizing.
I don't know if
there wasn't a dialogue.
Well, there was I don't know if anybody was upset, but it was just a matter of like, there are some people, that moment when, it was confused. It was just confusing because I think Helen or some other folks are just trying to get out your invite link because you mentioned it. And then there were two other folks here, Serena and Donald, were also trying to say the same thing. And then the person who was asking wasn't even in Happs, of course. And so they couldn't see it.
Right.
Like, which link do we read? How do we help this person get into Happs? And so there was that going on. But then it was a matter of like, hey, let's just give them the one link, and that link should be Rev's link. And, just out of respect that this is your broadcast and, you personally, get that incentive, whatever. Anyway.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I really appreciate everybody looking out for me. In the final analysis, the $25 would be great, but the more important thing for me is that the person is welcome to our place and shown the ropes on what to do here, and because their first experience here doesn't need to be going into the broadcast studio, getting frustrating and never coming back. One of us should walk them through the broadcast studio, and show them what we know, and what we don't know we can ask other people. That's what I think. I'm not telling other people to do that, but that's certainly what I would like to do if somebody uses my invite code to be able to do that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay,
yeah, because some people are coming at it from a non-user some people are coming.
Oh yes, well, and some people are just
from a non-user experience,
and they just want to be. Yeah, some of them just want to watch. And so that's fine too. We can find that out, and we can show them how to best do that. But oh, she left. If Michelle, if you can still hear me, thanks for swinging by. See, Serena's out there. Serena wants me back on later, and thank you.
Hi, Helen. I haven't seen Helen.
How you doing, Helen? I guess we haven't formally met, but I appreciate your comment before very much. I appreciate you very much, and nice to meet you. Anybody else that is out there
chasing?
Yeah, I'm Helen. I mean, here's the thing, Helen. Like the people that are incentivized to come on, for an extra $25. Amen to that. We can all use a little more cash. I can certainly use a little more cash, but the thing that I'm going to do with that $25 is I'm going to put it back into the coins and stuff. So if I can grab $100 worth of it, then I can get $100 more worth of coins. But
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Well, it's not. So no. So this is why I was going to say, yes, there is a $25 incentive given out to a group of people on the platform that are a select group of people on the platform that have been around a while, who have, and it doesn't have to do with views. There's all, I don't want to talk about that. What I'm just going to say is that there's a select group of people on the platform that obviously everyone has heard that are being incentivized. And what I will say about that select group of people is, not that other people haven't, but every single one of them to a person has worked their ass off to make this platform, something special. And I would assume that the folks at Happs have picked a group of people that they figure will be best for a test. I don't know this for sure, but I mean, because it's not, but it's like a test. So, but if anybody has any questions about it, just contact Peter. If you want to be able to do it, maybe you can contact him. I'm not going to say either way, but I just don't want anybody saying, well, why do those guys get to do it? I'm telling you why they get to do it, because they've worked their ass off and they deserve to be able to do it. And if they're testing out something for everybody that could work, then everybody will eventually get to do it. And that's awesome. So, yeah,
that's cool.
Donald, this was great, dude. I've gotten to know you just by listening really well. And that's been fun. And I love my new wireless headphones because I could just walk around. You guys can run the room. And then maybe next week we'll crush. yeah, we'll crush the record. So
what brand are those?
Well, these are Audio Technica, so they're the studio reference monitor, the MX, the MX50. They're standard studio reference headphone, but they've made it into a Bluetooth version. So, yeah,
that's
I mean,
nice.
You know what I do with gear? What I do with gear is I use it for 2 years. I write it down with the government, and then I sell it for 50% off usually. And so then I go buy something else again. So it only costs me 50% whatever I buy because I sell it. So
wow, that's a good idea.
a good deal. That's a good deal. And in fact, these headphones will be sold by tomorrow. I mean, my other headphones will be sold by tomorrow because somebody just said they wanted to buy them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool.
You holding a, yeah.
I've always been using this Logitech C920 camera with, I've really never been a fan. I tried to have some earbuds in one time with a long extension cord that went to my monitor. And one time I stood up really quick because I had to get the dog off something. And all of a sudden I forgot that I had those earbuds in my ear and it just ripped them right out of my ears. But that was it was kind of a weird example. It was just one of those things that it was because I wasn't used to having them on,
Right. Well, the thing is that the reason that I wear the headphones obviously is to hear you guys, but we could awfully, do that with other solutions. But primarily the reason I have them is because I've been doing voiceovers and this kind of work, and I have to hear myself, or it doesn't. It's just when you're doing voice work and stuff like that, you need to hear yourself. And so when I'm in front of a microphone, if I don't hear myself, it's just weird, So
Okay.
yeah, but that's why I do it.
Yep.
But yeah, dude, like seriously, this was great. I'm going to give one last call for anybody out there that is lurking.
Helen
anybody out there that wants to
said,
come up and have a dialogue?
Because incentivized, because I didn't want to. Oh, you're still beating that dead horse. I don't even know. I don't care about the money.
Yeah, well, I mean, the only reason, the only reason that I brought this up, in fairness to to the folks at Happs or anything, is because it was mentioned in the comments, and I'm going to state my position is that the people that have been incentivized are have worked their asses off, and like I said, not that other people haven't, but you got to do a test. When you're doing a test, you can't do the whole community because that that would be an expensive test. And what if it fails? You know what I mean? So anyway, I don't think anybody's feathers are ruffled, but if people are getting their feathers ruffled over this, then you don't care about this network. I get it. Money's important, but what matters to me, fuck the $25. What matters to me is that we are a community and we're trying to bring people in. In fact, if you bring in anybody, and I don't have much money, but anybody that's listening to this, if you bring in somebody that will broadcast and will bring in, that will get 10,000, freaking views in a month, I'll find some way to give you some cash back if you're a decent broadcaster. You know what I mean? So, just bring people in. Everybody bring people in. Everybody love each other. Everybody make this a safe, fun, welcoming community, and make this thing survive. Buy freaking coins, sponsor your friends, ask people to sponsor your friends, ask people to sponsor you, whatever you want to do. But this community is too important for anybody to start to bicker. So,
yeah. To be honest, I think that there was some of that going on when Blab was starting to kind of wind down. There was a lot of kind of like infighting going on between certain groups, and I was thinking, yeah, this is not healthy for the platform itself to continue. And then I just thought, I have to separate myself from that. And I was pretty good at doing that because the group of people that were coming into Blab Cafe, there were people who were basically talking about their small businesses. So it worked out pretty good. Yeah, 7 hours, just hit the 7 hour mark. That's pretty amazing. Hi, Lindsay. Super
that's
hard.
insane.
7 hours.
Hey, thank you, Helen. Thank you, little pound cake. Hold on, I can read through the list of people that have sent me awards.
Lindsay.
It is Alex Berlin, Rob A. Tam Tam, Little Pound Cake, Chakra Khan, Helen Wallace, Dodie Gillis, Helen Glogo, Henry Morton, Kevin Dukes, Sonia Ann, and Willie Rosado. Thank all of you for the tips. I appreciate it. If any of you really dig my stuff, throw me $1 a month. I would appreciate it. If anybody digs Donald's stuff, throw him $1 a month. Even if he could donate it to somebody if he doesn't want to keep it. And let's support each other and just support our friends here. You know what I mean? This is our community, and we wanted to bring people into this wonderful community. I've got to go find something. I'll be back in a sec.
On businesses, Luke. Luke. Yeah, I was just noticing too. I forgot that this has this capability. I just subscribed to you, Helen. Gluego. Dun, 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 dun. Sebastian Camp. There's ways to say things though. And there's ways not to say things. You know what I mean. I'm going to go get a beer. I'll be right back. I'm thirsty for a beer. Trey, what are you doing, boy? What are you doing, Trey? You goofy bugger.
Oh, by the way, people, I realize I don't have a special guest on my program tonight. So there's technically no reason for me to close this so that I can open a new room.
You can interview me. I need donations.
Put your Cash App number in there, damn it. And do that every 15 minutes. Cut and paste it in. And tell people, you need some money to get your damn phone fixed because, this is a lovely community and people will help each other. Help Helen fix her phone, for God's sakes. But I will keep this room open.
I'm Eleanor, but if Helen's phone needs fixing too, you can help her.
I'm sorry, Eleanor. I'm sorry, Eleanor. If anybody keeps the dialogue going here, then, keep it open and we'll crush the record.
Helen, and there's Biru. Unspecial guest. What are you doing there in the side, Eleanor?
I dropped my phone out the window yesterday and it bounced and totally shattered and I'm starting a claim for it.
Okay.
Over here with the insurance people.
Okay. Howdy, Junior. I don't think they can hear me.
Yeah, I do, Brenda, and I'll actually enter both of them here in just a second. I'm right in the middle of filing this claim, and don't want to lose all the information I've already put in here, right? Yeah, but yeah.
So you dropped your phone and it just completely crushed it, huh?
Yeah, I dropped it from a second story window and onto cement, and it just kind of bounced and shattered. I wasn't aware a phone could do it. I was like, wow.
Do a dead cat bounce?
Yeah. A dead cat bounce. Yeah.
You've never heard that term before?
Never heard that term, but yeah.
It's related to the stock market. because the first time I heard it was probably about 8 or 9 months ago, and it was one of those, I think it was either Yahoo Finance or something where one of those analysts were on, and they were talking about this graph of this stock market chart. It was going up and down, and he goes, and see here, you can see this. It did kind of like a little dead cat bounce, and I'm like going, what does he talk? What? So I had to actually Google it.
Like a hit cartwheel kind of like thing.
It's just kind of like this weird little bounce in the when you're looking at a chart. It's kind of like a little blip, in the chart, and you just look at it and you go, God, this is kind of a weird term for them to make up, But it came from the stock market, yeah.
Crazy.
Stock market analysts. They're a different breed. Hey, Mini Rev. And today's beer is Pilsner Urquell from the wonderful country of Czechoslovakia. Ah, refreshing. Yeah, it's really good. My favorite beer of all time. Brenda. I saw Brenda before. So, I know what I was going to check. I had this device open for a reason. What kind of phone was it, Eleanor?
An Apple XR.
Okay.
It's like the cheaper version of like what would have been like the Apple 10.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What's not so funny is I just had gotten done paying it off.
Oh, that sucks.
like the last bill I sent out was the last bill that I would have to be paying for the actual phone on.
Wow, that's terrible.
And it was just a stupid. I wasn't paying attention. I was holding in my hand, and my window it gets stuck when it freezes. And
oh yeah,
the temperature dropped so fast here yesterday. Came into my room and it was just And I went to yank the window, and the phone came out of my hand. I was like, oh, I'd just been paying attention. Set the phone down, just accidents. Just.
Do you have?
You gotta have insurance on it.
Do you have wooden frame windows there where you're at, or are they aluminum framed or plastic?
It looks like wood.
Oh, okay.
I'm not real sure what though.
Yeah.
When you say that, do you mean the glass on
just the frame? Because sometimes I have a couple of windows here in my house that are old wooden framed windows, and they're
metal.
Oh, they're metal, yeah.
But they have wood around it too. They're on a track. It's the track that gets stuck. It's the track that they're on that it swells and unswells when it gets cold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're sliding windows.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the house is going on 30 years old, and I don't believe the windows have ever been replaced. I believe they're the original ones that were there. So, the house is settled and everything's just, wonky.
Yeah. old houses, man. I know what that's about. So many of them. Let's see. Pablo de la Hoya. Yeah, I got a Huawei phone. This is the last phone I bought, which was kind of an expensive phone, but it's actually I like the functionality. It's got a huge amount of memory and huge amounts of. It's got a really good camera on it, but it's
nice. Yeah, like, and that's I wanted to hold on to this one for a while because I hear there's rumors, you know, it's out there that the Apple 14 is going to be really something for photographers, and being a photographer, thinking like I might every few years I do like an actual like camera upgrade. This time I might just upgrade my phone and screw using my big old, you know, Canon anymore. They've got the lenses and everything for these smartphones, and they're just. I never thought I'd see the day a smartphone camera would be as good as my, you know, Canon camera. I don't want to have to upgrade until that one comes out.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're as good as the DSLRs, and like never. I mean, this phone has more megapixels than my original my first digital camera had.
Yeah, they're pretty impressive, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I think this Huawei's got like a 50x zoom or some crazy thing like that. The only problem is like if you set it on a tripod or something, it's okay because you have to have it very stable to have it zoomed out that far.
Yeah.
Otherwise, your photos are just going to turn out like crap.
Yeah. And it really does help though with the lenses too, because the amount of light you're letting in and everything.
Yep.
Oh, damn it! Come on. What is this?
Over.
All right, I guess that's all. Of course, since it was destroyed, I've got to pay the whole deduction. That's fine. I thought it would. It'll only be $99. No, that's to get it freaking repaired. This is beyond repair.
Non-repairable.
No, like
it's called FUBAR.
It's just wow. Yeah, the whole like front screen, like I won't even pull off like the protective screen that's on it because it almost looks like that's hardly cracked at all. But because like this screen is popping out of the thing, it's just shattered. If I try to take off that protective screen, it's gonna take all that glass and. Yeah, it's
hello.
And then like you can tell that the whole what is that? The I can't think of what it's called. Like the whole thing that keeps it balanced under there that lets you run the touch screen part and the
yeah
that thing. it's just it's like running a blurred like colors and bleeding through now.
Yeah, we're trying to read the comments too every once in a while. So Edward, thanks. What happened to Rev? He's just out and about. He's running around. We've been running for 7 hours and 20 minutes. I had to get some fruit juice. But it tastes kind of like beer.
Helen, Brenda, Sebastian, Little Pound Cake. Yeah, Helen, Brenda, Sebastian, thanks for the awards. Appreciate it. I promise, because I've been working much of the afternoon, I promise I will scroll through the comments this weekend and reply when I can. But it's kind of been this is just now, it's, we've been on for 7 hours. We certainly have to go past 8. Ellen. And then we'll see where we go from there. But I think we can get close to 12 hours if we go till 11, good Lord, we're going to set a serious record. So I think it shuts you off after 12. So, but if the conversation stops, then we're done. Like, I'm not just keeping an empty room open for empty room's sake. but I've appreciated everybody that's been on here, and we've had some great dialogues. Scroll through this video. There's lots of great stuff. We will give you the
Periscope.
The time when Pablo comes in. I don't know. Pablo might have been in for an hour. I don't know how long he was here, but he was answering a ton of questions.
He was here. Yeah. He answered a ton of great questions.
He answered a ton of questions. I hope we get to do that again. And that was absolutely fantastic. So, yeah, I'm going to step away. I got to cook dinner.
Looks like the little rewards and awards that they're giving in the chat. It looks like there's a number total of 16 different awards that have been posted in the chat. That's kind of cool. It's got a little counter up there. That's cool. You do realize that
Helen. Helen is now
the camera the whole time.
Helen is now so I see. So this is not the broadcast length. It's how long the broadcaster's in the hot seat. Well, you know what? Then I think that's a different record than yours, and so I'm certainly not gonna lay claim to that. And I don't think we're gonna make 8 hours because, I don't know what Donald's planning on doing, but I'm certainly not gonna. I can't come back and talk.
I'm just drinking a beer.
Yeah. So when Donald gets done with his beer, you guys could whistle, and I'll come close it out. So, but it's been a great dialogue. This is the way this platform should be used. Great dialogues, when people have the opportunity. So I'm glad I could help foster that today, and I appreciate everybody that was in there. Yeah, Brenda was here for a lot of it. See, she counts. Brenda might have the longest viewing time for an individual show. That's a record right there.
Yeah. Oh, that was one of the things that was, somebody asked me about Theta before, and that was one of the things, too, that I thought was kind of odd. Well, it's not odd. It's just a different approach, I guess. On that Theta.tv platform, they give awards to the viewers as well as the streamers. And I was thinking, wow, that's kind of cool. So it's like if you think about YouTube, there's millions and millions of hours of video put up there every day, right? So, but there's only so many people to watch it. So they reward the people who are making the streams, but they're not really rewarding the people who are watching the streams. And that's where Theta TV is a little bit different, because they're actually rewarding the people who are watching as well. I mean, a lot of helpings. I've been in and out today working. Yeah. Everyone is different.
Come on. That's great when you can't even spell your own last name. Yeah.
Say what?
Oh, I spelled my last. I spelled my last name wrong on my PayPal thing that I'm entering here.
Oh, okay.
It's like it's great when you don't spell your last name right.
So, is there any kind of insurance claim or something that you can get on your phone?
Yeah, that's what I was just doing.
Oh, okay.
Just have to pay the deductible.
Yeah.
Which still cheaper than any of the freaking phones out there. I mean, they're just so expensive. Like I said, I don't want to have to buy a whole new phone right now, since I'd like to hold on to it for a few years until that 14 comes out, and then at that point I'll go about getting a new one.
This thing I put around this phone, which is it's like a silicone and plastic coating and cover, but it's waterproof too, so I can actually go underwater with my mobile phone.
Oh wow! It goes and it's around the whole thing.
Yeah, it's completely watertight, and I was like, "Oh, and this is kind of cool," because I thought about it before.
Yeah, my old Apple, I had an OtterBox thing like that had the you put the water sealer thing like that over it, and then it had like a hard case that went over that for like the extra protection. But I thought it was really cool. But if I wanted to like, and then it had a thing that you could like, you took out the outer like plastic part of it, and you put that part in the like little thing that you charge the phone.
Yeah.
Like, there's another rubber part that went there, and then that other plastic thing went over that. It was amazing. I was like, wow, so I could really use this thing like underwater. Like, it's pretty crazy. Until you get too deep, it probably start to crack.
Yeah, I imagine
stuff
I wouldn't take this
pressure,
more than
but-
maybe a meter or two deep.
Right. You still do like fun effects and stuff if you like wanted to film something just in a swimming pool.
This is a reoccurring theme. No one ever seems to think it's me that's being referred to. LOL. I know I am so pale. I'm practically translucent.
That's what I always say.
Realized I was invisible yet.
I'm freaking.
Yeah, phones are expensive these days. I don't plan on replacing this one anytime soon. You know what I really found out that was a really cool video on YouTube I found? And it was really helpful. It was to take like an old phone, like I have an old Samsung S7, and I wanted it to perform better. So I found a video on YouTube that was helping people to do something that's called a factory reset. And basically what it does is it takes your whole phone and it just completely wipes everything clean. All the memory and everything gets wiped out of it. And then you can start all over. And it really acts like a brand new phone. It's amazing how much better it operated after I did that.
Like more so than just doing that hard, like the hard, what are they, the hard?
Yeah, the regular maintenance cleanups and stuff. This is just something that is
just like a hard like reset of the whole phone, like because that'll clear out everything from the phone too. Like if you just go in there and do that. What is it?
But I wanted to clear everything out of it. Well, they just call it a factory reset. It's what.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah. Because it really wasn't performing very well, and I could have, for all I know, I could have had some malware or something on there, because all of a sudden the battery started discharging very quickly. Like I would charge it up, and then the battery would just drain really fast, and I thought, this is really something serious is wrong with this thing. And instead of taking it to a shop first, I tried the factory reset, and it seemed to work. It seemed to fix everything.
Nice.
I'm trying to hear better about putting more detail into my replies, so that doesn't happen. Hey, Gilbert, JS Gilbert, how you doing? I saw you. I was just on my way out the door, and I saw you jump into a chat the other day on here. And I didn't get to say hi because I was literally on my way out when you came on. I'm trying to be better about. Okay, hello. She's bounced. Katrina. That's a name that I don't recognize. Katrina Porter? Oh, another person from Phoenix, Arizona. I'm a student. JS, I don't have the control to this room, but maybe Rev can send you an invite. How do you send invites? Did he give us control of the room? I don't know.
I have, yeah. But once again.
Yeah, it doesn't show that I have invite capabilities. I have block capabilities. Block JS Gilbert. Hey, man, why do you want to block them? I don't know. Just gives me that option.
Oh, I can't get that.
I'm always breaking mine because of my job, but I must say it's now better that they make them for people who work in heavy industry. Yeah. Yeah, I think that this thing that I got for this particular device is pretty cool because it does protect it a lot. I have dropped this phone too once, but not very far. Luckily, it was just out of my pocket. But it's got kind of like you can see that rubberized border around the edge. You can see it on this side a little bit better. Kind of got a rubberized border. Yeah, this is a Huawei P30 Pro. Badass. And this phone I dropped, this is that S7. I've dropped this and cracked the lens just slightly on the bottom. And it's luckily, it's just on the bottom, but it doesn't affect the screen at all. It's just like right down here on the bottom. It's got a couple little cracks, but it still works. It works fine. I remember going to my school, some courses, some English or some Danish courses when I was learning Danish. And I remember seeing some of these young kids, they'd be sitting there looking at their phones and they'd have these really radically cracked screens. I was going, Jesus, how can you read that thing? They were really tore up. But it's like, yeah, I can't afford another one. My parents only give me one phone a year. I'm like, oh, one phone a year, huh? I've had this thing for 3 years. What are you talking about? Lunch date. I need a nap. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just thinking about that today too, because somebody asked me, they said, well, what do you think about cryptocurrencies being the new norm for people? And I said, yeah, I don't understand why people aren't adopting it faster, because it's literally like everybody uses all of these apps. They use PayPal, they use their bank, credit cards, and all these other things that are connected to their mobile phone. But yet there's a lot of people that are not getting into cryptocurrency. And I'm wondering what it is that's keeping them from actually using the cryptocurrency as opposed to, say, like PayPal or their other. And I know it's like the ease of entry is one of the reasons. But then the other thing might be is they're just kind of nervous about, being responsible for their own money on their own device, because there is a big responsibility there. It's not like if you lose something, if you send somebody your keys or something, or you do something wrong, it's not like you can call a service department and get it back. If you send somebody money, it's gone.
Right.
So it's a kind of a different mindset you have to be in when you're working with cryptocurrencies.
Yeah, I only like even started looking into them, and now I kind of would like to study them up and invest in one that I can just kind of like have it and just let it do whatever it's going to do for like maybe 5-10 years, and not really pay attention to it. Like like make sure I have my passwords and everything, but not kind of
It's called passive. It's like a passive investment. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of these. Well, there's a lot of people that they call themselves day traders, and those guys, they just make me nervous. It's like they have ADHD or ADD or whatever you call it.
Yeah, and I was looking. You have to be so invested in really time invested. Like
hours in front of the computer.
I just want to do something and like let it go, and hopefully it'll do like what Bitcoin and stuff has done. Like, because I would have loved to have invested like $500 in it way back in the day. But Now it's just coming up with even like, $100 that I can do that with though, right? I'm just so freaking strapped for everything. All right, I think this is all correct. Send. There's Ellie's information.
Oh shit! Somebody's doing ASMR. I have a hammer.
Oh, sorry, I spelling out my own last name. It's so long. I'm like, gotta make sure I freaking have spelled it correctly.
He soldered one to the work van. That's crazy. Oh, I think I can just take that one out. Douche. Video capture. Rev. Camera display capture. Yes. Yes. Okie dokie. We're going to go like that. And video capture device forward. Tilt brush. It's really cool. Tilt brush is one of the coolest things that Google does. Rev, do you drink beer?
Nope. No, not a drinker at all.
Oh, okay.
Never have been.
Yeah,
but
you're
I
like my dad.
Yeah.
Alcohol.
I'll have, I'll have a Guinness on occasion because I like those. But, last time I had a drink was probably 3 years ago, maybe. And it was probably just a Guinness.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man. Listen. Listen. My spelling's real good. Not. Jeez, this freaking key. It's probably the computer, not the keyboard, that it lags. Sometimes I'll get typing so fast I have to sit back and let it catch up the comment. Too many letters. Too many letters.
Oh, you said you like Guinness, though, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, Guinness is actually pretty good. I like drinking Guinness at room temperature.
That's what they say, right?
Yeah.
It's like a meal.
I think that
it's like drinking a cup of coffee.
It's like a can of bread.
It is.
Can of bread. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty rich, that's for sure. Speedy finger baseline skills.
I'm not that fast of a typer though. It's just my computer is that slow at doing anything. This laptop was invented when the dinosaurs were still roaming the earth. It's just so old. I'm actually a pretty slow typer. That's why it's so sad, actually.
I suck at typing. I actually had a typing class in high school too on some old. What was the name of those old what was the name of those old friggin' typewriters? Not Canon, IBM typewriters, the ones that had the ball in them. And I remember sitting there, and the teacher would come by and just like smack you every time you every time you were like looking down at your fingers. She'd come by and just give you a smack, and I'm just go, come on, man, I've never done this before. Give me a break. Ooh, we're gonna get real serious with the brushes. It's full of iron. Typewriter. Yeah.
Whoa, what is that? You're showing
That's that one I found just the other day. It's called Tilt VR. Or Tilt Brush.
I haven't done any of this virtual reality stuff. Like, what in the?
It's not amazing.
This looks amazing.
It's really beautiful.
I could probably get behind some of that stuff. What in the world?
It's nice because you can literally paint in 3 dimensions, or 4 dimensions, or 5 dimensions, or infinite dimensions.
That's incredible! Wow, I'm gonna have to look into some of this stuff. Of course, then I need like the thing that goes over your face, right? The actual like mechanics and the
Oculus.
It is. The device, the Oculus.
Yeah, that's one of the devices. There's probably, I think there's 3 really good units that are, companies that are in competition with each other. But I think Oculus has got some of the highest ratings. I don't know. I think it'll be one of those things where probably get into it and you'll realize whether you like it or not right away.
That is so crazy cool. Wow.
It looks like you just want to reach out and just put your face in it and eat it.
Right?
It's like icing on a cake. I'm going to eat this when I'm done.
I'm always so behind on technology.
I don't know our running time on here. Where's our running time? Oh, there it is.
7 hours and 44 minutes, buddy.
Wow. Yeah, I think we're just going to blow right through till 9.
Brenda, I put it up there, didn't I?
I think I need your email for PayPal.
No, you can just the PayPal.me/ but I can give you my email too. I think it's just probably just my generic email that I give everybody. That you can spam it up if you want, because it's already spammed up because it's way too old, and it's that email that everybody sends everything to. What is that? My email. O-R. How do I spell my name?
All right, the most searched. All right. Yeah. The most searched guitar solo.
I think it will just be this email for that. Oh, did I just put that throw on private? Hold on. Oh wait, but you're a moderator, so you can see it anyway. Did I spell my? Let's see. Did you? I down there. I typed up my actual email address though.
The most searched mathematician. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light? Rosa Parks.
And just some people missed that right after that 83. There's another .l before that at Gmail.
Mm-hmm. 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 Brush materials and shaders. Easily import sketches into Unity Editor. Yeah, this is another thing that's amazing about this, that Unity is, they have so much software now that is just incredible. Like software that is so far advanced. These guys, a friend of mine who's a teacher, he teaches people how to use a software called Blender. And he said that the software is really developed to the point where it's really works amazing. He says the only thing that's slowing people down now is actual computing power. Like the rendering power of computers is what was one of the slower things. And that was like 5 years ago.
Wow.
Now it's all really amazing. Can I join the stream? Kevin Dukes. The Dukes of Hazzard.
Rev, were you gonna keep this up?
Hello,
or
Kevin Dukes? Hello from Branson.
Are you guys leaving?
Well, somebody was just wondering if they could join.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll send them an invite.
It's your guys' room right now. I mean, just don't do anything stupid.
Hello from London.
Hey, I am going to have to stay in here now. How are you doing, Bobby? Hey. Hold on, let me get on the screen.
Hey, we're the monkeys.
Oh, I am on the screen. Never mind.
So there's three different units that they're showing.
I sent you an invite, Kevin.
There's 3 different units that they're showing you on that one. There's the Vive, Oculus, and Oculus Quest. I guess those are units that they're approving for their software. Oh, there's another one too. Whoa, those are cool.
Hey guys.
PlayStation.
Oh, there's Kevin. All right, Kevin wanted to come in. Give me a second to see if Bobby, do you want to come up for a minute? I'm cooking dinner. I'm great, thanks. Just finished my artist show with Kevin Murphy, 3-hour long. How are you guys doing? We're doing good. I've been working a good chunk of the day, and we've had a lot of different people in the room. I'm going to I'll post it up. Michelle Alexander's, she's just going to grab, I could grab the time too, but Pablo was in here for about, I got to think he was in here for about an hour.
Hello.
And we did an impromptu, hey Kevin, we did an impromptu Q&A session, and he answered a ton of questions for people and took a lot of suggestions. So that might be worth watching, but I'm definitely doing well. How are you guys doing? Bobby's asking.
I'm good. How are you
guys?
Hi, Kevin. How are you? Can you hear me? Kevin?
How are you guys today?
Good. How are you? He's got an audio.
I'm good.
Oh, okay. You did hear me. Okay.
Good. I'm doing good.
Good. Yep.
I'm good.
Let's see. Pull up highlight.
What's on your mind, Kevin?
I can hear you guys.
That's good, buddy. What's on your mind? What do you want to talk about?
I'm good, by the way. I can hear you guys on the other stream. Thank you.
Okay.
Polly want a cracker. Polly want a cracker. How's that, Ref? Can you hear me? So here's that art that I was showing earlier, but this is the actual 3D art. So the cool thing about this is if I zoom way out, you can see that it looks like a big snowball.
Hey, Donald?
Yeah.
Was that a reference to Kevin?
Snowball?
No.
What?
All I want a cracker.
No.
Repeating? No? Okay. Kevin just jumped out. I hope we didn't hurt his feelings.
His thing's reloading.
No, his I could see that his platform, whatever system he's on, it kept loading and reloading. So I don't think he was hearing us all the time.
Mine keeps.
Gotcha.
I don't know what mine's doing.
Because nobody make fun of anybody in this room. Like nobody gets to have conflicts or anything. Like we'll work out conflicts between people, but that's my only rule. One of your friends contacted me on the first day as you joined Happs and asked me to invite you to my coffee chat with Bobby and guest. But I've had issues with my laptop and haven't had one since. Now that I got a new. Oh, wow, that'll be fun. Awesome, Bobby. Well, then, and you definitely need to come on my program if you want to in the evening, although I think it's really early in the morning for you. I think you're in London, right? So we could do one on the weekend too that we could coordinate our time if you'd like to be on my show. But yeah, just let me know when. That'd be a blast. I can't wait.
I'm gonna reset this graphics server real quick because everything on my screen is out of whack here.
Okay.
It's out of whack.
Yeah, something's. Let's see.
It said starting server, and we're at 7 hours and 53 minutes. Oh, there it's back again. Cool.
Yeah, I definitely haven't for the last 3 weeks. I've just been burning the candle at both ends. We can have burning the candle at both ends, trying to book people for the show, and it's been a blast. But I don't want to get burned out.
Can you guys hear me now? Am I coming in clearly?
Hang on, coming in clearly, buddy. We can hear you.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Hi, Kevin.
Can you hear me now?
Hang on, Bobby. I'm gonna hold on. I'll let's see.
Okay, I'm trying here. I'm trying.
You got that?
I'm trying, guys.
You got that computer working full time?
I'm trying.
You have IG and Twitter. You want me to DM you, and I'll give you all my contact info.
Hey guys, I'm trying to get on the website here.
Okay.
Which website, bud?
My thing is a little glitchy here.
No problem.
It's a little glitchy a little bit. So if I'm off a little bit, it's not my fault.
Are you on a wired connection or are you on Wi-Fi?
Cool, right. Bobby. Awesome. I definitely know what it's like to have computer issues. Oh, I'm so excited.
I'm on Wi-Fi.
To meet you, this is going to be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes
you can I'm on Wi-Fi.
Yeah, sometimes you can pick up a really good Wi-Fi channel, and then other times it gets real glitchy. From a laptop, I've never had the experience running Wi-Fi problems with my mobile device, though. It usually works pretty good.
It could be how much people are on this channel. You know, it could be a lot of people on this channel and all that.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Hey, Bobby. Yeah, this is this platform. This platform is called Poly, and a lot of the
computer you have, Donald.
Yeah.
Called Google Tilt. I think it's called Google Tilt Cam or Tilt something like that. I don't know, but it's pretty cool. Follow for follow. For follow.
Well, I found this by I found this by looking at a storm chaser. On a storm chaser, I found this by looking at a storm chaser. I actually have StreamYard as well.
Oh yeah.
I do this on StreamYard as well, but I do have StreamYard.
Oh, that's cool, Kevin. Hang on one second,
I get a better
Kevin.
reception
Helen Wallace says he's trying. Okay.
You can have StreamYard.
Email me your number, Pablo. Okay.
Yeah, I used StreamYard before, Kevin. And
you know what? I might
Restream.
have it in one of my emails. Hang on, Pablo.
So is there a possible way you guys know StreamYard or
Yeah,
can
Kevin.
this get on StreamYard though? So maybe I can get a better reception like that.
No, because this is a separate platform than StreamYard.
Because I just don't want to be like. Because I don't want to be glitchy. I want you guys to clearly see me. I mean, StreamYard is like my best app so far.
Yeah.
I just emailed you, Pablo. Just send me your number real quick. I'll call you right now.
I've had StreamYard. I'm just trying to find a good app like to talk to people, and I talk to people on StreamYard every once in a while if there's somebody there.
Yeah. Yeah, StreamYard's good.
Yeah, but I'm glad you guys can hear me okay.
Yeah, I used to use StreamYard, but I use this platform now because it has a lot more features.
Can hear me okay.
This platform has a lot more features, I think. I mean, it works really well on mobile.
So what is this about?
We're just kind of doing random chat right now. Random stuff.